Know how you like that. Still an echo, not the greatest, but now it looks like we're doing a little bit better.
All right, that's better.
Okay, Zach, appreciate that. We switched to a standard mic. You're going to see that in the frame, but there's not much else that we're going to be able to do about that. So that's where we're going to go for now. We'll see if we can fix this up tomorrow for you guys. Okay, good. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate that. Randy, Kev. Okay, great.
All right.
So despite that, we're going to keep on rolling as we're getting ready for this draft. And I think the big difference is the fact that we're here together. We're going to bounce some things off of each other right now because I was not surprised that the Chiefs had to stick. I didn't think they were going to get value when they moved up. I think the big thing that's going to be next, and as we get through all this, folks, I do want to give a shout out to Midwest Digital Capture. They're our support team tonight, and we appreciate you guys supporting them. So check them out on Instagram. Everywhere else, I don't think they have a Twitter account, but we'll try to fix that
at some point, I'm sure.
And what we're going to see is that the Chiefs have an opportunity here. I hope that they trade back up here in the second, because I think what's going to go on is that there are opportunities in the two positions that we thought they might be looking for that they didn't get to.
Yeah.
So if you were going to move up, we talked about this a little bit before the show. Who are you going after? Do you have a target that you would try to move up for right now?
I think right now the most obvious answer, I think not just for us, but among Chiefs fans, is Cedric Tillman, wide receiver out of Tennessee. He is that X-frame body that you're really kind of looking for to move on eventually from Marquez Valdes-Scantling, maybe after this year, a year after that. And eventually he's not going to be in Kansas City. You want to have somebody that's going to be able to take over the reins there. So you have him. I think he's a good target. Mingo is another one. Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss is another player you're looking to move up for. And then the last guy that I think that the Chiefs might move up, because I think there's a big teardrop on tackle, is Matthew Bergeron, the tackle out of Syracuse, which, again, that kind of depends on how you feel about Matthew Bergeron. I personally think he's going to start at tackle and then be a guard in the NFL. So I think he profiles more as a swing tackle, but again, the drop off from tackle after him is kind of steep. So what do you got?
I don't necessarily see it that way. I'd like to see him maybe start at guard and move out.
Yeah.
Is that what you're hinting at? Because I just don't know where he belongs. For me, I think I'm leaving him at guard and just letting him try to flourish there.
Okay.
He has a couple of balance issues that I think are going to be a little bit difficult for him to overcome initially with power. So give him a little help on either side, let him stabilize, and then maybe he can venture out. But I don't think that they're ready to go there. I think the Chiefs are a lot of popular opinion is going to be Blake Freeland, the BYU tackle later in the draft. That's a possibility. We're going to see how they stack up. Clearly, they have a ranking system that isn't necessarily reflective of ours head to toe, but we're getting close there. And so I do want to emphasize, folks, that we're going to give you our analysis and we'll see what the Chiefs do. I think there's opportunity more at receiver right now to get an impact player. The tackle's going, the edge is going last night. I think in terms of the volume, set that as really maybe the place that they can strike and get the most bang for the buck. The fact that they were trying to move back means they might be able to move up now and still hit in that mid-40s type range. That's what I would be looking to do. I'm interested to see what ends up happening. And it will start off, I think, at the top of this round of who moves out. Is there movement here? Because there's a lot of folks that feel like the top 5 picks of this round could be very volatile. Again, I hope that that's the way that it works out. Leedre, I appreciate the comment. You've never seen us in the same room because for a stream, we've never been in the same room.
This is the first time.
So we're doing something a little bit happy. Midwest is helping us out. You can see them here in a little bit. I'll try to find their website and get it out there for you because always a little bit of fun. Nothing goes very smoothly when you're doing live video. So thank you for sticking with us and getting through the process. They're running through on the broadcast a number of the prospects that could be going early today. We'll get through that. In the meantime, we're going to answer some of your questions. If you're new to this channel, despite our failed start here a little bit, make sure you like, sub, and hit the bell right there because we're going to have content for you all through the weekend, particularly to the Chiefs. But you can find all of our work in the draft guide at rogueapc.com. Use the code RGR23 to get a discount on that. And check out NFL33.com. If you go over there right now, you can get Dan's draft board at the top. Mine's right underneath it. You can get them both for free, open to everyone. NFL33.com right now. And you can see where we're going and the draft boards that we're working off of. And really, checking off what teams are
Yeah.
doing that are similar or not. I ended up having one third-round selection on my board go last night. That was Kalijah Kancey.
Yeah.
You didn't have any, did you?
No, I had all top half of the seconds, and then I still have one first round grade on my board that's left. So I feel pretty good about where I view a lot of these guys, and we kind of knew based off of how teams were viewing the first round prospects that you're not going to get a ton of your first overall guys in terms of 15, 16, 17 first round picks. So you're going to have these second round players that end up working their way into the first round. So yeah, I feel pretty happy with how it ended out and how it turned out for at least my evaluation of some of these guys. And I'm looking forward to seeing where we end up this today, how many end up falling from day 2 into day 3, because that's what this is. I have like almost 90 guys profiled in day 2 in terms of their grades. So some of these guys are going to fall into day 3, and we're going to get to see some movement there for teams trying to go up and get the last of these guys. So I'm excited to see how it turns out.
It's about opportunity and seizing that. And I like the way that we're staggered here for those of you asking. As long as Dan is leaned forward a little bit, it looks like I'm the bigger person here. In reality, when we're standing on the ground, he's got me by like 4 inches. I am the little dude in this group all the way around, and that's always fun for me. Clinton, thanks for your support, buddy. And for anyone who wants to support the channel, join the memberships. You get a ton out of it. I have some behind the scenes of this weekend that are going to go up on the members section. You guys can get that. You can get in the Discord and get in the conversation if you are a member at rookie level or above here on the channel. So go ahead and do that. The other way to support us is buy the gear that we're both sporting this weekend. It's at the RGR store. That's bit.ly/RGR store. And then you can support us this way as well if you prefer to. The super chats, and Clinton has a great question. If you did 10 mocks at 31, Felix was the best left 4 out of 5 times at least. Teams aren't eager to trade with us because, and they won't be tonight, is his comment. More long waits ahead. That may be true, but things loosen up on day 2.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to give the Chiefs a big advantage by letting them go up into the teens or even the 20s, really. Coming up into the 50s and 40s, I don't think that's going to be the same kind of like brick wall that they might run into. Who their trade partner is, that's going to be a great question. It's likely going to be whoever they were closest to last night is going to be who's going to make a deal tonight. Do you think something gets done?
I don't know. I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers, we know that they're not going to draft quarterback. So you're probably going to see a team come up. Maybe, LA Rams don't care about draft picks, and they also don't have a backup quarterback, somebody that they can put out there in case Matthew Stafford gets hurt or whenever Matthew Stafford's not in LA anymore. So I could see them either looking to move up with the Pittsburgh Steelers to get Will Levis, or they just stay there and wait and say, no one in front of us needs a quarterback, so we're going to wait this out. But I definitely think that the Rams are a team that's looking to move up. But to the point about no teams wanted to trade with the Chiefs, apparently there were at least 4 teams that were looking to trade up into the back end of the first round with the Chiefs at the end, and they just didn't get that deal that they wanted. You're not getting a ton of top 100 picks when you're trading out from 31 into like 34 to 33. You're not getting a ton of those guys to really put the icing on the cake rather for these trades. So they didn't really feel anything necessary to go about movement. And I totally understand it. And I like the pick with Felix. I think he's going to be a good player, and value wise, like we talked about, you got 15, 16, 17 first round grades. And a lot of these guys at the end of the first round were going to end up being second round values in terms of your draft grade. And he's got some work to do in the run department, but I like what he's going to bring to this Chiefs defensive line.
Yeah, I think we should feel optimistic about it, especially knowing that he is young enough here that first contract, he should still be 25 when they have to renew that. Obviously, they'll have the 5th-year option, plenty of opportunity to dissect and eval how the game evolves. Looks like the Steelers are on the clock now. Clinton, thank you for your support and your super chat. We appreciate it. Sugary's in here with a question. With reports the Chiefs are looking at Mozzie Smith, do you think a trade up for day 2 DT is in the cards, like Benton or Tommy Adewale? I don't necessarily think that I believe all the rumor about Mozzie Smith, but that aside, defensive interior is one of the groups that I felt that if you couldn't get your core needs, that's the next one, along with cornerback, that has the girth and the volume of solid aspects that you could draft a number of different guys to fill part of a role. It wouldn't be a complete solution, but it would be a piece that you could put in a rotation, get it back and forth, and whoever comes out on top comes out on top.
Yeah, I like what they're going to end up doing, but I'm with Ryan. I'm not necessarily sure I believe the Chiefs trying to trade up to get Mozzie Smith. I don't think so personally. But we do know defense tackle is a need for them. And, Keanu Benton was on the board. That was someone we talked about last night, possibly being the pick at 31. It ends up being Felix. But either way, I think that defensive tackle is a need on day 2. We'll see how the board shakes out, where the runs go. This is where it's going to be. If a wide receiver run ends up early, maybe it is defense tackle in the second round. If it's offensive line, interior offensive line, maybe people's trying to snatch up these tackles quickly. DeJuan Jones is on the board. Matthew Bergeron, Tyler Steen. You mentioned Blake Freeland. There's going to be some run here, and that's really what's going to determine if the Chiefs move up. If they start getting positions that are the runs going on, and then they're like, okay, we need to find a place to get up to get the guy we need, then that's going to be. But the depth at wide receiver on day 2 is stacked. Like, it is stacked front to back from wide receiver. And on my board, I have like tons and tons of prospects listed here on day 2. So this is going to be a spot that the Chiefs can do much of what they did yesterday. Kind of wait, see where the runs go. If they can see they're not going to be able to really trade up all the way to get the guy they need, they can stand pat and figure it out from there. But I'm excited because there's going to be some good players in Kansas City after today, and that's really what this all comes about. That's what all this is about. It's trying to find who's going to be in Kansas City next year, and these picks here are going to be a great way of solidifying another championship roster in the making.
Yeah, add another weapon to the roster. I have 10 guys left at wide receiver today.
Yeah.
So there's plenty there. And this round, folks, by the way, if you're going to make a move, this is the round to do it. I have 42 prospects in the second round on my board. That is the most plentiful of any singular round at all in this draft. So it is worth looking at. Thank you, Sugary. Appreciate your question. Welcome, Motor City. I hope that you're here. Is that someone in the family?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, just
you never know.
checking.
I mean, I am
Okay.
from Michigan. You never know, man.
So Eric was asking, how far could we get up with one of the fourths? You're leaving 63 and you're adding a fourth. I think there's a possibility you could maybe get to 50. If you want to go above that, I think you're probably looking at having to add a secondary pick there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Ryan and I were talking a little bit before that I think there's a possibility the Chiefs enter day 3 without any 4th round picks. I think that there's a really a good possibility that they find somebody when it's getting close in that 50, maybe 50, a little bit in the 40s. You never really know with Brett Veach. He's going to look to move up and try to find a way he can make it work. But I really like what they're going to be able to do. So yeah, I think that's going to get you around to 50, 51, maybe 52, depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah, I can like that. Looks like the Steelers pick is in, folks. We're going to do a little quick time sync here, as suggested by Richard. Right now, we don't have a time on the clock, so I don't see the commissioner yet. When he comes and gets to the podium, we'll do a little sync up so we can all check that, Richard, and make sure that we know where we're at. If you guys would please refrain from talking about the picks until we bring it up on the stream. That way we're not giving it away to anybody in the chat who is waiting on us to hear from it. We don't want to ruin the picks for anyone. So in the meantime, Rifleman, who does Casey need the most next? OT, wide receiver, DT, or something else? And I'm hoping, as a defensive first guy, that I'm hoping that what we saw in taking Felix was a recognition that if the offensive talent isn't there, that you go defense, and this could turn out to be a defensive draft. I expect another edge in this draft at some point. But if I had to pick one position that I wanted to fill next, if the talent's there, it's offensive tackle for me.
Yeah, I understand that. And really this comes down to the run. Like what run is it going to be? Is it going to be that tackle run? Because I do believe the drop off at tackle is steep after the first 3, maybe 4 on this day. DeJuan Jones, Matthew Bergeron, Tyler Steen, and then we can talk about some of your other prospects, because I think Blake Freeland is a 3rd round grade pick. So those 3 guys, if they end up going early and they end up going quickly, the drop off is gone. And I don't think that the Chiefs wisely should take a tackle there. It should be more about wide receiver at that point for me.
And in what is very much a Steel City move, the Pittsburgh Steelers take in Joey Porter Jr. to join his father's previous franchise. I think it's a nice classic move, a tip to history, as well as a player that I think could have been taken last night had Kansas City, or even the Eagles needed a corner rather than a front player. So I like the concept there. I think that doesn't hurt the Chiefs at all. I don't think they needed to go corner until later in the draft to bolster depth rather than somebody that you want to try to get playing right away. I actually had Porter slightly higher than Felix on my board, but clearly the Chiefs did not. And that just tells you that threshold between the first and second rounds in this particular draft is not a very clear and delineated line. There's a lot that could come in here. I'm a little bit surprised that it's not something. I think they could have waited, traded down a couple of spots, and still gotten Joey Porter Jr. That's my only thing. Maybe they had that opportunity and just chose not to.
Maybe. And so, this does feel like the typical Steelers thing. Like they like a guy and they draft him. Like they go get them. A couple years ago, they went and got Devin Bush, even though hasn't been the best linebacker in the NFL, a little undersized, hasn't been able to do a ton that they wanted to. But they do like players that they like. And it's hard to say that, every team does that. He's got 36-inch arms almost. Yeah. Joey Porter Jr., he's got some huge tree trunks on his arms. So that's definitely something that they have needed. And, I had Joey Porter Jr. as a mid-second round pick. So I agree with you because I do think that they could have waited a little bit longer to get him, maybe look for someone trying to go up, get somebody else. But at the end of the day, you get your guy, and they went and got their guy. He's going to be a good player in that system for quite a long time, I think.
I have to agree. We're going to go back to Richard, and we're going to do a sync up. We are at 3 minutes right now, and that's where we are on the screen. We're using the ESPN feed on another source, and we're coming to 250 right now, and so that's where we're at. Hopefully that helps everybody understand where we're going, and I'm going to go back up to the top and get to your questions here. Chiefs Knicks fan, thank you, sir. Appreciate your support as always. Is Rice a good wide receiver for the Chiefs or Downs? I think both could work. I think Rice is the more complete player, and I think a guy that can play more than one role. Downs for me is a slot only that overlaps with where they want to line up Sky Moore in particular. So I'm a little bit hesitant to go there, and I have him lower down my board because of that fact.
No, I totally get that. I have Downs rated higher just because my board, it doesn't lean Chiefs related. It's all just based off of my grade. So I have Downs graded as an early second round pick. And he is going to be more of an only slot, especially in a place like Kansas City where, Andy Reid wants everyone to play everywhere. I think his hand usage is good enough to play on the outside because it's hard to touch him at the line of scrimmage. You see a lot of corners kind of try to get their hands on him, and he swipes him away, or he does, something else to either move his body out of the way. But fit wise, I think that Rashee Rice makes a lot more sense. Body type, yak ability. I think he's a better athlete for the size that he is. Again, you're asking a guy to play the X and the Z and the slot as well. It makes a lot of sense to be able to say, well, we have one guy here who can play all three positions, and it would probably be higher on their board for that reason as well. And again, he was also playing through a foot injury this past year, which you could knock him down boards, but it also could be the reason he wasn't as productive as many expected him to be this last year.
In terms of the athletic matrix, Josh Downs is wide receiver 6. Rashee Rice is wide receiver 5. So they're very close. There's not a dramatic difference. The big thing for me is the way that they're able to move. Both have good change of direction, but Downs is clearly ahead of him, whereas Rashee Rice has better explosive get off and generally has a bit better intermediate range as well. So I think that's the trade-off that you're making. A little more linear athlete. Looks like the Cardinals are trading out.
This might be for Will Levis because we have heard rumors that the Titans do not believe in Malik Willis. They don't have the faith in him. And if you're going to get yourself a quarterback on day 2 and Will Levis falls all the way out, I understand trying to get in front of, especially the Rams, who we talked about could be a spot for him. They're going to go ahead. We know that the Cardinals are trying to accumulate picks because they're such in I don't want to say dumpster fire, but they have not been very good organizationally. They're in a brand new transition. They're trying to rack up as many as they possibly can get. So, yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
I think we're going to see that happen right here. And, good for the Cardinals. Yeah. They made a couple of maneuvers to get some capital back. They have a long, long, long way to go. So any chance that they have in order to fix their organization, I think that's smart for them. What it does for the Titans is gives them another option. I don't know if it's a solution. I'm not ready to call it that at this point, but we will have an opportunity to see. The bigger problem for me is that this identifies that clearly the Malik Willis pick last season is thought to be an all-out failure at that point. If you're taking another quarterback now around higher, and clearly somebody that you're not making a trade up to get unless you feel he has a chance to compete. And that means, unfortunately, a negative reflection on Malik Willis himself.
Yeah, it's tough. I wasn't the highest on Malik Hooker. I think the league reflected that last year, waiting for it. But you're drafting a guy after a year, you pretty much put the fork in him. I wouldn't be willing to do that personally, because there's so many different things that can go into the offensive line in Tennessee last year was bad. He was actually forced to start because Ryan Tannehill got hurt a couple different times, so he was in spot starts. When you're doing that, trying to learn a brand new system coming out of Liberty, you don't have all of that offensive infrastructure and essentially the playbook to be able to make that transition seamlessly. So,
True.
I mean, I understand you think you might have something here that we're about to get the pick, but I have a hard time just giving up on someone you drafted last year.
I agree. And here it is, the 33rd pick is Will Levis.
There's Will Levis.
So they get that done. They have a quarterback in hand. Now they have competition. And I think maybe if nothing else, maybe it's not giving up on it. It's giving him somebody to push him.
Yeah.
And maybe that can do the trick. If you're a Tennessee Titans fan right now, I think you're pretty frustrated overall, unless you also agree that Willis was not the future and that you wanted another option. Let's see what happens. It's going to be an interesting OTA and training camp session to see what comes here. Although, at this point, we could have seen Levis fall farther. This is good for the Kansas City Chiefs, and there's one more player that gets pushed down a little bit farther, and I like that.
Exactly.
And that's, I think, comes to Chris's question here, is would we be upset if they traded up for a tight end? Clearly, the number one tight end on both of our boards is still available. So it would depend on the compensation and the cost that it took to do it. But we do see that there is first round, or at least in my case, very borderline first round talent in Michael Mayer. Not exactly a shiny pick, so to speak, because he is going to do more of the layman's work of he would immediately become tight end too, in my opinion. No offense to Jody Fortson or Noah Gray, because he can be on the field in 2 tight end sets and do the blocking. He can get things done in that fashion because he has that capability. I think that's an interesting twist. I know the league is going back towards the run in general. I don't know if Andy's following it all the way back is my problem.
I mean, all the way back, no, but I think he understood last year at times when they needed to grind out games and to win these football games, he turned to the run. And you saw that. And I think that them going back in this way of offensive line, they want to get back into their zone run scheme, a little bit more lean into it, open some cutback lanes for Isaiah Pacheco and get him going upfield, because when he's forced to move left and right, that's when you get to see his vision tends to be a little bit strenuous at times. He can miss some holes, but if you can sift him out and get on some outside zone moving and then get that very obvious cutback lane to let him cut and go, because he is best as a one cut and go running back. That really does allow them to do some more things with the running back room and get into their fits better for their entire run game. So I like it. And honestly, I think 34 right here would be one of the spots I'm worried about for Michael Mayer to go, because they do not have a tight end. They tried out a couple guys last year after they traded away TJ Hawkinson. And this is one of those spots I think that honestly to kind of correct their draft after yesterday, give a little course correction, get a very valuable player in the second round who, again, had a first round draft trade from me. Many thought was going to the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Many also thought that the Bills might have tried to trade up past the Cowboys to go get Michael Mayer. Ended up being Dalton Kincaid. But I think this is a spot we might see the tight end go right here.
In terms of other tight ends, Luke Schoonemaker and Luke Musgrave, I do have both of them in this round. We'll see if that comes to fruition, as the Lions are being announced right now.
Oh, they went Sam Laporta. I knew it was a tight end.
It was a tight end. Okay. So, hey, you got to enjoy that. Now, tell me about your thoughts on Sam Laporta.
That's a bit of a shock to me. I'll be very honest with you. Michael Mayer is turning into an extremely valuable pick right now, at least in my opinion. But Sam Laporta is a very good receiver. I think he might have been second to Dalton Kincaid as the receiving tight end in this class. And we're talking about overall pass catchers. He's an excellent pass catcher. I did have some concerns with his ball tracking consistency and hand usage at the catch point. I thought it was inconsistent, and you didn't really hear much about him. Obviously, Iowa's offense aside, he's not the best blocker, does have some effort there. He will block. I think he's a better move blocker. He's not going to do a ton in line, but if you're moving him around a lot, you're getting him in space to let him do what he does best, which is catch to attack. And then he does separate with speed against linebackers and safeties. All those things work in an offense that you're trying to create space. Jamison Williams is going to, when he comes back from his suspension, is going to stretch that field, and you're going to be able to use him, use Amon-Ra St. Brown and all the different receivers that they have, open up the middle of the field for a guy like Sam Laporta, who, again, might not be an every down player, but if he's playing in the slot, he could be out there all the time.
He could. And we got to remember that this is a head coach that was a tight end, coached tight ends, understands how to use them in a myriad of ways. My general thought process is that this looks like it's going to be athleticism first at the tight end position. Sam is athletic matrix number 5 at the tight end spot. Not as productive. He's coming off of an Iowa offense that we can talk a lot about at another day because we don't have time for that here. But graded out as number 5 in the tight end group for us as well. And I think at the end of the day, provides you a platform to take the next step forward. Is he going to come crushing down on blocks? Is he able to be an inline option? No. Much to Dan Campbell's chagrin, that's not going to work out very well.
He's not going to eat very many kneecaps.
But he does. That's very true. But he does give you options in your offense and another dimension that I think helps Goff in particular in the short area, because I think what's going to happen is you're going to find ways to get him matched up. The Raiders pick is in already.
The Raiders traded up.
Oh, they did.
They traded up. Yes, they did.
I missed that detail.
Yeah, they didn't show the trade up there, but yes, the Raiders have traded, and they are now on the clock, and they made the pick very, very quickly. So that might be Michael Mayer.
That could be.
That could be. They saw the tight end go, and, they lose Darren Waller. Foster Moreau was diagnosed with cancer this past offseason. Tight end's a little bit of a rough spot for them right now, so they could be going to get, Michael Mayer, which makes a lot of sense, especially for a team that does want to run the football a little bit more. And Michael Mayer will offer that to you. And, I think that might be exactly what we're seeing right now.
And Jimmy Garoppolo is not a young quarterback, but every quarterback can use a tight end. That's the quarterback's best friend as a position. So getting a tight end that you feel can take you the next step, that's important overall. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Now, Rob asked, are there chances of landing Mingo? I think that's certainly plausible. I don't think I have Mingo going until round 3. You have him much higher, right? Like in the top 50?
I have him as a fringe.
Oh, a fringe
third and a fringe second round pick. So I have him right on the back end of the second round, a top 63 type of player, which makes a lot of sense. He's a very refined. No, I wouldn't say very refined. Excuse me. That's not what I'm trying to say. He's not the most refined player, but he's a very good athlete, and he's a really good yak player. He's going to do a ton after the catch. He's a bit of an underrated guy with the ball away from his body as well. He does a lot with his arm length, and he's got really strong and big hands. I think that you can use those in the NFL. So he's going to be someone definitely I think the Chiefs can target at the end of this second round. They might have to trade up because there's been tons of buzz around Jonathan Mingo over the past 2 months, and I really do think that they might have to trade up if they want to get him.
Could very well be. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the question. Matthias, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat 2 days in a row. Another show for me on draft day. Let's go, RGR. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. And I know it's got to be late again, so cheers.
Yeah, right. There's a couple. We got a couple of foreign people living foreign that are staying up late. You guys are the real troopers here. We're staying up late American side, but y'all aren't sleeping at all.
Europeans, cheers. We appreciate you being with us. Cody, thank you for the support too, as well. Right. Here is the pick from the Raiders, and then we'll get to your question, Cody.
There it is.
There is the Michael Mayer selection. So now they have the target to go with Garoppolo in what is an offense, let's be real, that with Josh McDaniels running, he can see Gronkowski from if he squints in Michael Mayer. There's a possibility.
They did call him Baby Gronk. He did earn that nickname.
He doesn't look like Gronk as much as you do, but he plays like him. So I think there's a possibility that we're going to look at kind of a revival of the way that Gronk was used initially. You're going to see on the screen here, they're going to show some highlights. Doesn't quite move as well as Gronk, but He is a consistent player. He's a leader, captain down there. I think he's a guy that I would not compare him to Witten either. I don't know what the broadcast is doing, but that's fine. I do think that he has the well-rounded aspect to be somebody in that offense that you can base it on, both in the run and the pass. Give Garoppolo a safety valve that not only can protect him, but can actually give him somewhere to throw the ball. I think that's going to be important for Jimmy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about him being compared to Jason Witten. And while I can understand to an extent, because Jason Witten always just kind of figured out how to get open, and no one really understood to describe how. I think Michael Mayer offers some of that too. I see him more as Mark Andrews. They profile similarly athletically.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's an underrated athletic prospect. Personally, when you watch him move, he has a really good understanding of defenders where they're coming in. You see that he's not to Kelsey's extent, of course, as nobody is, but he does have a good way of changing his direction to an incoming defender. He also will just bowl somebody over. He's got no problems doing that. He's going to give you a ton of effort in the blocking department. He can be a move tight end. He can also line up in line. They did a ton of stuff with him at Notre Dame, being able to actually hand him the ball off on jet sweeps and just kind of pitching the ball in space. So he's a very versatile, unique athlete for his size. So I like the pick personally, and I'm upset that the Raiders made it.
That always works. You know, they did the right thing.
Yeah.
They frustrated not only us, but Chiefs Kingdom is out there at the draft, and they made some noise. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cody. We appreciate you. Thank you, Javante. Finally, the team is in the same room. Thank you. We appreciate that. And we will drop everything that we can for you. Something will grab us by surprise. I guarantee you. There'll be a name that I didn't watch this year. Hopefully, it won't be until the 7th round. We will definitely let you know that. Thanks for the support, Javante. Tactics, how are you? Thank you for your support. Do we really need a first-round DE? Branch for Juan. I mean, Branch has skills, yes. I think they're closer to line of scrimmage for me. I think they're closer to the nickel role than they are to the true free safety role. Although we've seen him back there and he is able to move around. I just don't see the playmaking ability at the back end as much as I do up at the front, whether it's in the nickel or like a robber safety type role.
Yeah, that's kind of the big knock on a lot of these safeties is that they don't have that free safety versatility, which is fine because I think today's NFL is really drifting towards two high safeties, not necessarily the cover 3 free safety where you have to be able to rotate and roam everywhere and get from sideline to sideline. So Brian Branch's value is much more closer to the line of scrimmage as a 2 high safety, but his most important asset is that he reads the offense like a book. He's a very instinctual and defensive studying kind of player. So everything that he does is based off of reading the quarterback, reading the offense, and he has really good change of direction as well. I think he's a good man coverage player. He can stick with tight ends. He's coming downhill to hit you as well. So he loves to deliver that hit stick. So I'm a fan of him, and I think that he's going to be a very good secondary safety, someone that you can throw in there and you never have to take off the field because he does everything well from a sound stability standpoint that you don't have to worry about whether he's playing too high or whether he's playing in the slot. He can just do it all for you.
You can move around. And I think that's really the way they're trained at Alabama is to be multiple. Yeah. And that's the way the league is going as well. Some defensive coordinators are more apt to it than others, but I do believe that's the general focus going forward across the league. I'm going to take a look at the board again here because I want to see where we're at. Thank you, Tactics. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
And as we look here, I do still have Hendon Hooker was a first-round grade on my board. I do still believe that he can be a leader because of his ceiling. Clearly, the team or the league themselves are a little bit more nervous about the injury or the age than I am. That's fine. The question is going to be is, does he still go before Tanner McKee, who I have in the middle of the 2nd round? We'll find that out. Then it's waiting on the wide receiver run. I think this tight end thing is good for the Kansas City Chiefs right now because it's putting them out and up front, and I think that's something they can reap the rewards of. What happens after that is going to be the question. I don't think there's going to be a linebacker run here anytime soon.
Yeah.
Now, we're on the clock at 36. Looks like the pick is in. We'll give it to you here in a second, but what that tells you is replacing weaponry on the offensive side ahead on day 2 is the primary goal for the teams up top. Does that sustain down through here? It should for the Rams.
Yeah, I think that we might actually see them come to get Hendon Hooker right now. It might be the pick on the board. We thought it might be Will Levis, but they might have been happy with either Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. So we're going to find out right now who that pick is.
Torrey Holt says it's going to be a
They
guard.
went Steve Avila.
They're going to set up the future. They're going to let
pick.
Steve come over.
Good pick.
Steve Avila is the best guard on my board, outside of Skoronski, who a lot of people had debate tackle versus guard. So I think this is a nice pick in terms of setting up your future. This is clearly 180 degrees on the F them pick strategy from a couple of seasons ago. This is reset and rebuild from the trenches out, and I think that's smart. Good for Les Snead. He ran with it when he could, and he learned when to pull back when he had to, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think that this, I was a little bit lower on him. I think he was my offensive guard 3. If this, Torrance, I have Torrance, Mock, and Avila, and then Avila. So that's how mine went. It's not a bad pick at all. There was talk that he could have snuck into the first round. So again, I went back and I watched him after watching him initially, and I got a little bit to an understanding of what everyone else is seeing. He was a little bit more fluid down the stretch than he was earlier in the season. I think that he played and honestly, losing the way they did to Georgia in the national championship game. But if you watch Steve Avila, he never gave up. He never threw in the towel. He was always trying to do everything he could to get that 1 extra yard for the running back or give his quarterback 1 extra second. I liked that a lot. And while it didn't bump him up in my board, I can definitely understand what teams value in that ability to be able to go out there, give it your all in a game that you're absolutely being crushed in. So it's a good pick because they're going to hopefully set up this for the future. Maybe they draft the quarterback next year, maybe later. But right now, the quarterback is Matthew Stafford coming off an injury. You make sure he's healthy, make sure he's safe so they can be the best team that they can be this year.
I agree with you there because maybe this isn't the class to invest in. Let's be real. If they can't get this turned around, picking 6 isn't going to be their problem. They're going to be higher than that.
Absolutely.
And this is a coming class that has at least 3 starting quarterbacks, in my opinion, right now, in Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Michael Penix, who I believe can be a starter day 1. Seahawks come in at 37 to take Derek Hall, straight line edge, brings a lot of thump. I think he can blitz from the off linebacker spot as well. You did a great write-up on him here on the channel, folks. You can see his film room. Dan really liked Derek Hall, and he's gonna go check him off right now. Derek Hall is, unfortunate, I think, for Chiefs fans, was a little bit off the radar due to the whole propensity of Auburn edges to not be what the Chiefs fans are looking for. But I do think that he's a guy that is athletic in a straight line. It's changing direction on him. So playing in Seattle, the Chiefs aren't going to see him too terribly often. I think they may actually be happy about that when it's said and done. I think he's a guy that can grow into a role. And if he can just be allowed to enhance what he already does, I think he's a guy that can make an impact.
And in Seattle, that's what he's going to be asked to do. Like, they are a physical brand of football. That pick makes a ton of sense for the kind of player that he is. Yeah, he's not the bendiest guy in the world, but guess what? He's going to run through you. He's going to long arm you, and he's going to do everything he can to get through that tackle. And there were times where, again, he did show off the cornering ability. You don't have to be able to bend as well as some of these bendy guys, especially if you're a power-based player. Speed to power. He does that as some of the best in this class, in my opinion. His get-off is underrated. Again, in my opinion, based off what I saw from him in his film at the Senior Bowl, I think his first step is among the best in this draft class at defensive end, and he generates speed to power extremely quickly. So I like what he's able to do. He's a very powerful player. I think in Seattle, that's a really, really nice fit for what he's going to be asked to do and just terrorize quarterbacks for the future. So when you guys thought last year about George Karlaftis coming out, he's relatively similar in terms of he doesn't have those inside counters. He's not the bendiest guy in the world, but he can corner. He can do that as well. So when you're able to do some of those things and you have that straight line power and athleticism to be able to generate all that, I think that you can be put in the best situation to succeed. And we see now with the Seattle Seahawks, their vision is to build that defense back up. And I think Derek Hall goes a lot higher than most people expected, but not me. That's almost exactly where I had him on my board. So I'm pretty happy with that.
We like that. Where did I have Hall? I'm gonna have to take a double check for him because I had him another 10 picks down, but certainly here on this day. So I think that's
and the Falcons
viable.
Traded up here.
Falcons come back up to 38 in order to take somebody that I think might live just down the street.
To the Colts.
We're gonna find out. I do like that kind of pairing. I think there's been a lot of hubbub made about the running game there. Let's see what happens next.
I'm excited.
I think at the end of the day, I think you want to get some balance if you're the Atlanta Falcons. And again, that's another selection. If they're going where I think they're going to, that's going to help the Kansas City
Well, where do you
Chiefs.
think they're going? We don't want to know.
I think they want Keion White. I think
Okay.
they've been very shy about it. I've heard from several sources in the agency community that there's some love there. Is that what happens here? I think it's a little early for him myself, but I'm a little low on guys. It happens.
And they got John Abram doing the announcement.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, there's
Okay.
Matthew Bergeron.
So they go with the guy that can play inside out, doubling back down on offense. And so now you have Drake, you have Kyle Pitts. This is all telling me no matter what, they are going to support Desmond Ridder. He is going to have his opportunity to be the man in Atlanta.
This is what we've seen teams do because the last couple of years. It's trying to build the team around the maybe bridge quarterback, the young quarterback, and if it doesn't work out, you are in a position next year to drop a quarterback in, whether it's trading a couple first-round picks up to go get a Caleb Williams or a Drake May, whoever it ends up being. The quarterback out of Florida State is also someone that I think might surprise people this next year. He did pretty well last year. I can't remember his name for the life of me, but regardless, I think that's a position that the Falcons are trying to put themselves in right now, and defense is not exactly on their mind right now. We're fair to say that
Evidently
they
not.
necessarily don't care.
I was hoping there was going to be some balance there, but evidently nobody's listening to me.
They are going straight all the way in on the offensive side of the football. So, I mean, do what you got to do. Support Desmond Ridder because, as I think he was yours as well, was our quarterback one last year in that draft class.
Adam too, but
So he was high on our boards. And, So, I'm pretty a big fan of this. And we'll see that they have their tackle situation kind of solidified. Personally, I still would have taken at 8 a tackle myself if I were the Falcons because I love Bijan Robinson. He might have been the second best player in this draft behind Will Anderson, maybe better than Will Anderson.
We'll see.
I don't know. We'll find out. But at the end of the day, the offensive line will be able to get more done for the running backs you put behind them, even if it's a lesser tier than a guy like Bijan Robinson, because Tyler Algier, who I thought was a 5th-round pick last year, ended up going in the 4th round, had a really nice season for them last year, and they can do a lot of things in that offense. So it makes a ton of sense. Solidify the offensive line inside or outside wherever he ends up playing. And Matthew Bergeron is going to be, I think, he could be an elite elite guard in the NFL with the right trajectory.
He could end up proving my point that you don't take running backs high.
Yeah, he very well could.
We'll see what happens. With Algier and whoever else, they're going to round out that room with, hey, well, let's see what happens. That's a discussion for another day. John Coy, thank you for your question. A bigger wide receiver or a tight end, if available? I think right now you have enough tight ends to go around the room and get your offense run. There's an ability to upgrade there if you're looking for a specific type. Blake Bell's on this roster specifically to block and carry the ball in a sneak situation. If you can get an athletic younger player that can fill that role, why not? But I personally would lead towards the wide receiver here because I do think there's more of a gap, certainly in type, if not volume, of wide receivers that can put on this roster right now and get something out of. Now, I think Sky Moore is a cautionary tale, not because of his performance, but how difficult it is to learn to read offense. And that's something we have to keep in mind no matter what the Chiefs bring in for pass catcher. The offense is a bear to get around.
And that's something that I was trying to warn not just Chiefs fans, but fantasy followers. Like people were really, really excited about Sky Moore taking off last year as a fantasy player. That just doesn't end up happening. And you have to factor in what it takes to work in the offense, to feel the offense, to figure it out. We saw the natural talent at times from Sky Moore last year. We also saw I don't know exactly where I'm supposed to be on the field. At times, we saw that with McCole Hardman, and he was in the offense for 4 years. It takes time to adjust. You have to not only learn the read offense, you have to know exactly where Patrick Mahomes wants you in relation to where you're technically supposed to be.
Right.
There is so much wiggle room and counters off of your routes based off of defensive coverage and leverage. Reading at the line of scrimmage, you could run one route and it'd be wrong based on the leverage that you think you're reading. That's why Travis Kelce is so good. He can literally do whatever he wants to because of what the coverage is giving him. And Patrick sees it because he sees it too. Once you start reading a defense like Patrick Mahomes at least kind of does, you get that ability in that sense. Get in the room with Travis Kelce. Figure out how he studies film. That's how you're going to best use your skill set to maximize it in this offense.
Agree. Everyone say hi to Seth because he's in the chat for some reason.
Yeah, what's up, Seth?
Yeah, okay. And yes.
I just saw the comment, so I figured I would just kind of, put it out there.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the comment. So
Right
hey.
there. Dan's got long enough arms.
Oh
for
yeah,
Andy Heck.
yeah, for sure. Andy Heck would love this kid. I'm telling you what. I didn't even read it. Thank you, Lil Caddy. I appreciate that
it,
comment.
Lil Caddy.
I'm losing it a little bit. Maybe I'm still falling behind from not hearing myself. I don't know. Hopefully you guys can hear us and we're still doing well.
It is a little different, right? You're not having to hear yourself back.
Cheese Knicks fan, thank you, sir, for the support. Appreciate you. Patriots did it again with Gonzalez. Hate them. I mean, it's like they're good at this or something. I don't know. Bill Belichick, 78 years old or whatever he is at this point, and the rumors of his retirement are surely, I think, going to continue to swirl over the next few years. If they figure out the quarterback position, look out.
Yeah,
because he might go for the record. That's all I'm going to say.
No matter what Ryan says, don't trust him. The quarterback for the future of the Patriots is not on their roster.
Oh, come on. No, actually, I do think Bailey Zappi is going to get traded away as a prospective starter,
okay.
And I think he can make that jump. Jonathan Stewart is at the podium making the Panthers next selection.
Oh, Jonathan Stewart. I love Jonathan Stewart when he was playing, man.
Dude, he still looks ready to roll out on the field.
He could absolutely do that. Put him in the CJ Anderson role from the Rams a few years back, man. Oh, there it is.
And there goes Mingo. Much higher than I think I am comfortable with. Over Cedric Tillman, over A.T. Perry, over Rashee Rice, over Jalen Hyatt. Jalen Hyatt, I think this might be signaling that the league is nowhere near as high as fans are on him. And maybe even I was a little high on him here at 55-ish for Jalen. He might be in for a wait. Yeah. Mingo brings the size, and I think more than anything, he brings upside. Yeah, because I don't think he's near a finished product right now.
Absolutely not.
But he shows flashes. They're going to put one here on the broadcast for you folks.
Oh yeah, when you watch his highlights, you're like, why was he not better? It also has to do with the fact that Ole Miss's offense is not exactly getting to everything you need to learn as a receiver.
This is going to be the year of Jackson Dart, though. I'm saying it right now.
Jackson Dart's not good. I'm sorry.
Come on. I think he can put it together.
Well, I never root for bad things to happen. I hope he does. I don't believe he's very good.
Okay.
But one thing that you saw from Jonathan Mingo that I think teams love, he lined up literally everywhere except for offensive line. Even then, he was an attached tight end at times playing in Ole Miss. He was in the backfield. He played running back. He played F tight end. He played on the line tight end. He played all the three receiver spots. He played as a quarterback at times too. He's so versatile, and that also does take a little bit away from his ability as a receiver. When you're asked to do so many different things in college, you're not going to be asked to do that in the NFL. Teams should not do that. Learn from the Percy Harvins and let them do the one thing they're good at. Don't make them running backs and wide receivers out of the backfield. Don't do it. Let them learn one role. But if you need to do some other things like Sky Moore, I would imagine he learned the route tree first.
Yeah.
And then they were like, okay, we'll experiment with you in the backfield a little bit. You notice he didn't really do much of that this last year. He did it in training camp, and everyone's like, oh, Sky Moore's going to be out of the backfield. Only happened like twice, okay? So it's best to really let them single in on what they're going to do. And Jonathan Mingo is a guy with a ton of upside, and the physical traits that he possesses are why he went at 39.
I think it's still a reach, in my opinion. I think it's too early at this point. I'm a little bit surprised, but Red Hood, you had it timed just about right. I do think Tillman in the second is viable. Wanya Morris is actually on the fourth round on my board. If they wanted to stretch a little bit to the third, I could live with that. I do think Blake Freeland's going to go in the third as well. So he, I think is solid there. Either way that they decide to go, I think the run is what's going to determine what they want to do. And now that Mingo's going, we saw a couple of tight ends. Now we see the first big X.
Yep.
If Tillman is off the board in the next 5 picks, I think they're going to have to start getting nervous there about what they're going to be able to find the wide receiver position.
Absolutely. And that might change their entire plans. That might change the plan of attack. There might not be an X anymore. It might just be pick the best wide receiver for your team. And that's fine.
And this goes back to Brett Veach's philosophy of setting the table so that you have no huge holes in the roster, so that if this does happen, you can go best player available and take the best guy on your board, period, based on your evaluation, not straying or forcing yourself into a positional pick or a pick of convenience. And I think that's important. Whiskey, thank you for your support. Hoping for a DT and a wide receiver tight end today. I think you're going to get one of your wishes, one way or the other, buddy. And I'm with you. Thank you, sir. Time Stacks, how do you guys feel about the pick last night? Personally, I loved it. I thought it was well timed, and I think it was still a solid pick. I had him just below the top of the second, so I had him as a 35 plus pick, and I think Felix is going to fit in. I think he's enthusiastic. I think having had so much contact with him, I think that does go farther down the line and making you feel like assured that he's going to perform the way that you want him to. The pick is in for the Saints at 40. They're coming up here right now. Just want to say, what's up, Brandon?
One more time for everyone in the chat. I've seen one person do this already twice, so they have been put in timeout. If you announce the picks before, we're all trying to keep this on the same page so we can talk about it. You will get put in timeout. And if you keep doing it, you will no longer be allowed to join and have fun with us here in Kansas City while this is happening. So
yeah,
what he said.
What he said.
Okay, so now at 40, Isaiah Foskey comes off the board. That's a solid pick. I had him right around the 50 mark, so it's a little bit early on mine, but seems every good player is getting pushed up here. I'm a little disquieted by the fact that both Derek Hall and Isaiah Foskey are off the board, but B.J. Ojulari is still there. I don't see those evaluations the same way I saw him higher. I think Foskey's a guy that's been criminally hurt by what he was asked to do. He's a team first guy. He's a captain. He was always asked to do something different. Like, I can't do a stream right 2 days in a row. You guys can obviously see that. Like, I don't know how he's able to function. But my favorite thing about Foskey is in this entire class, he is number one in the most important metric, in my opinion, is that when he gets pressure, he finishes and gets sacks. Number one in completion percentage on that. And I think that's important.
He is the Jonathan Mingo of the defensive ends. He was asked to do everything, play in space. You go ahead and cover this guy man-to-man. You drop into coverage. You play defensive tackle. You play linebacker. He was asked to do so many different things that he never specialized. But his natural gift as a pass rusher led to exactly what you're talking about, his ability to finish. Mm-hmm. That is what you can't really teach, I don't think. You can the grip strength he has, I think, is really, really underrated. The problem for me is that this was his move. Every time,
single long
and
arm.
every tackle was like, oh, okay, you're gonna long arm me. You figure that out. Like, go watch him against Matthew Bergeron. He got shut down. He didn't ever threaten him. He could not threaten Bergeron up the arc. And for those of you that are new to my saying, I say this all the time: up the arc. If you can't speed, get that first step explosion off and threaten and tackle up the arc, make them quickly get to their spot to use a counter on the inside. They will be able to pick apart, especially when you go right back to that long arm. So he does have some consistency issues and counters and being able to work with that. Most of it is due to the fact that he was asked to play too many things in college. And when you don't have that fundamental understanding of, I need to go to here, I need to set this up, I'm going to long arm, and I'm going to use that kind of fake and go underneath and go around. It doesn't always work the same way. So I'm excited that he did get drafted this high, because this was almost where I think Ryan and I both had it, maybe a little bit lower for me here. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's a reach. He's a really good developmental prospect who could end up starting for the next year.
I agree. And you need all those guys that you can get. What you're seeing building Kansas City is a rotation. And I think more and more teams are starting to understand that if you have either the rookie contract deal or you have a deal that significantly allows you to refund cap, like what the Mahomes deal does, is that it's about getting that rotation. As many players as you can put into a front to keep those guys fresh. That's what you're looking to do.
That's what we're seeing nowadays. Like, this is what every team kind of is going toward. It's not necessarily about having those two guys, and then it's everyone depth players. Look at the Raiders, who just took our guy that we weren't as high on, and Tyree Wilson. They have two pass rushers.
Yeah.
They have Chandler Jones and they have Max Crosby, but they drafted Tyree Wilson anyway. And it's a platoon thing. It's a platoon thing that you have to always have depth guys. All right. And the Eagles last year essentially had two defensive lines. They essentially had two defensive lines. So it's a lot of fun to watch how good, talented players are being asked to just do what they do best. And I'm a fan of that. And as much as I criticized the Jets last night for drafting Will McDonald a little bit higher, I understand it, because again, platoon. If he's a designated pass rusher, okay, that's the only reason I was like, that's the only reason I was like, okay.
And honestly, for the Raiders, like, they had to make that pick also because if they continued to work Max Crosby like that, you're going to shave not only games, but maybe years off of his career.
For
So
sure.
it's a protective measure from a franchise standpoint that I think is something they had to look at. Now, Jared has a great question. If the Chiefs board parallels your board, would the value be to stay at 63 or trade up in the third? And then trade up in the third. Sorry, I was putting those together. I think there can be value in both spots. It's going to depend here on what happens with the wide receivers and the tackles, in my opinion. Doesn't look like defensive interior is going super fast. Doesn't look like the corners are going super fast because all the teams realize there's plenty of guys here.
Exactly.
So I'm looking at those two positions in particular. And so it might be a slight trade up in both rounds, might be the best way to go. We're going to have to see how it comes out. But let's take a look at the board and what we have to work with right now. And I think really what you see here is still have Rasheed, obviously Hyatt. We have Tillman, who was probably our preferred guy in the second round, right? Downs, Perry. Mingo's the only one out of that group that's gone so far. So I think there's opportunity there. A little thinner without Bergeron around. DeJuan Jones is not a guy that I think fits in Kansas City at all. But Freeland, Daniels in the third, I think are going to be an option. They might have to go faster. They might either go at 63. You might have to trade up to get them if the run continues here, depending on what the Cardinals are about to do, because they are making the announcement right now.
All right. Give ourselves a little chance to take a breath here. And there it is.
And there goes BJ. So had him as a top 50 pick on my board all year long, quite honestly, since last season. And I think that this is well-deserved. Now, the interesting thing about what they're doing in Arizona is they're taking, I think, a path here. And I don't know if it's going to be sustainable depending on who's in this job role for that long. But they're supporting the other side of the ball. It's not necessarily all about the offense, right? What this pick does is it adds to my boy Cam from last year and Myjai Sanders from last year. So the departure of J.J. Watt is obviously, a karate chop to the throat. You can recover from that. Throwing bodies at edge helps. And they do run that hybrid 3-4. So BJ being a 3-4 outside linebacker, a little bit more than, say, Cam and Myjai is, that's a nice fit. You have 3 pass rushers, in my opinion, right now that are rookies or second-year guys. You're going to be able to throw at offensive lines and make them adapt.
And you don't have to play him like they play Cam.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to play at that 4-eye because he's not going to be able to. They can drop him down as that outside linebacker, and you're going to be able to get the best out of him because he is athletic enough to also drop into coverage if he needs to. You don't want him doing it all the time.
No.
Because you want him to rush off the edge. You want him to force, like you put him and Cam on the same side, pass rush when you go into that nickel, and guess what?
Make a choice.
Run. You run BJ up the arc, and then you say, hey, guess what? Your guard probably can't stop this guy, so we're going to have to do this. And that's one thing you saw probably last year is hit where Cam had to be an outside brusher on a tackle, maybe not his best ability, being able to use that. So you can make a tackle, make a choice here, go outside and stop BJ or stop inside.
Now, the Packers are very, very quick today, evidently. Might be in a hurry here to select somebody that can help.
Luke Musgrave.
They can help the quarterback is what I was just about to say, and they take Luke Musgrave. Oregon State. I have Schoonamaker just slightly over him, but I have Musgrave in the second round. This is a fit. Now, he's coming off of an injury. I felt like he made some solid catches at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
That's the only real glimpse that we saw of him through the process here that really gave you any kind of severe look at where he was. I think he's on the mend. I do think he's a guy that can do a little bit of everything. He ended up being passed a little bit by Schoonamaker in the Matrix, but if I look back at it, Musgrave is Matrix 3 overall. So he's a guy that can do a little bit of everything. Obviously, they're going to show you some highlights here against some suspect linebacker groups in the Pac-12, but what are you going to do? But I do think he's a guy that gives a number of options. Again, getting the young quarterback. I know Julian Love isn't exactly like young. Jordan Love, sorry about that. Yeah. Julian as well. Love you, buddy. But he's not exactly young, but he still needs a tight end to be a safety blanket. And I do think that's important. This allows that and gives you the dynamicism that now goes with Dubs, that goes with Christian Watson. And you've got a 3-prong attack right now that he can get the ball out and get gone.
It's a tough one for me. I did have him right here in the third, second
Yep.
rank. I had 4 tight ends clustered, like right after the 2 guys, Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid. And for those of you that are in the document right now, that's awesome. I'm glad you guys are keeping up with the draft board. But you can see here I have Luke Schoonmaker and Tucker Kraft, Darnell Washington, and Luke Musgrave all kind of boxed in right there. So when you have those guys with that ability, it's tough. And the one thing about Luke Musgrave is that there wasn't a ton of film on him.
Right.
Like we had to kind of take what we saw at the Senior Bowl and project that out. I think he did everything well except catching the football. I think he dropped a ton of balls at the Senior Bowl, and that is a question for a senior coming off of an injury who is a really high upside guy.
Yes.
It's hard to always just imagine that he's going to be able to hit that ceiling every single time you draft him. So yes, while they are betting on the upside, much like they did with Christian Watson last year, you have 2 guys now on your roster that may or may not work out. So it's a double-edged sword with that. And while I totally understand taking that upside chance, we'll see how it works out with Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure why we are looking at basketball right now.
Looks like we may have been preempted. We're gonna have to switch that over as we look live. But Ralph, do you want to address your point there? Everything's icing on the cake at this point. He said, take 3 KSU players and roll with it. I think what we're gonna do right now is take a couple of questions. Dan, if you'll handle that, I'm gonna check on this tech issue.
Yeah, of course. Excuse me. I appreciate you, Ralph. KC doesn't need anything. Everything is icing at the cake at this point. Yeah, you're right. I think we just talked about that. So I will pop over here and pull up here. KC Knicks fan, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh man, the Eagles don't know what to even say. I'm not entirely sure what that was for. Might be a little bit behind here, so I apologize. But again, thank you for your continued support. You're always in here showing us love and supporting the channel. Very much appreciated. I'm hopeful we can figure that out what that was. And if you're still in the chat looking at us, hook us up here so I can see exactly what you were talking about. That'd be fun. But again, appreciate you.
Okay, and so what we're just double checking now, folks.
Yeah,
We're latest selection. It is Joe Tippmann to the New York Jets, adding some interior support to help with that offensive line. That's important for them. Everything that you can put in front of Aaron Rodgers is important for the New York Jets right now. If they can run 12 linemen, I think that they would. Joe Tippmann is, I think, maybe the consensus interior offensive lineman, and particularly at center.
Was my interior offensive line one. He was my favorite coming out. And again, he was the center one. I think that most people had him as the best center in this class. He was so much fun to watch on tape. I loved watching what he was able to do. And the best part about him is that he's super smart. So he's going to come in and know exactly what he needs to do with a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's going to be a really good match made for him. They have everywhere else kind of figured out on the offensive line. They have their tackles. They have their guards. They all got injured last year. You drop in a center that's going to be able to do everything mentally wise, get everyone set up with their blocks properly, and relay that smartly back to Aaron Rodgers, and also communication back and forth. Aaron and him should have a really nice connection early.
I hope that can grow pretty quickly, because you don't have long with Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion. I don't think he's long for the Jets. So get what you can out of playing with that particular player. I had him a little bit lower, but I did have him as a second-round grade here. I had him right around 21. I had Cody Mock and Osiris Torrance as interior offensive linemen. They're higher. I did have him as center one, though. So I think this is fine value for the Jets, and I think the Colts coming up here is going to be – oh, wait, I might be behind. Did the Colts make their selection? No, their pick is in right now.
Oh, I just got the Chiefs Knicks fan comment about the Eagles draft so far. Yeah, they did a great job. They didn't. You're right. They had no idea what to say when the Lions didn't do what they should have done and pick the draft of the Lions that the Eagles had. So yeah, I'm right there with you, man.
You know, sometimes you just let teams do their own thing and stay out of the way. You get happy results.
Absolutely. All right, here. No, Jimmy, Ryan's not biased on the FAU because he's a KU fan. He understands.
Not at all.
Good players. He understands.
No, Felix was drafted exactly where I had him on my board, perfectly.
Yeah, you had him as a first-round pick?
No, I had him as the very first player in the second round, so it worked just fine. And not at all. I wouldn't hold that against him anyway, because I root for anybody to make their dream come true in making this league. I've seen plenty of guys fall short in that. So if you get there, I'm happy for you one way or the other.
Absolutely.
Now, it'd be great if we could get a couple Jayhawks here on some rosters later in the draft here, folks. But that aside, okay, let's see. Who are the top 5 tight ends ever? Thanks, Knicks fan. It's not Eric Stone Street. I'm going to tell you that. And it's not his brother Randy either. I mean, Tony's Tony.
Yeah.
Antonio Gates is Antonio Gates. I don't know. I have a tendency to go old school because I'm old. What do you have, youngster?
I want to hear it. I want to hear what you got.
I would put Gronk next myself.
Okay.
I would put him behind Gates and certainly behind Tony.
Okay.
And I'm only talking about guys that aren't in the league right now. So I'm not going to bring in Kelsey into this list yet.
Oh, really?
So if that's what y'all are looking for, I ain't doing it.
Well, that's fine because I will. I think Kelsey is already a top 5 tight end of all time. I don't think you can even argue on it, to be completely honest. I think Shannon Sharpe has said as much on their podcast. He's talked about it. And I think Gronk, while the conversation between Gronk and Kelsey is going to be what it is, I will still hold the same position that I have had. Travis Kelsey will go down as the greatest tight end ever. Rob Gronkowski's peak was the greatest we will ever see tight end position, in my opinion. Blocking, he was literally unstoppable, and there's nothing you could do in terms of throwing the ball to him. So I know that there's going to get a lot of ire from Chiefs fans on that, but
Tony Gonzalez!
Thank you.
The Peanut Gallery has chimed in Tony Gonzalez, who also is a top 5 tight end of all time. So yeah,
you better get that in pretty quick.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I do think that there's the problem with Gronk's play was that his longevity was derailed because of it. And as that happens, we get Julius Brents to the Colts right now at pick 44, which I'm
Wildcat number 2. There you go.
I'm a fan of that pick.
This is classic. We should have seen this coming, or those of us who did should have said it louder, because Chris Ballard likes a couple of things. He likes tenacity, he likes length, and he likes size. And that's exactly what Julius Brents brings across the board. Now, did he lose out to Quentin Johnson in a game? Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't have his best ball game. Had a solid season. I think these two meet in the pros. I think Brents wins this matchup.
I think he will, because he'll understand better what he's supposed to do. The first matchup against Johnson, I think he played much better than he did in the Big 12 championship game. I thought it was better the first time around. But Brents was more up and down. Actually, I think I literally have Julius Brents notes right in front of me. Yeah, he's a versatile player. I liked his hip movement, his change of direction, the short area movement, all those things, the length, the size of the NFL corners. And that's what you're looking for. They're trying to replace now Stephon Gilmore, who was traded to the Cowboys this offseason. So I think that while he's not going to be Stephon Gilmore, maybe not ever, he could be eventually, because he has that build, the makeup, the change of direction, decides to be able to stick as a man-covered corner. So I like that. This is interesting. We get a trade in division where the Lions traded up with the Packers. That's a very interesting trade. So let's wait here. The Lions also have the pick right in. So they picked at 34. Now they are picking at 45. Again, trying to, I guess, shore up the draft that they're having. I'm not entirely sure.
On running back, linebacker, tight end. It's got to be a guard, right? Because they're not going to take anything flashy that can actually help them, right?
That has to be right. That has to be next. That has to be next. Could be safety. Could be safety.
Round out your top 5 tight ends before I forget.
I already did.
Oh.
So we have the guys that everyone talks about. I would probably put Shannon Sharpe in there myself. I just, what he did was a little more today's age, and in a time where it wasn't always the tight end way to go. I think it's more, if he had played more in terms of passing attack offense, he'd be a lot closer to these guys in numbers. That's my own personal opinion. I do play style. And then I think Antonio Gates would just go in there. I don't have a huge studied about, I know people will argue Kellen Winslow. I would
put Kellen Winslow in there.
And I haven't watched enough of Kellen Winslow to know if he would be, and I'm, 31 years old. So
Stop reminding me.
I like to look at what some of these guys nowadays, because it's leaning more towards the offensive side, when, back a few years before I got into football, it was definitely more of a tight end his job is to punish and be a blocker. So
I don't know. I like Kellen. You can go back to Merlin Olsen if you want. I think there is an argument there. Obviously, eras are eras. I will say this about Shannon Sharpe. I like where you're coming from that. But Sterling is not the best Sharpe on a football field. So I think we all need to remember Sterling did his thing, and I think he did it better
Oh, really?
And
He was a better receiver.
I just want to make
As
that
a receiver?
distinction
Okay.
now. Nothing against Shannon. He might be worth that top 5 spot, but I think everybody forgets about Sterling a lot. And,
Was it
and I-
Sterling receiver though? Didn't he?
yeah,
it was a
yeah.
receiver, okay.
He had a stenosis of the neck, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
ended his career
He
early.
did.
And I think he could have been in this conversation down the line in his position. Seth Kaiser is in here.
He
He's
was.
still on vacation, folks. So give him a hand because he's just trying to taunt me now, and I appreciate that, Seth. Thank you. Maybe we'll get him to join in here at some point while he's traveling back from his exotic locales. I think Sun has maybe gotten to Seth's brain a little bit. We'll see what
Maybe a little bit.
see what else he's got here in this chat. And that's why Little Caddy was saying he's not even in the north. That's exactly correct.
That's true.
Let's see, Dub Freak. I'm not sure what that means, but I hope it has something to do with dancing. Do you think that we could use our 4th round picks to trade up? Thanks for all the coverage. Big love from the UK. Well, cheers to you all
Appreciate
in the UK. And I think that's exactly what Dan and I were talking about earlier is maybe one, maybe both.
Yeah.
To try to move from that 4th that does have some value. It's the second most densely packed round on my board. And I do think that they can move out of that with one or both and move up these next 2 selections. I don't think the Chiefs are panicked, though. If they're looking for tackle that fits their mold, if they're looking for wide receivers that step outside of what they already have, I think they still have plenty of options here. So I don't know that there's a panic to move up yet.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think that they showed that yesterday.
Yep.
They did try to move up, but they didn't let it impact their plan. They were like, okay, we're going to end up being at 31, and we're going to take the best player on our board, which was Felix. I think they're going to do the same thing here. They're going to look to move up. If teams want too much, they're not going to go ahead and give away too much to go do something that teams feel like they have to do. They're not in a position where anything is so much of a need that they have to sacrifice too much in draft capital to go get it.
I'm really interested to see what the Lions are doing here because they've been active. It
Quite
just
active.
This feels like a Dorse draft more than a Campbell draft.
It does,
at
doesn't
this
it? It has a
point.
ton of John Dorsey
It does,
in it, doesn't
and
it? Wasn't he in Detroit?
He is in
As-
Detroit.
oh, he
He's a
is,
senior
okay.
advisor
That's what I
still.
thought, okay.
Yeah, like I'm starting to get some vibes here, folks. Everybody say hello, 900 you in the chat on day 2. I know day 2 is always
What's
kind of
up?
a bummer because you got to wait around. That's what happens when you win Super Bowls, folks.
I love it, y'all.
Enjoy it. Yeah.
900.
Dub Freak, thank you again for your support. Appreciate you. Kaizen, I'm sorry I'm late, but it's been asked. If Darnell is at 63 and 95, do you take him? I could see taking him at 95. I wouldn't take him at 63.
Would
I
not.
think he's got a long developmental role in front of him.
I tweeted this out before the draft about a week ago. He could be a great tight end in the league. He also might end up being a tackle.
Yeah.
That's a very real outcome, and that's not a slight to him. It's not. He's an excellent blocker. He just could end up being a tackle.
Could very well happen. It could happen right now. I don't know. Lions' pick is in. Let's see what happens.
And there it is. I was right. It's a
Hey,
safety.
there you go.
Safety / slot corner. But this is a very interesting draft that we're seeing from the Detroit Lions. Running back, linebacker, and then I already forgot who they drafted in the second round. Laporta, and they get a slot receiving tight end and a slot corner in Brian Branch. This is an interesting draft because while they do need corner help, and he's probably going to play slot and safety for him. He's an excellent slot. We talked about that already, and
he looks really happy too. Kudos for Brian Branch. I believe he's the last guy in the green room. It was him and Levis, right?
Levis was there, yeah.
So kudos to him. He kept it together. He doesn't look extremely enthusiastic, but he doesn't look broken either. So that's a tough job to do on day 2. I can understand where he's
I
coming
know
from.
Keon White was invited as well. Have you been selected?
He has not, and I didn't know if he actually showed it.
I don't know if he showed up for today. I know he was.
But cheers to him. Let's see. Let's get back into the questions before I fall behind because you guys know how I do.
We should put this up now just so that we don't lose it. Because by the time it gets up, it probably will be.
Go for it.
I can't remember.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Dang it. Folks, we are definitely getting used to the whole being in the same room
It's a
thing.
little different, yeah.
So it's
This
Niles.
one right here. No, shipwrecked.
Do the thing.
Do the
What
thing
the
with the
thing?
stuff. That's
With
what I
the
keep
stuff.
saying. Dan should do the lottery tonight based on the picks so
Yeah,
far.
we're having a nice time. We're getting the positions right at least. So we're talking about if I'm doing the lottery, I'm winning like $2, not the whole thing. Where we're doing just enough to get the minimum, right? That's what that is.
Oh, DC Jayhawk, thank you. Someone went home last night, but it was Levis and
Interesting.
Keon. Okay, so let's Yeah, interesting.
Well, Will Levis came back today. He was there.
Yeah,
There
Good for
was a
him.
rumor flying around that he wasn't going to show up today.
yeah.
So
Let's see, Tracy. Thank you for your comment. Been listening while watching, and you two are way better to listen to.
glad.
Thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Let's see. We're on to Brett's question. Best option of the Chiefs at wide receiver. They'll make enough impact for another championship. Who do you just fit to walk in and add a different dimension and impact to the offense? Who you at?
So we've talked to Cedric Tillman to death. So we'll stay off Cedric Tillman for a while. I believe at this point it would be Jaden Reed. I think Jaden Reed's impact, because not only is he going to come and impact the wide receiver room, he is a returner, a special teams player. Those are glue guys, and we know that the Chiefs love their glue guys. They love them some special teams players and guys that can contribute. And I also think that not only is he going to do that, he's a very good route runner and understands defense. He's not going to be the speedy guy. Like, he's not going to blow by guys, but I think understanding he can threaten enough. And that's something you need to be able to do in the NFL. You have to be able to threaten a cornerback to flip their hips. If you can burst that 10 yards, you can make them fall back, say, okay, he's going deep. That's one thing that he does well. He manipulates. He can all that stem manipulation with his head. Focused, straight. You don't know if he's going right, going left, going straight, coming back. You have no idea. And I love what he's able to do from that regard. So I think Jaden Reed would act as a very good come in floor player as a wide receiver that does have some upside and growth when you learn as much as you're going to learn in Andy Reid's offense.
Okay. Everybody knows how I feel about A.T. Perry. His body manipulation, I think, is elite in this class. And all the things that you've seen Demarcus Robinson do over the years in adjusting to Patrick's passes, I think A.T. Perry can do that in spades, and if not more. The other guy that I don't think we've talked about this whole cycle enough, that Jim Nagy blew up the other day, is Michael Wilson.
Yes,
and I liked him when
true.
we were
Very
there.
right.
But I wasn't at the Senior Bowl as long as
Yeah.
you were, so I didn't get to see the full practices. And so I've been a little bit reluctant to really like hype him up, because I think he, Tanner McKee, even Elijah Higgins to an extent were really the core of what they had going on there. They didn't have a whole lot of support.
No.
So it's difficult to gauge the jump based on that kind of performance.
It's also difficult to gauge after the injuries that he's dealt with. His career has been chock full of them, and you can be the most talented wide receiver in the NFL. Like, I won't say that he was. Sammy Watkins was not one of the most talented receivers in the NFL, but he was a very good receiver early out. Injuries derailed his career, just completely derailed them.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at early on from Michael Wilson, who is a very good receiver. He can do a ton of things. He's manipulation. He has the speed, the size, the hands. He has all of the things that you would want to make you successful. He hasn't been able to stay on the field. So I would love for them to be able to get his body right. But if you're drafting him, you have Kadarius Toney on the roster. That puts you in a bind.
That's two question marks
unfortunately.
every week, no matter what.
You never know.
Jack Ledge, thank you for your support. Looks like the Patriots are
This
making
is
a
a
selection.
Patriots pick,
And
right
there goes
here.
Keon White.
This is it.
So what does Bill Belichick get here? He gets an inside-outside player, a guy that clearly looks like he's going to have something to prove when he gets into this
Absolutely.
league. I like Keon personally better as a tackle. We talked about this with Damian
Yes,
Person at
we
one
did.
point. And everybody feels that he can play outside. I like him better inside. I think he's more explosive. He can use his length and he uses quickness inside. Bill Belichick doesn't care.
Yeah.
He'll put him anywhere along that front. He'll move him around. He'll find whatever the weakness is that week, and he will use Keon White to exploit it. And I think that's a smart move. Bill Belichick, being Bill Belichick, the 285 player that can be end, can be tackle, can be nose if he has to. He can do it all. And I think that's just one more thing that I'm going to be shaking my head about next season.
It is. And one thing that Keon White did last year was play 4-eye. We talk a lot about it. It's because a ton of these players were playing inside more than they probably should have been. Georgia Tech didn't have a ton of run stoppers in college last year. So they asked Keon White to play more inside as a run stuffing player. And I think that took away from his impact as a pass rusher, because you saw him every time I was watching this film, I was like, okay, that's a good double team take on. It's a good point of attack strength, and then gets to a pass rush and he's tired and he can't do it. So you have I think there's some conditioning concerns there. He's maybe a little bit overweight. I don't know. Maybe what was he at 270-ish at the when he weighed in at the combine? Maybe, I don't know.
I think it was 284.
284. So
Yeah.
that's so yes, I would say a little bit of a weight concern there for someone who probably should be playing around 270. So yeah, I definitely think that there's tools there. I don't think he's the athlete that many do personally. But again, 4-eye defensive tackle type of defensive end, I'm all on board with that. And in New England, they're going to use him extremely well. And we have the Washington Commanders pick at 47. Jartavius Martin, safety out of Illinois. The Illinois Fighting Illini corner safety room has honestly, coming into this draft cycle, I didn't know how many guys they had that were going to go on day 2. There are tons. They were stacked at corner and safety this past year. So talk to us about Jartavius Martin and how you think he's going to be utilized in the NFL.
He's a guy that can do a little bit of everything. I do like him in man. He can play inside. He can play outside. He is quintessentially an Illini player that we're talking about here. Is that he's undersized. He isn't great at length. When I look him up and I'm just double checking his actual score in the matrix, he came in well, but it wasn't elite. And I think that's something that when he gets tested in the league, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And for some reason, he's not going to get found because that's the way my day is going, folks. But I do think that he has the ability, I think, to be a jack of all trades. Will he be able to be elite in any of them? That's going to be my question long term. I'm not so certain.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be something that he's going to have to find his niche. He's going to have to take advantage of it when he can. And back and forth, you get there. And that's why, because he's listed as a safety on my board, and that's why. He is, for the safeties, a guy that was very, very productive. He is more athletic than productive as a safety. When you put him into the roster as a corner, that athleticism fades quite dramatically, to tell you the truth. What did he come in at? He's 5'11" even. So solid size, but not elite. We're not talking about any of the big players that are going in this draft or last year's draft. So he's got to kind of combat that. The problem is he plays really physical.
Yeah.
And when you're only 194 pounds and you're throwing your body around like you're 220, things that break sometimes become you. And that's going to be the problem.
You saw that with Illinois secondary members. They were very eager to get involved in whatever they're doing. When they commit to it, they commit to it. I even wrote down eager to turn and run. He wants to commit to turning and running as a slot corner. When you're getting beat across your face in man coverage, that's not the best place to be. So I do like him as a versatile player, but we're going to kind of see what he turns into, because slot corner might not be his forte. He might have to be a too high safety.
He may. I had him low. I had him in the 60 to 63 range in this round. So it's a little bit early. We're at half point of this second round, halfway to the Chiefs selection as well. And I thought he was a guy that probably should go down where the Chiefs were about to pick. Didn't make it that far. So we're going to see what happens next. Jack Litch, thank you for your support. We appreciate you being here, buddy. And yes, Red Royce, is D-Hop still a possibility? Any moment that he's not on somebody else's roster, he's still a possibility. But any moment that he's not traded is a moment closer to getting released. And that's where I think the magic happens for Kansas City. I don't think they're going to trade for him unless it is clearly stated that the Arizona Cardinals are going to pay the bulk of that freight in his salary for next season. Excuse me.
I want to thank you. Where is it? Someone who was keeping me on my toes here. I did have one of my guys that I didn't line up in blue. So let me see. Red Royce, thank you for keeping up on the draft board, keep me honest, to keep me updated here so that we're all moving direction. I appreciate that. So, Cody Mauch now to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I had Cody Mauch as my interior offensive lineman 3. I do think that he can play tackle, but I think that his best is going to be inside, whether it's guard or center, because I do think his versatility showed up on tape and also at the Senior Bowl. They had him play tackle, they had him play guard, they had him play center and take some snaps there too. So they're gonna figure out what he's best at. But right now, Tampa Bay just needs offensive linemen. Yeah. They desperately need offensive linemen. So you take somebody who can play all 3 positions. I think that's a good start to fix your problems there.
Yeah, I think that's a way that you can then force the next thing. I mean, everyone's gonna love the gap tooth look here. But he's Alex Jensen 2.0. I think he has that level of nasty. I think he has that level of Jensen. Ryan Jensen. Did I say Alex?
You said Alex.
All right. So I went to high school with a guy named Alex Jensen. And so that's been a slip up for Ryan's entire career. I have said that. So apologies, Ryan. But yeah, there's more than just the red hair relationship there. There's also the play style. And I think that is coming back into vogue a little bit more when you are burying dudes and you're making that point, and the film every week says, I'm going to hurt you if I get the chance.
Yes.
I think that goes a long way.
It does. And when you think, at least for me, the first thing I think about when I see gap tooth is hockey players. Okay, that is. And hockey players are, at least in my opinion, known to be among the most and the toughest the toughest athletes coming back. You hear about stories about guys that get their faces cut by skates on the ice. They come back the very next period to play. Somebody died on the sideline for like a few seconds, and then they resuscitate him. They bring him back, and he wants to go back in the game. Like, did this kind of stuff happen? So I think of Cody Mock, and I think this guy, I think he did play hockey at one point in his childhood and basketball. He's a football player now. That's the kind of mentality that you want to set in the offensive line. So I do like that. It makes a lot of sense. And again, he's a good player. I did have a second-round grade on him, so this all makes a ton of sense. And again, he has the versatility. So you can figure out what you're going to be able to use him best at and then put him there, let him go. I think that he could end up being a top 5 center in the NFL if they let him play center, and that's what they need. So we'll kind of see how it ends up working out for him there.
I like it. I think we're going to flip over to your board because I keep forgetting to do that.
Yeah.
And here's where you've got him lined up. Tippmann, Mock, Avila, all have gone recently.
Yet.
No?
Let's refresh really quickly because, we want to see updated blue names here. If it will update. There we go. There we go. Oh, maybe not.
Or not.
It took all my blue away. All my blue is gone. Whatever. That's
Okay.
fine.
Just share it over there.
I can't.
Sure you can.
No, I can't.
No? Oh.
I'm not in the show because then it would be 2 screens, one with nothing there. That's why we did it this way.
Try to present anyway. So thank you, Super Squid. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you. We're definitely working through this being in the same studio today. It's an ongoing process mostly.
We will figure it out.
Luckily, we have some good support, and we appreciate you guys burning through it with us today. And thank you for your support, Squid. PK, hi, guys. Any chance of Felix being a rookie of the year? Honestly, it's about what happens between today and week 6.
Yeah.
If he can get off to a tough start and make some plays early, and that's all going to come from what George Karlaftis can show him, what Charles Menahue can show him. Because there's not any other veterans really there that are going to help him a ton. Chris Jones can help some, but he's not a true edge. And I think that's the big thing is the Felix has to move all the way out to edge. Not just a 5. It's got to be a 6 shoulder. It's got to be a 7. It's got to be a wide 9. And I think in those passing down situations, I think Menahue can come inside, and I think he can go to a wide stance. I think that's something they have to try, and I think they're looking forward to. Yeah. If he can get off to a hot start, he has a chance. Everybody does, PK.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is that the pass rush moves are there. We know defensive player of the year or defensive rookie of the year players, guys that are going to do that, have to be able to sack the quarterback, and he has all the moves to be able to do that. So, yeah, I think it's maybe not within his realm of, like, guarantees or possibilities, but I think that he could be a very productive player year 1. So we see here the Pittsburgh Steelers select another very Pittsburgh Steeler player. It's like the Ravens and the Steelers have this really good history of picking players that they know will fit well in what they do. And Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin is an absolute hoss. He is a very fun player. He is powerful. He showed a lot of pass rush acumen at the Senior Bowl. That's what people have been talking about for the past couple of months. While he didn't show it a ton at Wisconsin, you saw the short area quickness in the way he can still get upfield as a run defender that should be able to translate to a pass rush role. He's just so difficult to move. Even at double teams, he can anchor extremely well. He's a powerful guy. He's definitely really, really hard to move. So this pick, it makes a ton of sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
For the interior defensive line group, he's number 10 in short area quickness. Yeah. And that's what it comes to when you're playing inside the booth and you're trying to penetrate gaps. That's what he does. When you look at his production, 7th in the class in pressure production. That goes from getting into those gap holes. But this is the best part. Yes, he creates pressures. He finishes. He's number 2 in the class in converting those pressures into sacks. And that's where you get home. That makes the impact.
All right, now we got the Packers selection coming in, and I'm trying to figure this out. I can't figure it out for the life of me.
Yeah, that's interesting because that one was mine.
Yeah, no, this one is too.
Oh, they're everywhere. Okay.
Oh, there it is. No,
and
no, the Packers. What are you doing to me? Jaden Reed's my guy.
I'm not saying a word. You take this and roll.
Oh my goodness, guys. It just shows you it takes one team to fall in love with you. And Jaden Reed is the guy that I absolutely loved. I would have loved for the Chiefs to draft him. And a lot of people didn't have him as a second round player. I don't even know if I did.
I didn't have him as a second round.
Let me pull him up on my board here because I had Jaden Reed still as a third round pick.
As did I.
Like high third round. I got no problem with going in the second because on film, I think that's how good he is. Man, I'm so heartbroken right now.
I'm sorry, buddy.
So I do see a couple people in here announcing the pick before it comes up. Please try not to do that. I don't want to put you in timeout, but I will.
And so here we are. You can see Dan's board now has
Hey,
been
we got
updated.
blue. There we go.
Jaden Reed down here below
It's not up there.
Mingo. Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
Oh, okay. I
They
think
can see your board. I will take. Thank you, PK. We appreciate your support. I'm
Thank
just
you,
going to get out of the way a little bit so we can see the bottom here. And so we both still have Cedric Tillman on the board higher than we are now. Dan had Josh Downs up there a little bit more. I do think I'm still lower on him. I have him in the third. So still some options coming up as the Dolphins get up onto the stage and are making the selection. Now we'll see where that comes next.
it's interesting too because the league seems to be down on the X's.
Yes,
The guys that
very much
profile
so.
as the X, and they want the guys that are short area and at least good at route running. So that makes some sense. I really think the league is gearing towards more route running receivers, be able to get open and take advantage of the space in the zone you're going to get. Makes a lot of sense. You have guys that can understand how to do that. So yeah, I get it. You don't want to teach X's how to do it. So, okay. Let's
Well,
see
it
what the-
is copycat league. They say that for a reason.
Ah.
Cam Smith goes off the board, the South Carolina corner. I think this is a nice spot for him, to tell you the truth. I got to
Yeah.
double check my board. But I do believe that I had him in this range, and I did. I had him right around the 50 mark, and we're at 51, so I'm feeling pretty good about that spot.
Yeah, that's pretty close to where I had him too. Like we're right around here at the middle-ish of the second round. So
Mhm.
Ryan and I are both on the same page there with Cam Smith. He was still my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th corner in this draft class. And so tells you how stacked the corner class really was, especially in that middle, that second round grades that I had. And it's still not even the guy that is my third corner going off the board, and Keely Ringo, which is an interesting dynamic, but he is more scheme specific. I think that Cam Smith can play zone. He can play man. He has good ball skills. I don't think he has the best ball skills in the class, but I didn't get a ton of film on him either. So I have an asterisk next to his name because I didn't get, enough. But based off of everything that I saw, I decided that I should put him in the second round based off of all that alone. So yeah, and he has a guy that played across from him and is probably going to get drafted.
Yes,
Tomorrow,
I think we're going to.
maybe early tomorrow, maybe later today.
I was going
don't
to say,
know.
I think he goes tonight before
Yeah.
it's all said and done. That is going to be Darius Rush, folks. We will
Yeah.
update you when he gets there. Seahawks are on the clock. They're about to make the announcement here. But for Super Squid, thank you again for another super chat. Living in Boise, any chance that they at landing Skinner? Skinner is high on my board. Like I'm bigger on Skinner than most people are. I think there is definitely a possibility. The problem is, where do I have him? I want to say he's squarely in the middle of round 3. I don't think the Chiefs can do that, a safety in the top 3. So I do think it's going to take a bit. He could slip, and if he did, I think that he's worth pursuing. Now, the really interesting pick is
That's a shocker to me.
that is a bit of a shocker, given Ken Walker exists and is a living person in Seattle in the Seahawks locker room. They just took my number 3 running back
Mine as well.
in Zach Charbonnet. And that is that like a thunder and lightning kind of thing to you? Because that's what it feels like to me.
It has to be, right? They had the Thunder and Lightning last year when Rashad Penny was in Seattle, but now Rashad Penny is an Eagle. So we're kind of seeing again that dynamic that we've talked about all offseason about NFL running back room being more of a 2-3 horse race, and you need guys to sustain longevity.
Yes.
Kenneth Walker, he was my number 1 back last year.
Mhm.
I believe he's an excellent running back. I have Zach Charbonnet, exactly like you, as my running back 3 in this class, but he is not going to do the things that Kenneth Walker does.
He's going to do the other things.
pass block. He is going to pull you over.
He's going to use this
and
right
he's
here.
going to run. He can block, run, and pass block. I think you might even see these guys on the field at the same time next year in Seattle. Even though they took Jackson Smith and Jigba, they have Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. I like the pick. It's a little head scratching again, only because they have Kenneth Walker. You don't necessarily have to draft these guys in the second round. I think back-to-back years to be able to do that. But in terms of talent on their offense, Geno Smith has almost no reason not to succeed anymore, as he showed last year that I think he's a very good quarterback. So I'm very interested to see what happens there.
There's two things about this pick. One is that you never know what Pete Carroll's going to do, and John Schneider's right there with him. You know, they're two peas in a pod in terms of doing things that nobody is expecting. And unfortunately, I think this also could be signifying that maybe Kenneth Walker is not going to be back to full strength this season.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, he was hurt. I wanted to say closer to mid than late season, in my opinion, but we'll have to see what comes of it. So keep an eye on that. Thomas Reagan, I'm sorry. Clearly, I talked too much, and we didn't get to Keanu Benton before he was selected. But how far would you go up for him? I wasn't prepared to go up for him. I do like the player, but I wasn't going to trade up for Keanu Benton. That is not a loss for the Chiefs, in my opinion.
No, I don't think so either. There's defensive tackles later in this draft that will help them with need-based things. They don't need a guy who's going to be trying to become, I think, like Chris Jones. I don't think that's their goal right now. Is their goal to keep Chris Jones in Kansas City and facilitate everything outside of him. Yes, exactly. Knock on that wood.
Jimmy, thank you for your super chat and your support. We appreciate you.
you,
Let's make our defense a top 10 defense. I like that plan.
Yeah.
Make a move each. Draft Benton, or a top safety or corner. I think there's still corner talent out here that I do like. I don't think they need to go to it.
Mhm.
And I don't think the way that this is falling, they're going to. Because I don't feel the impetus here. But you still have, I know you like DJ Turner. You ought to.
I do.
I think that's a guy that slides into the nickel and allows everybody else to play maybe their more natural position. Keely Ringo, honestly, I can't even see him going to safety eventually. There's enough there, but he's falling down. He was a guy that was at one point the consensus best corner in this class. So I do think that the teams were there as well. It's not like it was just the analysts. I do think there's some concept there, but at the end of the day, I don't think I'm going that direction for either of those guys yet or at 63. I think the Chiefs need to get done what they need to get done. And luckily, it has been very, very quiet, dare I say, at the offensive tackle position.
Yeah, Matthew Bergeron, and then nothing else.
You know,
again, there's
Juwan Jones is still lurking out there. Somebody's going to take him. It ought to be the Bears right now who are on the clock because
no,
you don't think so?
No, right. He's their right tackle.
Oh,
they don't need a right tackle.
So they needed to get the position taken care of. They did.
Exactly. That's all that matters, right? You get the pick and you do it. So I think we're seeing attitude.
Yes,
impact Juwan Jones' draft stock. I think that's the biggest thing. Also, he did not weigh in at his pro day. Okay. He weighed in at the combine, and then he said, I'm going to keep eating, and I'm going to keep eating, and I'm going to keep eating, and I'm not going to do it at my pro day. So that's another thing. Also, teams, I was, from what I understand, teams did not like that he showed up for one practice of the Senior Bowl and then left. And he was like, I don't need to do this anymore. Much like they were turned off by Will Levis not showing up at the Senior Bowl where he could have improved his draft stock.
Right.
He decided not to. So attitude does matter, and NFL organizations and teams, GMs will all take that into consideration.
And they have to. That's their job.
Yeah.
And, you know, at the end, Red is asking, what's the best fit at wide receiver and offensive tackle right now on the board? And going back to what you were saying about wide receivers before, the league's a copycat league, and I think they're all trying to take the short area quickness derived guys, not necessarily the route runners or the X's, because right now they've seen the success that, quite frankly, the Chiefs have had.
Yeah.
Based on Tyreek Hill a couple of years ago, but also keep moving forward in what the Chiefs are trying to do with Tony.
Yeah.
With more. I do think it's time for the Chiefs to zag when everybody else is zinging. And that comes to the best fit right now. I still like at the top of the group here, Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Because I think he can do a little bit of everything. Now, he's not an X. He can be, but he's not like a 6'2" kind of guy. What is he, 6'125"? Something like that. If I remember correctly, I'm going to double check that before I just talk out both sides of my mouth, because you never know what I'm going to say next. He's 6'1" even, 6'0", so a little bit of size, but not a true X type body. There's Cedric Tillman. We've talked about him. Perry Downs. Later on the day, there's Wilson. There's Landers. I think is interesting, and Trey Palmer that I think a lot of folks in Kansas City like because he's close in Nebraska. So there's still some options there. Tackle, best available for fit. I think right now is probably going to be one of this group in Blake Freeland, Braden Daniels. I have them both on day 2, and then Warren McClendon and Wanya Morris, along with Jalen Duncan on day 3.
I have Tyler Steen.
Do you?
You have him
I
as
just
the
don't.
interior, don't you?
No, I do have him as tackle.
Okay.
I do have him as a round 3 guy with those guys. I just don't feel he fits the zone as much. I don't think he's a Kansas City fit as much.
I get it. His length isn't there either, so that would deter them. I just like his hand usage, and I liked his ability there. So,
well, the Bears like what you're doing because they took your guy.
Gervin Dexter, yeah, that's a guy that could be Chris Jones. He has all the talent to be Chris Jones, but that's the thing. With
All
these
the talent to be Chris
I
Jones?
believe that
Really?
he has all the talent.
Okay.
The get off is
Hot
not
take.
there. It is a hot
That is
take.
a hot take.
Yeah, but that's what we do here. We want it. We
hot
want
in this
people
hot
to do
tub.
that. The problem with Gervin Dexter is that his get off is almost non-existent. The 1 to 2 plays that he puts together, he's like, yeah, this dude could have some of the highest upside as defensive tackle that we've seen recently. But
That's
also,
interesting. Tyler's saying that the screen at the draft just said that the Chiefs traded up.
they have traded up with the Detroit Lions at 55.
Hey,
So they are now on the board
Thank
after-
you, Detroit.
After the Chargers. So we actually are going to stop talking about Gervin Dexter, and we're going to talk about who the Chiefs are about to move up the draft. So thank you for all
So
that.
we've talked about the wide receivers. We talked about the tackles. Those are the 2 most likely
Yes.
targets here. But I will go back to if they are into somebody that can help Chris Jones rush the passer from the inside, who's out there? The one guy that was the riser in all of the pre-draft process, certainly at the Senior Bowl, was Tommy Adewale, who's still sitting out there.
Yep.
And if they want a penetrator to be opposite Chris Jones, that's a place that they can go. Is that what they're looking for? I'm not necessarily sure. I like possibilities here outside of the tackles and tight ends.
Yeah.
You tell me if I'm crazy. I like your boy Schoonamaker.
Yeah.
I don't know if you trade up 8 places for him, but it's not a huge leap. So
Yeah.
it's certainly within the realm of possibility. You could go back to the edge rusher. Well, if you like Byron Young or you want something speedy off the edge.
You could. I don't think that this is what this is for. I think this is for Cedric Tillman.
Do you?
I
Okay.
believe it is. I think this is for Cedric Tillman. They have, everything that it is. They're trying to go up to get him. I don't think the Chargers need a guy like Cedric Tillman, so they felt comfortable trading up right behind them. Also because the Chargers wouldn't trade with them.
Right. Absolutely. I don't think it's interior offensive line. I will tell you that.
Wow.
And what I think is a pretty local over-exaggeration of value in Tuli Tuipulotu to the Chargers, I don't know.
That's a reach.
I struggle with that a little bit. Tuli has tools, and I do think that he is productive. I will say I do think he's got upside, but I don't know how much. He looks to me like a guy that is caught in between, and I'm not sure exactly how it's going to come. But this is a team that is comfortable taking tweeners. They have been for quite a while. Let's see what comes of it, and if they can squeeze out a little bit more first step contact.
Mhm.
It's not explosive off the ball. You can see that there on the broadcast. I think it's a guy that they're banking on development. It's a little too early to bank on development for me.
Again, and they have 2 guys already in place. They have Joey Bosa. They have
His name's Mac.
and Khalil Mack. So this could be a developmental pass rusher. But do you take developmental pass rushers in the second
54?
round?
No.
That's not typically what we see. So maybe they foresee him being something else. Honestly, it's hard for me to see unless they feel Khalil Mack at this point is a defensive run stopper on the edge and they bring him in to supplement pass rush. But again, this goes back to the Jets taking Will McDonald at 15 yesterday. Do you draft these third down pass rush specialists where they're being drafted? We'll wait and see. But I mean, I think you and I both had Tuli in the 5th round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
He was on the 5th. He's in the 5th round for me.
I'm double checking. I
He's
have
on the
him-
7th
I have him
for you.
quite a bit
Okay.
lower for you.
I don't think I was that low on him, but I think the tools bring him up to Julius 5th for me. That's why he's there.
What
Because
up?
the pass rush tools are definitely there.
And I'll tell you, for me, it's because I don't see the floor here. This
Okay.
is a dev
Yes.
prospect.
Okay, I get that. Yeah.
It is. Could he be something? Yes. But for me, this is as much a gamble as Kando was,
That's true.
to tell you the truth. But again, systems are systems. And
Yeah.
if you feel you can get that, I would think this is more of a gamble that Joe Cullen would like to make than
Yeah.
I'd feel more comfortable with that, to tell you the truth. But now the Chiefs are on the clock. 3 minutes and 20 left as we sit here. So we're going to answer your question here. Thank you, Tyler, for giving us
Yeah,
the
thank
heads up
you.
because you beat the broadcast to it. Thank you, sir. Let's see. We got the fit here. When does the ILB run start? That's a very good question.
Yeah.
I actually had Drew Sanders above Jack Campbell on my board. Trenton Simpson's still out there. Diane Henley, I think I was maybe a little higher on than most. I still had him at the bottom of the second, so it's not over yet. But I think the premium being placed on the coverage linebacker is something maybe the league isn't quite ready for because I thought they'd be valuing him more right now. The picks coming in for the Kansas City Chiefs, folks, and we're going to be here with you live. If you are new to us, make sure you like, sub, and hit the bell right now. We do appreciate that, and thank you all for being here. 1,100 of you on this pick. A little bit of a kind of a funny trade in here to 55. Glad that they got it done. I'm intrigued by what's going to go on. What have we seen go off the board here? We've seen some fringe interior players, some edges go off. I don't know that they're going that direction, so maybe they're seeing the opportunity to take the tackle that they want, or like you said, the wide receiver that they're really looking for before anything else gets crazy. So I think what they've done in the past, Brett Veach has identified a target, a guy that's on their board that's within striking distance. Someone has fallen to this point that they didn't expect is my thought.
That makes the most sense to me, and I don't know what the package is, the trade package. I don't know what
Haven't seen that yet.
I have not seen it, so I would imagine that they're not picking at 63 anymore, and so 55 seems to be it. And this, we've seen them do this a couple times in recent memory, so they definitely found someone that has been slipping, and I would imagine that's the tweet from somebody saying what the package is, but I want to open it up in fear of seeing who gets drafted. So we are not
leave that be. Leave that be.
Yeah, we're gonna wait.
Folks, no spoilers, please, in the chat if you happen to be on cable or something that's more lightning fast than the streams here, as we are all
right.
tied
So I
to
do have the trade here: 63 and 122, one in the fourth round, and 249 for where to go? For 55 and 194. So they moved up in the seventh round, or it's got a sixth.
So we've talked about compression here, folks. We talked about moving up and bringing your low ends up because fifth, fourth rounders on up into the tail end of day two are really valuable, particularly in this class as much as any other. So I do like that move entailed bringing up 249 to 194.
Yes, 249.
That's a nice leap.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean you're moving up nearly 2 full rounds. And that I do like that. You gave up the extra pick, but that's what they were designed to be here for. So we're going to find out here shortly what the Chiefs are doing. Sugar Ray, just to finish answering your question, ILB run, I think, is probably going to be late round 3 is my guess.
Yeah.
Either the top 3 were going to go or nobody was going to feel that they were up to par. And I'm a little bit surprised, but it is a Lions pick. They're very high on linebackers lately.
Yeah.
And they have to feel now that they have a duo that they're going to be pretty squared away with for a while. So maybe that was a little bit extraordinary emphasis for them. But the Chiefs are coming up, and we're gonna take a step back and just be a little bit quieter here this one as we hear the announcement, and hope you guys can enjoy it as well.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Would like to thank the family of the National Football League that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-03 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee.
No, there it is. Rashee Rice. Okay. All right. So we have a few people that are going to get put in timeout.
Yeah. It does happen. While Dan's doing that, I'm going to address where I had Rice on my board, and then we'll take a look at Dan's as well. I had Rice pretty high. I had him right in this area. The Chiefs are getting him where I had him slotted. Each slot here on my board on this round 2 is worth about 4 positions. So this is the right area at the top of it to get Rashee Rice. They had him in for a visit along with the 2 big names, quote unquote, that I think threw some folks off. And in distracting with Zay Flowers and Quentin Johnson, I think targeting Rashee Rice makes sense. Clearly, this is a player that they had on their radar higher than most because they came up to get him. This is very much another situation like Trent McDuffie last year. He fell far enough that they felt the value was there to move up and go attack it. I like this fit. We talked about him a little bit more, but you've done more film on him than I have, so give me your impression.
Yeah, so the Rashee Rice film from this year is tough because it's very inconsistent. I don't know how much of an injury he was dealing with, and when you're talking about going to get to one of the bigger receivers, whether it was Mingo, whether it was Tillman or Rice, Tillman and Rice had injuries, this past year.
Mm-hmm.
The foot injury from Rice, apparently they feel more comfortable with that not being an issue going forward. Again, he tested well. I think that tells you that he was healthy in the draft process because he tested better than he looked on tape to me.
Okay.
He tested much better the short area. He tested as a way better athlete, explosiveness-wise, because he would show the get off and then it would not be there. Like the first step, that first 5 yards, he would be able to attack. He'd do a nice little hitch route, and then the next route, it's like not there. It's not all the same. The consistency from route to route was not what I wanted to see from him, but you saw moments of him spinning out of 3 guys, like spinning out of 3 consecutive tackles. Like he does have that yak ability. So them going to get him makes a lot of sense because the fit for what they need, he's going to be able to play X, Z, and slot, be able to block well, an effort blocker as a wide receiver. We know Andy Reid loves that kind of play. So while he was a 3rd round grade for me, based off of his inconsistent film, I understand the Chiefs going to get a guy that they think is going to be able to be used all over the place.
And I hope that he can fit right in with what is, again, a pretty disparate group of players that make a crew, make a core.
Yes.
And that's a CORPS, folks.
Yes.
Sometimes, you know me on Twitter, you might get a misspelling here or there. So just in case,
Just a little bit.
I may have thrown that out at some point. I'm trying to find, give you guys a visual of what I think Rashee Rice is going to be able to do for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm pretty excited about it because I don't think it's necessarily overlapping as much as folks want to make it think that is with Kadarius Toney.
That's true.
The other sizable guy in this group. I think that they're going to be able to get some separation. I again, with this group now, I do like the concepts of running stacks, of running 4 wide receivers that can actually do different things. That's going to be important. I'm going to try to give you guys a visual if I can get that. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But, the tech stuff rolls on here as we go forward. Rashee Rice, when you break it down, what he brings to the table, I'm going to go a little bit deeper. I know I mentioned him earlier, but when we take a look very specifically at what he was best at in college, it comes down to a couple of things. You take a look at his matrix rank. He is matrix 5 as an athlete in this class. And a lot of folks are discounting that. Jalen Hyatt is number 1, yes, because the deep speed. He also has the ability to corner. We don't really see that often on film, but he has the ability. And so what you get with Rice is the number 1, and this is what I think the Chiefs are seeing here, the most explosive receiver by my metrics in this draft.
Yeah.
And that is not necessarily verticality. It does take it into a vertical dimension, but it is explosive off the line. It is explosive out of cuts, and it's explosive gaining traction down the field. And that's what it comes down to it. Then if you take that aside, explosive range obviously ties into that. And that's that intermediate where you tie in the speed aspect. He's number 6 there. Then you get over to the production. Yards per game, he was leaned on. He's a guy that has been a workhorse in terms of being the target for his quarterback. That I think is something that plays in, right? And this is my favorite one. Number 3 in this class. In my favorite metric for receivers, it's called Air Force. If you guys have the draft guide, go check it out, because what you'll find is Air Force is the combination of both contested and missed tackles forced. This guy gets the ball in his hand and defenders fall off. That's the key. And I think this is something, again, get it out of Patrick's hands, get it to somebody who can make a difference, and let him do his thing.
What I think that the one thing I never even mentioned on his film is that of all these receivers in this class, he had the most insane grabs consistently. The one consistent was every game you could see him dunking on somebody, going to get that football, showing strong hands through contact. And that is definitely something that I think the Chiefs need.
Yeah.
We saw them want to throw the ball back shoulder to Juju Smith-Schuster.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if Juju Smith-Schuster was more explosive. I think that's what they could have just drafted in Rashee Rice. If he ends up being that kind of player in Kansas City, that's what we're looking at. Somebody who can go get those jump balls, who can be a bully through contact, who can block, who can find the soft spots and zones, who can play all three positions, and then offer yak versatility. So while didn't necessarily show it on tape all the time because of injury, I think he has the upside for it. And the Dallas Cowboys select Luke Schoonmaker.
Ah, there you go. So a team that could have gone tight end earlier does come back and take tight end 2 in the Matrix, and buys them something. If this had gone on another round, I'd be telling them to go look at that direction as well. I think Rice, we'll stick with him for a minute because
Yes, for sure.
he's got nearly a 1-to-1 TD to drop ratio, and in this class, that's pretty solid. I don't want to undersell it, but there are a lot worse in this class, to tell you the truth. So I'm happy with that. Came in at 204. Now, again, not a bruiser. He's not Tillman. Clearly, what we see this means is that the X itself is not enough for them.
Correct.
So is it an athleticism thing or is it an injury thing? That's the next question, because they could come back, and I do expect there could be 2 wide receivers taken in this class.
For
There could be 2 edges taken in this class. We're going to have to see what happens. But if they do come back and go athlete at another wide receiver spot, who does that leave for us on your board versus mine?
So I'm more along the lines of you go Rashee Rice, maybe he's not the burner. Okay. I still think they want to add speed, right? That's what we kind of understand. The Chiefs still love their speed. So athlete and speed could be somewhere they go in round 4, possibly 5, 6, wherever it is. So on my board personally, I have Tyler Scott in the 4th round. Okay.
Yep.
That's a player that they could target, but I've heard lots of whispers. Dane Brugler is really, really high on him. I think he's wide receiver 7.
Oh.
He's really high on him. He thinks he's going to go today at some point.
Okay.
So I'm kind of figuring that out. But there's a few guys in the draft. Andre Yoshibes out of Princeton is a fast guy. He's not small, but he is bigger. So maybe not in that realm. But you're talking about guys like Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt with the speed down the field. And outside of those guys, you have some other bigger guys. Matt Landers is going to be a downfield speed guy in the NFL. Raheem Jarrett is going to be a pure athlete. Raheem Jarrett, pure athlete receiver. He doesn't necessarily know exactly what he's doing on the field at all times. Going to most likely play out of the slot, which again, you could have that too, but he's got downfield speed. He does know how to attract the ball downfield as well. So they could really do a lot of different things. But I think that the bigger thing we're seeing here with the Chiefs is that they don't care about X in terms of the traditional sense. The traditional way of the X receiver is kind of dying. You don't see Mike Williams is growing on trees. You just don't see them. And they don't actually utilize themselves much in this NFL. With how defenses are playing, especially the Chiefs, they would much rather take advantage of the soft spots in the zones underneath and try to force matchup problems with linebackers and their tight ends and some of the other playmakers on the inside to be able to force defenses to pick their poison. And that makes a lot of sense. You have Patrick Mahomes still in football. So at the end of the day, it all matters about the players you're putting on the field, and you don't need an X type receiver, even though, traditionally deep down, I still crave that big receiver that can go make a play down the field. But at the like I said, at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes is throwing the football. And I think that while I did have a 3rd round grade on Rashee Rice, I'm starting to buy into more about what he could do. I've really talked more myself into the foot injury impacting him a lot more than I thought it did. And I didn't know about it going into his film. So I went back and I watched him in 2021. He looked more explosive. That's something with actually funny. First 2 draft picks for the Chiefs played through injury this year. Felix played through injury this year. Go back to 2021 tape. He's explosive. He can bend a little bit more. He's cornering more consistently. Rashee Rice did the same thing. So they clearly have done their homework on the checking out of these guys' injuries this last year, and they believe in the 2021 version of both of these players. So I'm excited to see where it happens.
And what makes the difference in that scenario? That tells me there's 2 positions where they understand they're looking for significant reps.
Yeah.
They need guys that are going to get banged up. They're going to make this transition to the pros and have to be able to weather the storm. I do think that bodes well for both of them, not only in their fit, but in their career in Kansas City as well. This is another pick where it happened right where I thought it should. I'm really happy with where it happened off here. The Tennessee receivers I had on either side of him, up and down.
Yeah.
We're going to see what happens from them. Are they canceling each other out? What goes on next? I think everyone should be happy about that. We're going to get the official compensation here. We should know pretty quickly. Giving up, if we understand what it was reported, was a 6th and a 7th.
Yeah, there was a 4th and a 7th.
It was 249.
194.
Gave up a 4th, traded a 7th for
Yes,
5th-ish. I don't know.
it's 194.
194 should be
6th round pick. Right?
doing math. Yeah, I should probably check that.
So they moved up.
Carry the one. Yes, that's what I keep forgetting. Thank you. Dan's going to check compensation because I'm too slow to do it.
Yes, I'm gonna go back to that. I know we had it a few times in there, but I'm gonna check this up here so we can make sure we got the actual compensation proper here. So maybe not.
I wouldn't be surprised to now see, though, because I don't think you want to give up and get out of the 4th round. So now that they've moved up from 249 to 194, I think 194 is now on the table for another move up eventually here. If they can squeeze the bulk of their picks into the top 5 rounds, I think they're going to be very successful at not having to draft selections that aren't going to have a chance to make the roster because there just aren't enough holes, but also in getting guys that are going to fit their needs maybe better than we thought originally. So, Steeman, thank you for your support. We appreciate your super chat here. What do you think of the teams like the Cowboys refuse to trade with the Chiefs? All teams last night said no trades with the Chiefs. I mean, you can call it collusion if you want, but hey, winning breeds a little bit of resentment. I don't care what business you're in. So as it comes down, okay, well, everyone's scared of the Chiefs being able to get back there. I think they had hoped that after the debacle against the Buccaneers that maybe it wasn't going to be a thing. This is I think the 31 teams playing against the Kansas City Chiefs trying not to let a dynasty happen whenever they can to limit that.
You do what you can. And I finally caught up to the trade because, I had to go through the chat. So appreciate y'all being in here. 1,300, maybe almost 1,400. We have 63 and 122 and 249. So a 4th round and a 7th round pick they packaged with their with their 2nd round pick to move up to 55 and then take that 249, bump it to 194.
That's pretty impressive.
I like it. And thank you, Brent Harlow, for putting that in there so I could find it. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, very, very much so. This gets harder and harder. Both of us being in one room and being on one laptop is a challenge, I have to say.
Yeah, it's definitely something I didn't expect to be a challenge. We're usually, when we're moving back and forth, we can take things and select things and start.
Right,
when we're trying to do, multiple things, it's a little more difficult. But you guys are helping us out a lot, keeping us in line, and we appreciate y'all being here.
Now, just so you know, tomorrow we will also have multiple streams. We're going to zero in on where the Chiefs are selecting, and we're going to give you a couple of bites at the apple as we are going to be separate again and try to overcome some of these tech issues. So look for a group of streams tomorrow. Make sure you get liked and subscribed tonight so that you don't miss it, especially if you are new to us here. And Steven, I think that's something that we're going to see continue. I'm just trying to hold Dan off because he should be chomping at the bit after this last selection, unfortunately, by the Cincinnati Bengals. But
speaking of, I need to catch up on my picks over here.
I'm behind as well.
I am absolutely behind.
So they go DJ Turner from Michigan, a guy that I think is a natural nickel, and a guy I actually was hoping might end up in Kansas City later on in the draft.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a ton of pure nickels, but I think that would be a nice addition to all the tall, big length that the Chiefs have right now to kind of balance that out and give somebody that relieves L'Jarius of having to be in there and let him be more of the wandering, take the best matchup. I'm going to take away your number one guy.
Yeah, I think that the Chiefs are looking for someone that can absolutely do that. And, DJ Turner is one of my guys. I had him as an early or middle 2nd round pick. And I think he brings inside versatility while also possibly being able to move to safety because the natural instincts that he has, that speed that he tested at the combine is absolutely real. It's on tape. He was the fastest player at the combine. He's absolutely one of the fastest players coming out in this draft. So he is an extremely fun player, inside versatility. He's a little undersized, about 5'10" or 5'11", 170-ish, 75-ish pounds. So he's got some work to do to be able to survive with getting through contact, but he's not afraid to hit anybody. And you saw that a lot at Michigan, who plays a more physical brand of defense. So I'm definitely excited for him being in the NFL, and I think it makes a lot of sense in Cincinnati. They're looking to go through a little bit of a shift change in their defense. They had some one-year contracts expire this past year at safety and at corner, and they're trying to really get youth, speed, and tenacity into that secondary room, and DJ Turner is going to add that for the Cincinnati Bengals.
5'11" and a quarter, came in at 178 at the combine.
70, yeah.
Number 3 matrix overall for the corner group.
No.
6th in explosion, 6th in change of direction. What are his 2 keys? He's number 1 in explosive range. That's the intermediate. And he's number 1 in deep range. Turn and run and get out of dodge. That's your guy.
Absolutely.
He also has a nice thing about being top 12 in 3 categories, including completion percentage allowed, hawk rate, and taking the ball away and making incompletions happen. And then the yards per comp allowed. So when you do complete on him, he's generally limiting it as much as you can expect just about anybody here, just about outside the top 10.
Yeah, when you saw him this past year, he was actively trying to get better at finding the football. And I really saw it. You saw him tracking it through traffic, and he came away with a few picks that I was like, yeah, I didn't expect him to do that. And that's what you want to see from a guy who's going to be able to be playing the slot. He's going to be playing more off. He's not going to play a ton of straight press man. If he's on the outside, maybe, but he's going to be asked to be more of a read and react downhill player, eyes on the quarterback, and that's what you want from a guy with that 4.26 speed. It's real. It's real. It's real as it gets, and I love that. And that also lends into possible versatility of playing a free safety type of position for a guy who can get all over the field, back and forth. I think that maybe the Bengals might try that, but they also drafted my guy last year, Daxton Hill, out of Michigan. So now they have a Michigan connection in their corner / safety room, and I think that's going to pay some dividends for them.
You got a lot of guys. I'm just saying.
Got a lot of them, man. I love watching these dudes. Man. I mean, when you do play at Michigan, it tends to produce defensive studs, not necessarily offensive guys. But we'll hope. I have hope for Luke Schoonmaker in Dallas because I think that he's a good player.
Little humble flex there, huh? Okay, I get it.
Just
Steven,
just a little bit.
Thank you for the help. We appreciate you, buddy. Knicks fan, thank you again. Thoughts on the Lions trading Jeff Okudah? What does that mean to you, Dan?
That means that Jeff Okudah just never really got it figured out in the NFL. He had some stretches last year where he played like a lockdown corner. He shut down Justin Jefferson a couple times last year. Actually, in that game, excuse me, not the second game. It was the first game they played, if I'm not mistaken. He was able to really have a good game against Justin Jefferson, but maybe it's the lack of athleticism from the injury that he suffered early in his career. I don't know what it was, but the Lions weren't exactly happy. They did bench him at one point last year too. So hopefully a change of scenery, not having to be the guy in Detroit, but being the number 2 to AJ Terrell in Atlanta will help fix his career. I'm hopeful because he was a really good player. A lot of people thought he was a blue chip prospect coming out when he did. So I hope he can get through that. I know that we are behind on some super chats, guys. Ryan, don't worry. We do have your super chat. We're going to get there really quickly, very, very quickly.
Jayhawk 226, thank you very much. Hit the like button, folks. It's free and it makes Avery giggle. She does, and she giggled a lot today. I hope that she's watching right now because she's not in this studio because we're a little bit different configuration here tonight. But thank you, Jayhawk. And Mr. White, thank you. We appreciate it.
I'll just run in.
Yeah, so we don't have Avery, but we have Jason.
We have Jason.
So everyone say hello.
This is the guy who's been
man
helping
behind the studio.
Doing all the setup here. A round of applause.
Yes, cheers.
I'm not as cute.
No, you're definitely not as cute. That's saying something there. Brenton Strange goes off the list here to the Jaguars. Going to help out Trevor Lawrence a little bit. I think criminally underrated is what I call him. Raw. I won't say that he's a solid route runner yet. I think he has the ability.
Yeah.
I just didn't see enough out of it. And quite frankly, people have said the same thing from past Penn State tight ends. But he brings a good little bit of sand. Like when he does dig in and can block, he can get things done.
He's an really big effort-based player. He does everything 100 miles an hour, and he does stress the seam extremely well. And I think that Jacksonville wants to stress the seam with Evan Ingram and Brenton Strange. He might not be the best, player after the catch or the best route runner right now, but you can really put some stress on the seams. You've got Calvin Ridley coming back now. You have the quarterback, the guy now in Trevor Lawrence. They're going to be a lot of fun. And while Brenton Strange, I had a 4th round grade on him, I understand the appeal of pairing him, a guy who's going to really block his butt off and play for you 100%, that's another one of those Doug Peterson kind of guys. It really does feel like the fit makes a lot of sense there. So I like the fit, maybe not necessarily the pick. I think it's a little high. There's a couple guys here that I would have taken before him, but then again, it comes down to fit, and I think that it's a good fit for him.
I had him in the 4th as well. My only question is, would you run Philly special with him? That's what it comes down to.
Right? Can you throw a football?
Yeah.
Can you do it?
We're going to find out because I don't know right now. Ryan White, thank you for your support.
Appreciate it,
Got you. Thanks for doing this. A couple wide receivers gone. Is each going to trade Target Hyatt? Clearly not.
Well, sorry we didn't get to this earlier, but they did not do it.
That'll be my head smack. Juice Scruggs goes off the board, a guy that I think can play center as well, to the Texans. Texans started out hot. I'm not sure I would have gone here. I don't know. I think there's some fish that they could fry. Osiris Torrance is still on there. If you're looking for somebody who can be inside and move around, I think Osiris can snap, to tell you the truth.
No, he's not. Osiris Torrance was selected.
Was he selected? Did I miss that? Okay.
We did miss that.
We have been going a little bit. Okay. My next center would have been Whippler, so I can see that too. John Michael Schmidt's made a lot of noise in the preseason.
Yes, he
Juice
did.
Scruggs has not made that much noise. Where did I have him? I am trying to find out right now.
Juice Scruggs in the 6th round.
As did I. So clearly, the Texans see something we don't. Whether that comes to be accurate or not, we're going to find out in the years to come. But Ryan, thank you, and I'm sorry we missed your super chat before it was actually relevant.
Many
but Jalen
apologies.
Hyatt's still out there.
He is.
Could they go back-to-back wide receivers? Stranger things have happened for Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I'm just saying. Like, as much as I wouldn't do it, stranger things have happened for Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So, Ryan, thank you. And I will try to be quicker here to it. Man, do this pick-by-pick thing is not easy, folks.
It isn't.
I'm just going to tell you.
While also trying to answer questions. It's definitely more of a chore than I expected it to be. but please, keep them coming. We'll do whatever we can to keep you guys informed.
Absolutely.
Everyone that gets picked.
Absolutely. Thoughts on Bryce Ford Wheaton? You watched him.
I got a game in Bryce
I
Ford.
turned him off.
Yeah, Bryce Ford Wheaton was frustrating to watch because you see him actually run a route properly, catch the football, but no, he doesn't catch the football. No. He actually drops the football a lot. He's like the living embodiment of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, but maybe with more drops. That's not exactly the kind of guy I want, but again, developmental prospect guys, and being able to do that is not exactly. It's not always the easiest thing to do. So he's probably going to be going day 3. Big, he's lanky, he's not the most physical guy in the world, but you're hoping that he develops gets those drops out of the way. And as we say that, another receiver goes off the board for the Denver Broncos, selecting Marvin Mims Jr. This kind of seems like a correction on the KJ Henry pick, who I liked coming out of Penn State a few years ago, but he's been
Hamler.
KJ Hamler. Yes, KJ Henry is the defensive end out of Clemson. So, yeah. So now, see, it's funny. Ryan was talking to me earlier today about how I'm going to have to stop him talking about somebody different. And it was me that got caught talking about somebody different. So, yes, KJ Hamler out of Penn State a few years ago. They thought that he might be the guy to go down the field and do everything that they need to do from that perspective. He hasn't been able to stay on the field. But Marvin Mims is going to complement the receivers they have, especially with Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick coming back, who's their big slot. He can play on the outside as the X2, but you have Jerry Jeudy there. Does that mean they're going to trade Jerry Jeudy? They have 3 guys in-house, with a healthy Tim Patrick. This second-round pick and Marvin Mims might signal that they might be looking to trade Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy.
And we've heard that on and off. I don't think the Mims selection lets Cortland walk out the door. Jeudy may be a different story, but honestly, I think it's more about the health of Hamler, to tell you the truth. That's the way that it comes down. DC Jayhawk appreciates your Rice's ceiling is way higher than Sky's. I think it's a different role, and maybe because of that, maybe a little bit higher. I don't think it's drastic, though. So I do think you're going to see this like flattening of the wide receiver targets over this next year. And I do think spreading the ball around is in the best interest of this offense and this team. So let's see what happens there. Mayor James, appreciate you being in the chat. Always amazed how many out-of-work GMs show up in these forums. Yep. There's more of those guys floating around than we all remember, to tell you the truth. We're going to get back here, but I do want to just mention, if you're interested in getting in the insight here, come become a member.
Yeah.
Do we have one stacked up in there that I missed maybe?
Yes, we have one. We do have one.
Okay, good.
Popped in.
I have a tendency to miss these folks because they don't necessarily register as much as always. But Charles, welcome to the memberships. If you guys join at the rookie level or above, you're going to get into the Discord. The Discord's where our community, Rogue Nation, hangs out and is specific to just this subset of Chiefs Kingdom. It is not widespread. We keep it to our members. So if you connect here in our rookie level or above, you're going to have the opportunity to sign up for that just by connecting your YouTube account to your Discord account, and you're in like Flynn. Super, super simple. And I do encourage you guys to check that out. Stevie and some of our contributors over the years are still in there hanging out, and that's just the easiest way to communicate. So check that when you get a second.
Membership has its privileges.
It does have its privileges. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A word from our sponsor here. We're going to get back to that, but Lee Greenwood's on, so it always makes me pause a little bit.
A little bit.
Just going to take a second and enjoy this.
Yeah, just enjoy it, man. Just enjoy it.
It's okay to take a break if you want.
No, it's just man.
Hey, standing is perfectly legit as well.
I have to actually here for a second.
I gotta tell you guys, I'm glad it looks like the rain is held off.
Yeah.
Down at the
We all
memorial.
kind of thought it might, but
I was hopeful. I was hopeful for you. Little bit of ominous clouds, but that's going to work out just fine. You can see that our key grip here is tearing things down and making some adjustments.
You're banging into stuff.
Hey, that's what happens. I'm gonna have to rethink how I sit next year. Let's move on to Whiskey. Whiskey, appreciate you in the super chat. Veach seems to like wide receiver on day 2. Hardman, Moore, now Rice. Mahomes effect, draft 0 line or defense on day 1. I mean, or O-line, not 0 line. Sorry, O-line or defense on day 1. I mean, you're always going to have to replenish and go back to the well, especially when you talk about the rotation, the salary cap.
Yeah.
That we saw once Tyreek had to be paid that much. So, yeah, I do think it's going to be a continual investment. We saw a similar streak at linebacker in the second as well. That is, again, fortifying what I think was a minor point of weakness.
Yeah.
It's the running back position on the defensive side, but you needed to shore that up, and I think they accomplished that. So now they can get back on to always giving something fresh and new to bring to the offense, not just for Patrick, but for Andy too. We're approaching the point in Andy Reid's career where having new weapons, new toys, new something to do is probably keeping him in the game a little bit more. And I think anything you can do to preserve that enthusiasm, that connection with a younger group, I think that's going to help.
I think the biggest disconnect here, at least for that, is that when the Chiefs were taking linebackers in the second round, because that's where linebacker are valued, you can still get impactful players. You can't always necessarily get the impact wide receiver you're looking for on day 2. And we did see them kind of swing and miss at Mecole Hardman, who had a good first season. I think I would argue his third year was probably his best in terms of getting everything on the right track, and then looked like he was in for a good season last year and got hurt. Unfortunate circumstance for him, but he's no longer in Kansas City. You want these guys to end up getting second contracts with Kansas City. You're going to see Sky Moore get more and developed into his role this year. Obviously, now you have Rashee Rice. Let's see what he does next year. Okay. Don't expect Rashee Rice to come in and just be an impactful player immediately day 1. That doesn't typically happen in Andy Reid's system. So please try to allow for a little bit. If he comes in the first 5 weeks and he's not doing anything, relax. Just take a breath. It's okay. Just trying to figure all this out. So at the end of the day, it's all about drafting the players that Andy Reid thinks that he can get the most out of. And valuation-wise, the last 2 years, right now, in first-round picks, they have corner, defensive end, defensive end. They value those more than they value wide receiver because they have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. You don't have a guy who's throwing the football to your defensive ends and your corners. You got to figure out how to do the best you can with Steve Spagnuolo. So Steve Spagnuolo being kind of the quarterback of defense in a sense, lining everyone up properly, using their skill set to their best advantage. I think it makes a lot of sense to try to get him guys in the first round and then use the second round to try to throw at your wide receiver or your playmaking ability.
And especially when you're not overpaying premiums for what oftentimes are single-year explosive athletes like Jalen Hyatt in this year.
Yeah.
You don't want to overvalue those guys. So go back to the 4 pillars. if we're going to see this trend continue, which I think we just may be able to,
Yeah.
is that it's quarterback, tackle, edge, corner. That's what we've seen the last 2 seasons, and maybe that's becoming that it is a stratification. On day one, it is your 4 cores, and after that, BPA when you have to.
Yep.
It just so happened that I think Felix was BPA and at one of those positions as well, and now you can come back and get more things done at the wide receiver spot. The tight end spot, I think, is going to become more important as Travis gets older.
Yes.
We'll see what happens to Jody Fortson, who's 28 himself at this point. We got to remember that.
Yeah, right.
And I think sometimes we let that slip, to be honest. I know I do. But thank you, Whiskey. It was a great question, and sorry for the long answer there. Colson, the trade compensation ended up being the 249 7th round pick and the 122 4th round pick in order to go up twice and get to 194 and to the 55.
I think that's something that gets missed. It's not just
Mhm.
the move up for 55. It was the move up from one of your 4th or 7th round picks to the 6th round, which I think we've seen the Chiefs do a lot of really good things in the 6th round with their picks. So they might have their eyes on someone that maybe, it's hard to really know. I guess really hard to know, but they did take Mike Dana a few years ago in the 5th round, which was someone that they had earmarked, I would imagine. He gets to a certain point, they're going to take him. They might have a few guys earmarked with maybe medical checks, maybe medical flags in the 6th round, and they want 2 shots at those guys in the 6th round. Now they have it.
And they have not even just 2 shots. Now you have insurance
Exactly.
for your initial pick as well. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's going to get it all right. But Colson, the more stabs that you get and you can back yourself up, the better. Jay Kane, no beer tonight, boys. Fiance and I are pickleback shots in Jameson's and pickle juice.
The night is still young there, Jay.
You're going to have to
The night
explain to
is
me
still
what the
young.
hell you're doing.
Life.
Jameson and pickle juice? That's not living life.
Well,
It's trying to bring things back from the dead.
It's actually pretty common to see people drinking pickle juice and whiskey because the people who don't like whiskey, pickle juice typically completely gets rid of the flavor, but you still get the alcohol effect. So people that don't like whiskey, maybe don't like the alcohol, they take it with pickle juice and it completely gets rid of the burn, but you still get the impact of the alcohol. And I like pickle juice.
It's a terrible waste of the McKenna. You got to have the Irish whiskey. If you're going to drink it, drink it. If not, drink vodka and get it over with. Good Lord. Okay. Anyway, well, good news to you. Good luck with that. If there's extra JMO, you know where to find me. Let's see. Travis, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you. And the support that always comes in. We very much appreciate you guys. I know we're getting a little loopy here. We're through the second round.
Yeah,
We're into
only,
the back
only
half
the
of
second round here.
I know, right? Hey, it's going to get worse. Milo, thank you for your super chat. We appreciate it. You guys make this part of the year so much better. We Chiefs fans are lucky to have you. Thank you. Well, thank you, and thank you for your support. We can't do this without you guys watching, contributing, etc., because it is a ton of work. And as we continue to move forward with RGR next season and next season with Gary and Seth and Dan and myself, we're going to expand and we're going to do as many things as we possibly can to get you the information that you need. I'm not always the funniest person in the room, but I have a tendency
Don't
to
let
tell
him
you
undersell you. He's actually quite funny. It's just more self-deprecating humor than anything.
Well, I am good at that. But we try to give you the information that you need, so these are worth it, and we appreciate you spending all this time. Another 1,100 of you in here when we're not even on the clock yet. Believe me, you can jump back in when you want to. Tomorrow, we're going to have multiple streams for you
Yes.
around when the Chiefs pick. So we're going to be able to do things a little bit differently. We won't put so much stress on the equipment here. And I think maybe that will help us as well. But Milo, thank you. We do appreciate your help.
Appreciate you, Milo.
Matt, thank you. Ross is going to the practice squad. I'm not sure what that one is. I'm guessing that's either Justin or John or both. And again, nothing's determined here.
Yeah.
Justin Ross's future is determined by Justin Ross and his leg. That's what I think it is. It is a purely physical issue. If he's able to get back to the player that he was pre-injuries, he's going to be a guy that contributes to this roster.
Also, them not taking an X might signify they think
Could be.
that Justin Ross could be ready to contribute. Maybe not this year because you still have Marquez, but maybe the year after.
Yeah.
This team thinks years in advance. They
Does.
did that with Patrick Mahomes. They knew year one of his being a player in the NFL that they were going to have to plan for the future because they knew what they had. I think that they're pretty good at evaluating who's on the roster. The players, again, the medical stuff that they do, the checks and balances in their entire organizational system have given them paid dividends. So I think that they trust their guys, and we'll see over the course of this season how Justin Ross can produce. Again, I'm hopeful. I don't count on it. I'm just hopeful. That lottery ticket is burning a hole in the Chiefs' pocket. We'll see what ends up happening.
And in the end, that's why all this matters, because there's Ross, there's MVS. Justin Watson could play into that as well.
Yeah,
He
forget.
surprised me last year. I think he's earned another paycheck. Clearly, the Chiefs feel like that. Maybe he can take another step forward in his evolution. It gives you options.
I feel like the Eagles have been pick is in for like 10 minutes. Am I wrong?
Well, and they have another one right after it. So we're just going to be sitting here for a little bit. John Coy, back-to-back wide receiver or something else for the Chiefs. Honestly, only if somebody really falls that they do, again, if they're in the situation where they're making a move based on what their board says.
Yeah.
My guess is likely not, but it all depends on who's there, when, and whether they have to trade up again or whether they feel they can stay put.
I'm interested to see what they end up doing at tackle. Maybe they have checked out Lucas Niang and they feel comfortable. Maybe we'll find out. But I'm really interested to see what they end up doing because we kind of all agree that we'd like to have a little more assurance at tackle. So maybe the Chiefs feel differently. We'll find out, I think, in the next round, because I do think that we've seen
This is going to tell the tale.
the needs. We all thought first 3 rounds, receiver, defensive end, tackle. We'll find out.
Although let's take a look at your board first. What is there? Maybe the board is what's hearkening this, right?
Maybe.
So there's Steen, who I don't think is a scheme fit. There's Blake Freeland, who I think is a
Yes.
scheme fit.
Would be a scheme fit.
He is tackle 1 in terms of athletic matrix. A little bit of a balance issue. He's super tall and large.
Yeah.
If they're looking for an athletic version of what Orlando is in terms of length and size, he's it.
Yeah. I
So
understand
maybe
that.
they're holding off and they have a lower grade and they feel that they can wait on it. Braden Downing is another guy that can play inside, outside. I do like him at tackle still. Could go into guard if he had to. Has the length. I think they're going to like him. Warren McClendon is my guy. I really do feel like both he and Wanya Morris are a little bit overlooked because of their counterparts, so they could go that way. Jalen Duncan's a project. I think we both feel like he's athletic enough to deserve some development time,
Yeah.
but he's going to need it.
Absolutely. He's on day 3 guy for me. What am I here seeing about Eagles picking Tyler Steen? Can you pull up? Because they picked back to back and then we didn't get to see the second one.
Oh, is that the way that works? Thank you there, ESPN.
They just
Yes,
completely-
Tyler Steen has gone
Okay.
to the Eagles, and then they came right back with Sidney Brown, the Illinois DB.
I like Sidney Brown. I'm a big fan.
I like that. Trying to see. I thought I had him a little bit lower here. I did. I had him atop of the 4th rather than top of the 3rd. So
I had Sidney right at the end of the 2nd.
did you? Okay, well done. Steen went right about where I had him. I want to
Yep.
double check
End of the
that.
2nd. I had the same hit for him too. Look at that.
Okay, hanging in there.
Liking
Hanging
it.
in there. I like it. Detroit Lions are on the clock. You never know what that's going to mean. It's going to be somebody that plays between the hashes, is my guess, because that seems to be what they're doing in
Yeah.
this draft. So we'll find out. The other thing that we missed is the Chicago Bears went Zach Pickens.
Oh, okay.
A bit of a controversial guy. I didn't have him as high as many. I'm trying to double check where I had him.
That's D-line, correct?
He is. I had him lower down in the 5th out of
I
South
also-
Carolina.
Also had him in the 5th.
So let's take a look at what he brings to the table, because I thought that was somebody that Chiefs might be interested in later on after having accomplished some of their goals. I'm going to have to come back to that because I got to find it.
And there goes Drew Sanders,
Okay.
linebacker to the Broncos.
So those of you that were waiting on the linebacker run, it may have just begun.
There you go, Sugary, right there.
Pickens was a guy with some explosive traits, particularly up close, little bit of range. Was not terribly productive, and I was a little concerned about that, but was nearly a fringe. He was 13th there in the sack percentage in terms of converting pressures to sacks, and that's something that you look for, certainly. So Pickens there. I have to go back and actually augment my board here to reflect the selection that the Chiefs did make, if I can get that puzzled over there correctly. And we'll highlight that. So, oh, and that's not even the right color. What am I doing? Good Lord, we're losing our minds out here,
The
folks.
Lions just traded to 68. You think this could be Hendon Hooker?
I like that for the Lions. If they're convinced on Goff, but they want to bring in somebody that's got some time, I think the knee's going to take him a little
Yeah.
bit. So he's not ready to go.
I know that he's medically cleared. They expect to start the season at least,
Mhm.
but that's really a perfect spot. Somebody who, he played in a pro system at Virginia Tech
Mhm.
and then transferred to Tennessee to the gimmick offense, and everyone gives him a ton of crap for it.
Right.
But he did play in a pro system at Virginia Tech. I think his tape was probably better at Virginia Tech, if I'm being honest, because he's not throwing just the wide open guys down the field with half field reads. So But again, you're looking to develop him. He's not a start and go right away guy. And Jared Goff, last year, he was a good quarterback. He played well. Honestly, outside of his last year in LA, I think Jared Goff has been a top 12 NFL quarterback. I think he's been quite good. And this year, he's going to have probably his last year with Ben Johnson before he gets a head coaching job. This could be a really nice position for the Lions to transition him, get Hendon Hooker in there, get him to learn. And I think this would be honestly, I think this would be a good spot for the Lions to take a quarterback of the future.
Well, let's see what happens here. He's the top guy on Tom McShay's board as well. I generally align with McShay a little more than Kiper, so I like that concept. But Sumit's asking, do you think that Rice will have an impact in Andy's offense as a rookie? I think this is directly following up with Sky Moore and not having as much as we initially thought. We were pretty high on him. Where do you stand on Rice?
So, funny enough, I just saw the tweet, and Aaron Ladd was tweeted out that Rashid Rice compares his play style to DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh.
It makes a lot of sense when you stylistically think about the things that he does really well. He's not going to separate a ton all the time, but he mosses guys. He goes over and he gets the ball. What's one thing about DeAndre Hopkins throughout his career that he's always done? He's a little bit shorter too. He's on the 6'1", 6 foot path, right? He's not the 6'4" receiver. He plays like it though. Rashid Rice also plays like it. So again, if we're talking about a wide receiver kind of stepping into that back shoulder throw that we saw Mahomes get more comfortable with last year, I think that that's what he could be down the field. 10, 15 yards. You get man-on-man coverage on the outside with a team that maybe doesn't necessarily care that he's out there. You get a one-on-one opportunity. You throw it, makes a couple plays here and there. So I don't think he's going to be like leading the team in yardage. That's not going to happen. He's probably not going to break the 4 in terms of targets. He's probably not going to get to that threshold. He's going to make some plays.
Yeah.
He will have 2 to 3 catches this year that might leave Chiefs fans' jaws dropping.
And I like the Hop comparison because what did Hop run? I think it was a 4.52.
Yeah.
What did Rashid run? 4.51. She has a 41-inch vertical.
Yeah.
So if you're going to go up and get it, and again, remember, like one of the hats that he can hang on is his ability to force missed tackles and win the contested catch. That's what his game can be. So I love that aspect. And as much as we've been talking about Hop this whole offseason,
yes,
if you're going to add somebody in the draft to do a similar concept, I think it's a much safer gamble. Yes, we all covet the draft picks, but it's a whole lot safer than going after that contract. So I like what we're thinking there. So I hope that answered your question well enough, and we'll try to get back to more on him. Dan Thompson, Brother Candy Creek, and Reverend Harms. I do like that.
I like that.
What are Rice's strengths and weaknesses? You guys are doing great. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. The other thing that I do want to mention on Rice is I don't think, because of where he played at SMU, I don't think he's a finished product by a long shot.
For sure.
So I do think there's room, both technical, route running in particular, how he uses his hands in contact. What I saw was still pretty rudimentary. So I think there's upside there.
Yeah. I think the big problem with him, again, these offenses that some of these guys are playing at, Tennessee, SMU, I think SMU is kind of like this hybrid air raid offense. They throw the ball a lot, but they don't ask their receivers to do a ton technically in identifying what defensive leverage you're seeing. That's why you don't see him use hands in 5 yards and be able to move guys out of his way and things like that. So it's tough to project because you don't know until you know. You don't get in that spot teaching, and now we haven't necessarily seen wide receivers always excel upward in Andy Reid's offense. Sometimes they get there, it's too much information, and they go the opposite way. So, and there it is. Look at that. Hendon Hooker.
There goes Hendon Hooker to the Lions, as we were talking about. Now he's got a mentor, although if I'm Hendon Hooker, I'm a little bit reluctant to call Jared Goff my mentor, but we're going to find out. This is a Lions team that made some progress. I don't think they ran the ball very well. They had some issues on defense that led to some dismissals.
Yes.
Now they have this gambling thing going on. I think the interesting thing for me, if I'm in the Lions front office, is that Hendon Hooker is a mature, finished guy with enormous leadership skills. And that's what we've heard the entire process, that he's a guy that can lead men. And maybe that's what they need for the future, especially if they've made some maybe less than perfect choices in the past.
That's why I think that's a large reason why there was talk about him possibly sneaking into the first round, even though he's not ready to play yet and might not be, even if he's healthy next year. He probably still needs to sit quite a while. And also the underrated aspect that they're showing on the screen right now, he is a very underrated athlete. I think that that's something he didn't get to showcase because of the injury during the offseason process through this whole thing. I think he's an excellent understander of when to take the football and run. Sometimes you got him in trouble too.
It does.
Part of the reason that I think that we're kind of seeing teams go this way is because having these quarterbacks that can threaten running and throwing the football, it makes defenses choose. You know, it makes them choose what to give up. And Hendon was able to take advantage of some of that last year. He got hit a few times, got popped a few times. He's got to learn how to slide a little bit better and take those gambles out of the way. But mentally, I think he's underrated. And it's hard to know based on his Tennessee film because you're not asked. You're asked to do half field reads.
Yep,
That's what you're asked to do. Get the ball out quick, get it to the open guy. That's all you're asked to do. So I think he's a better mentally ready quarterback than he's given credit for. But again, we're going to end up seeing what he's made of in a few years. He's not going to play this year, I don't think, at all. I would imagine that the Lions are going to position themselves, hopefully, because I think that they can be, to be a playoff team. And that would mean that Hendon Hooker sits the entire season, maybe goes along the route of Patrick Mahomes, maybe sees the field in week 17, or excuse me, week 18 now. And that might be the first time you see him. But leadership skills, like you said, in Detroit, they desperately need an adult in the room. And he's also going to be like 25. So he's
Right,
going to
there
be
is
one of the older guys that come out of this draft class.
Now, for those of you that are screaming, Ryan, why did you have him in the first? It's because I watched more Tech film than I think I watched Tennessee
there you
film.
go.
So there's part of that. And I do like him. Obviously, I was higher on him than most and ended up being wrong on him going over Richardson and Levis. I can live with that. Honestly, pretty comfortable with it. But I do think when we look back at this in 5 years, I think Hendon Hooker is going to be kind of like the diamond in the rough. I don't know if he'll be leading the class, but I think he'll be a guy that has outperformed his draft position, maybe more than anyone else than the top two guys.
I'd love for that because, again, he's a guy to root for.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's something that was always obvious throughout this draft cycle is that he was hurt. He's a guy that, again, great leadership skills, like you mentioned. He's just an easy guy to root for. So I'm very hopeful that he's able to get into the NFL as a Detroit Lion, whenever that is, and be able to be successful. I'm hopeful just being that old, and no offense to him. Like, it's not his fault that he is that old.
You're giving me a
It's
complex here, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, 25 years old in the NFL as a quarterback is a little bit different. And there it goes.
He's just a baby. There goes Tank Dell to the Texans.
Tank Dell, one of my guys, big fan.
Mr. Thompson, I will tell you this. The other thing that I want to mention about Rashee Rice before Dan goes off on Tank Dell is that I think Rashee is a guy that has maybe more so than Sky last season, has a little bit more versatility to him right now, where we can project him being able to line up in multiple places as long as the learning curve isn't too steep. So I do think that's the other strength that we don't talk about enough is that I see him able to step in maybe a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why I mentioned his ability to play X, Z, and slot. I don't think Sky Moore has that, and that's one of the reasons that you might see Rashee Rice be a little bit more successful early on than maybe Sky Moore was. He just has that body type and the ability. I think he's probably a better yak player than Sky Moore is too. I know a lot of people thought that Sky Moore was going to come in and be this yak guy, and no, I mean he's okay.
He's got it in him though.
He can make the first guy miss. He does that frequently, but Sky Moore is more of a lower your shoulder. He wants to kind of bully through guys, and he's good through contact. He's very good at that. But I think that at the end of the day, he's more of a make one guy miss and then go down, or maybe grind out a few more yards.
Folks, so we do see your super chats. We are coming down to them. I promise you. I'm just, as usually, a little bit wordy and slow. So we're going to get there.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dan. We appreciate you. Tyler, Juwan Jones trade up. I don't know if the fit is there. It's great or it's because he's falling. It's because he's falling. It's because they saw what Orlando Brown was demanding and what the Bengals ended up giving him. I think there's very significant similarities there, and I think it's going to be a power team that's going to end up drafting him. He may end up being a value because he is very difficult to go around.
Yeah.
To go through, but
Even
you can
around.
duck and go around.
But the thing about it going around him is that he can just do this.
That's true.
I saw that a ton where he would put his arm out there and then just let his feet catch up to it. So I mean, it's funny that he's going this low, but I think that there are some serious character concerns in the weight. Again, I go back to the weight.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that is not great in terms of teams saying, look, you need to be able to hold that weight that you measured in at. in the NFL. The fact that you didn't measure in at your pro day means that you were not there. And that just, it scares teams off. They don't want guys that measured at what he did and then were also bad athletes. He did not test well.
Let's not do that.
And when you weigh more, that takes away from it. And there's a good pick by the Las Vegas Raiders. Another one of my guys.
Daniel, thank you for your super chat. We appreciate that.
You, Daniel.
How happy are you with the draft so far, 1 to 10? I'm sitting at about a pretty comfortable 7 right now. I think circumstantially they've done exactly what they needed to do and what they were capable of doing without giving up the ghost to do it.
Yes, I'm with you. A 7 is about where I'm at too, and I like the pick of Felix Anudike Uzama. I think he's going to be a good player. He's got some work to do in the run game, but he does have some help in terms of guys that are going to be able to do that for him right now in Kansas City to help him develop there. And then, I know trading up for Rashee Rice might have some bad taste in people's mouths, but at the end of the day, you're going to get a guy that you don't think is going to be there. And there was one receiver drafted after him, now 2 in Tank Dell and Marvin Mims. So I think to get the guy that they wanted on their board makes a lot of sense. Again, if you have somebody that you really like that is a fit that you know you're going to draft in the second round, make sure you get them and solidify them. And they also moved up into the 6th round from one of their 7th round picks. They're very good at drafting those 6th round picks too. So it's an underrated move to go up and get your guy while also improving your stock in there. Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Daniel. And Brandon, appreciate you. I'm sorry, guys. I know you've already talked about him, but can you tell me more about Rice? And why did Veach feel he was worth moving up for? Brandon, in the end, I'm guessing that what they decided on was leaping ability combined with the ability to move, a little bit more agile than the true X's, except for Perry. I'm just going to keep that on the board. I think it was that combination of the package. And I think they did have him in for a visit, so they got to understand how he does in adjusting and taking on coaching as well. So we're going to switch it up. We're over on another feed now to try to get more real time. Thank you.
Welcome.
Our director is taking care of some business over here, so we appreciate that.
All right. So real quick. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I cut you off.
Brandon
like
Maynard, thank you for your support.
I apologize, Brandon. I'm very sorry about that. I wasn't trying to cut anybody off. So we have 2 picks that have gone. Actually, is it 2 now with Tank Dell and then Kendre Miller for the Saints? Both of those guys are guys I looked at in depth. And Kendre Miller was my running back 5. I did have a 3rd round grade on him, early 3rd round grade. So we're seeing that come to fruition there. And Tank Dell, I also had a 3rd round grade who is now off the board. Tank Dell might be the best gadget player in this entire draft, even though he is undersized, very small, very slight, plays bigger than that, and he's able to catch to attack almost as well as any receiver in this draft. He is so quick. He's so hard to get hands on. He uses his hands well in terms of keeping guys off of him, but you can't square him up. He's so elusive in that first yard. He's just difficult to bring. So we got 2 picks there. Also, we missed Byron Young, defensive tackle, going to the Raiders. That's one of the things that I missed. So we're not going to cover every pick in depth because at this point in the 3rd round, they're going to start going. And we would love to get to your guys' super chat. So I apologize, Brandon, for that interruption there.
Ryan White, thank you. I thought maybe you guys were just behind. It's cool. No biggie. I guess I was right in my super chat about Veach targeting wide receiver. You absolutely were. And we're attempting to be a little bit more on time now. It looks like we still have the Cardinals on the clock. Looks like we've caught up there.
Yeah.
I had Byron Jones as a solid selection there. Byron Young, sorry.
There we go. Then we both done it.
Yeah, hey. Oh, it's going to get worse. It will happen, I guarantee you. So I kind of like that one. Kendre Miller, I know you were high on. I just hadn't seen enough of him.
Yeah.
So I do want to check that out. But I do think the Saints are looking to deal with their current situation with their current back, and they got to do what they got to do. Let's go back to the next super chat, and thank you, Ryan, as always.
Yeah, appreciate you, Ryan.
It's kind of trippy seeing you in the same room.
Honestly, this has been fun. This has
It
been a
has
lot
been
of fun
kinda
getting
fun,
to actually
right?
have a
Right?
conversation and learn to use the camera, talk to each other, open it up. It's nice. It's really nice. So I know he lives in Colorado, and Jason was kind enough to open his home to us to have us here for the studio. We thank you for that. I don't know if we can try to do it more often with work schedules and stuff, but I think this is something that we both enjoy quite a bit and would be open to doing in the future. So we appreciate the support, and we know that you guys love it too. That's awesome.
Somewhere in front of a live studio audience, we'll get to someday. Who knows? But no, it is fun. And Jace, I gotta give you credit. Remind me to never put out another thumbnail like
screen
that.
cap. It's great screen cap, man.
Yeah,
It's just
I've done dumber things, but I really just don't remember them. So don't let my brother see that. So thank you, Jace. Appreciate you. Rodier, I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Great job as always, guys. As usual. Sorry. I've learned so much from you both. Cheers. And cheers to
appreciate you. Thank you.
That's exactly what we like to hear. That's the reason that we do
That's
this.
it.
More informed. My goal overall when I started this was to make Chiefs Kingdom the most informed
Yeah,
and educated on how football really works inside and outside the front office
absolutely.
of any fan base in the league. And I think we are well on our way. We have a ton of great creators in this space. Shout out to my partner on Locked On Chiefs, Chris Clark, who made a couple of these calls as well himself. He's been on a couple of these picks,
There we go.
as well as KCSN, HPTC, a bunch of contributors, those that don't work for big conglomerates or think that they know stuff when they don't. You guys know who they are anyway. I'm not going to get on that soapbox. I'll let Cole take care of that. Longhorn, Darnell Washington worth going to get, not in my opinion.
No, I mean, right now is where I've got him. I've got him in the 3rd round, and I think he's going to go pretty quickly, honestly, in terms of what he can be. Good athlete, but you don't know what he's going to be. He's going to be a tackle. Is he going to be a tight end?
He still reminds me more of Antonio Gates's movement pattern than anything else, and that makes me a bit nervous.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do that.
I do agree. I do have him in this round as well as was the long shot Kraft, and I do want to see him get a shot here. That's Tucker.
Yes.
And I'm gonna mess his name up too, folks. Just please deal with me. Longmorn, thank you for your support, bud. Appreciate you. Metal Rocker, appreciate you as well. Hey, Ryan Dan, sorry I'm here late. Love the Rice pick. He was my guy, and I wanted them to take him. Good job. Also want to know if I join at All Pro, can I cancel at any time, or if something happens online? Absolutely, man.
Always.
Any member, you can cancel whenever you like. Especially for the Discord, you'll already be connected. So once you're in, you're in. We do enjoy that, and we'd like to build that community through the RGR channel, so we appreciate you. Feel free, and if you have any issues, Metal, just let me know. Mayor James, thank you. Pretty hard to project Ross when he hasn't played it down and had a couple significant injuries. Would love to see him succeed, but I can't bet on it. And that's exactly, I think, how we both feel, right?
Exactly.
Like, I'm pulling for him. I had him at the top of the wide receiver charts for 2 solid years when he was in college.
Yeah.
And it's just the injury thing. That's it.
That's it.
It's my only qualm. So if they can fix that, I think he has the potential here. Thank you, Mr. Man.
There it is.
There goes Hyatt. Deep threat to the Giants. They've been moving all their wide receivers to the Kansas City Chiefs, so I expect Jalen to be here in 2025. And we'll let them train him up and see what he can do. Also a favorite of Peyton Manning. The kid's got upside, and I do think he just needs to be put in a position where he can learn a little bit more about how to play the game as a standalone on the line of scrimmage receiver. I think he's got it in him.
Yeah, they have a lot of slot receivers there, so getting somebody at least with the, I guess, upside to play a little more on the outside as a Z possibly is in their wheelhouse, and they desperately do need speed to open up everybody else. I think Wan'Dale Robinson probably best as a slot guy as well. So it looks like Mike Kafka over there in New York is opening up a little bit, much like the Chiefs are, in the sense that they don't need an X receiver. They're going to move everybody around and use them to their best abilities. So you're going to see Wan'Dale, you're going to see Sterling Shepard, you're going to see Jalen Hyatt out there next year, kind of doing whatever they can with speed on the field. So hopefully he develops well. That's all we can hope for.
Yeah, I'm with you. Matthias, thank you. Appreciate you, sir. With the second round ends, do you think that FAU at 31 was the right pick? I like it even more. I certainly do. I am still a little bit surprised that Foskey went as high as he did. What was he, 41, I believe?
It's around there, yeah, early second.
Like, that was a bit of a surprise, but that kind of pushed Felix up a little bit. So I do feel that as it fell down, it kind of crunched right there at the end of the first round. I thought it was good value and a guy that they were able to really work out and get to know. And I think that might be the more important thing here. Yes, he has skills that they can find. They do have to define them, but he can fit in this locker room. He can be a bookend to George Karlaftis, and that's more important to me.
Also high effort, another high effort player. He plays with his hair on fire. Chiefs love that. And I think that he's kind of a tweener in terms of what both Spags and Joe Cullen value. He's speed,
Right.
he has the length, and then he has power. He also has the body type that you're looking for a Cullen guy. So he's like in the middle of what they both value. So I like that. That does show that they're working a little bit more, and Spags is opening up a little bit to what he's got. And as we say that, the Browns have selected Cedric Tillman, the guy that we expected the Chiefs to be trading up for, and then ended up not being.
And I don't know how everybody feels about the Cleveland Browns. You guys are going to meet Quincy Carrier, who's going to partner with us on NFL 33 here coming up in the future. We have some cool plans coming for NFL 33. If you're not subbed over there, please go sign up. Even if it's a free subscription, feel free. If you want all the behind the scenes information, you got to get on the Substack paid subscriber list, but do that. Quincy's great, and he covers the Browns in depth. And I will tell you this. What I like about this particular acquisition for them, I would have liked him in Kansas City. I still would like him in Kansas City. This is a guy, in my opinion, that has the potential to save Deshaun Watson's career.
Interesting.
He's going to give him the ability to complete passes wherever he needs to go.
They also traded for Elijah Moore. Don't forget, he's
True.
in Cincinnati now too, or Cleveland now too. So I think we can realistically say last year they picked David Bell out of Purdue. He's no longer in the plans. Okay, Donovan Peoples-Jones, who was their number 2 receiver last year, probably is going to be relegated to punt returner guy, because I think what they want is on the field, at least from what I'm seeing about what they're drafting and bringing in, is Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Cedric Tillman. Those 3 I could see being a very impactful wide receiver trio along with David Njoku to be a security blanket to help revive, like you said, Deshaun Watson's career. So I like what they did there just now.
If somebody had to have it, I'd rather it be in the NFC, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Matthias, thank you again for the support and for being here. I know it's late, so cheers. Let's see. Let's go. Hope you're doing well.
Let's go.
Miss LGC here. Appreciate it. Appreciate the content and appreciate you. Thank you very much. I hope that you've been having fun. We're trying to get to everything and get caught up here a little bit. Whiskey had to say a draft eval methodology question.
All right.
How much does Mahomes read affect how you see a wide receiver, running back, tight end grading as an impact for the Chiefs? Is it a draft prospect grade, same regardless of the final destination? I will. Do you have what you want to do?
I mean, yeah, I personally don't change my grades based on what the Chiefs have.
Exactly.
I grade everyone the exact same. But I also I understand that they elevate players specifically on what they do well. I think that's something that we're seeing. They used Sky Moore maybe a little bit more non-conventionally than I would have, but out of necessity because McCole Hardman was hurt last year. So they had to kind of change the way they used Sky Moore and use him a little bit more of a jet sweep. I don't know if you'll see him doing that this year, but we'll see. You never really know. Maybe he likes it. I don't know. We'll find out. But MBS, they kind of regulated him to what he does best: downfield, double move type of player. And Juju Smith-Schuster, same. He was getting more yak yardage, but he was schemed into space. So I think we can kind of rightfully assume that they're going to draft players on their board regardless, but also in the back of their head knowing that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes elevate these players maybe a little bit above what other teams feel that they're graded as. So maybe they'll be graded differently on their own boards than they would be on other teams' boards based off of that fact. So if you factor in, Rashee Rice being able to do everything he does, and then give him a boost for Andy Reid, putting him in space. You say, okay, he's a pretty good yak guy. He's going to get schemed into space. Patrick Mahomes is going to get the ball into, out quickly. Then you can kind of see a little bit of a pathway for that. So I guess fundamentally, I won't change anything on my board, but I can understand that happening that way for Kansas City.
My grade is my grade no matter what. It's what they do, how they produce, but also what their upside is from what I can pick off of the film. The target changes it, and that's the difference between the guide and the grade and the board. You stack the board for where the targets are, who's picking. So in my mind, I always stack the board for athleticism. It doesn't matter whether it's the Chiefs picking or somebody else.
Yeah.
That's the way I go about it. That's why my board is my board and the guide is the guide. So you guys get the information of what we find versus what we project. And I think that's why I really enjoy the fact that we do separate boards and we
Yeah.
don't do a consensus board here at NFL 33 and Rogue APC. I do want to double check something because I see people talking about it. And Rashee Rice came in at 6 foot and 5
In 5
inches.
inches. Yeah, okay.
So that is his official height. I had him at 6'1". Apologies, I had not updated that.
I mean,
one.
I did see players growing at their pro days, so it's very
it does
possible.
happen. You're very right.
Also, another thing about Rashee Rice, he has over 32-inch arms, everybody. Over 32-inch arms. I promise you they will be utilizing those properly.
Yes, I have to think so.
And there goes Zach Harrison, defensive end out of Ohio State to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, right in about the range that I had him, maybe a touch high because I do think he is kind of still a prospect in development. I had him more in the 80 to 85 range, but that's fine. I think that's perfectly applicable. It doesn't hurt the Chiefs. I don't think I do think he was a spec type player. I don't think that he's to the level that they feel can come in and make an impact. So I didn't think he was necessarily on the radar either.
What I'm going to do for you guys, when I get home, probably tomorrow, I'm going to go back to the 2021 tape for Rashee Rice, and I'm going to try to find some clips to put together for a short little video. I don't know when I'll get it out, but I will do that for you guys. But I've got some of him in the chamber already, and we'll see what I can put together. And we'll definitely, if you guys follow me on Twitter at InHarmsWay19, I'll throw some up there for you in the next couple of days before the video. But we'll definitely have something for you.
For sure. Making updates to my board. And let's see, Mr. Baggins, what do you think about our choices so far? I think maybe I already answered this one. I think we're feeling pretty solid about
I
it.
think we're feeling pretty good.
Let's see. Tyler Prince, thank you for your support. I know some people are upset about the Rice pick, but I feel pretty good about it. Am I wrong? Laugh out loud. No, you are not wrong. And I have someone else here. Thank you, DC, for bringing up. KCSN had Rashee as their number 6. In my final rankings, Rashee's number 3, putting together film, production, and athleticism. So it certainly is a value on my board. I certainly fall in line with about where KCSN had him. Very comfortable with that. He was 6 just in film grade for us, let alone the athleticism scores and the production scores. So we do feel good about that. I don't think this was a reach or any kind of overreach in any way.
No, I had him as my wide receiver 9. And that's not to say that he was a bad player. I just had a lot of other receivers higher because I think that on day 2 there was a lot of value. We still haven't even seen Josh Downs be selected. I think that's most likely because teams view him as a pure only slot and a small guy. Like that's just kind of how it is. But we'll end up seeing it. And honestly, I think that there's been some comments about the KCSN guys not happy about the pick. But as your wide receiver 6, I guess I'm not entirely so maybe because they traded up for it. But either way, you're able to do some different things with him as a player. But again, I want to confirm all that on the 2021 tape before we just kind of let him go off.
There you go. And if you guys did miss it, we had a great draft summit this year. That's where Dan and I get together with the KCSN Lab guys. We do it. It's been multiple years running now. I don't even know how long, but it's always a good time. And quite frankly, I was a little bit exhausted when we recorded that, so it's a little bit more hijinks.
Absolutely were.
So check it out. It's here on the channel. You can check that out, and I'll try to link it up here later. I am not upset about the Rice pick. I will just put it that way.
Yeah, me either.
Michael, thank you for your super chat. Didn't see Tank Dell on Ryan's board. Is D-Hop off the table? I think at this point, unless he's released, he is off the table. If he is released, I don't know that it's not something they're not going to talk to, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying
they're going to improve themselves if they ever can. And that's the thing. I think we need to understand, also take a step back. If it's the choice between letting Rashee Rice develop a year and having DeAndre Hopkins on the team, they would take having DeAndre Hopkins on the team, especially if they view him in the same vein. Why would you turn down the opportunity to get them both in the same room so Rashee Rice can learn how to play like that from the man himself that he compares him to? I think that if the opportunity presents itself, then they absolutely will take advantage of that.
exactly. And Michael, you are not wrong. It came down. I had 28 wide receivers on my board, And Tank Dell did not make the cut for me, and I couldn't bring myself to put 30 wide receivers on a board. So, yes, he is omitted from mine. Not anything necessarily against him. It's just not a guy I personally wanted to go out and get. I see more upside or more better fits for what I'm looking to do with other players. That's okay. Dan was dang near perfect on where the league felt about him. I just didn't agree. Thanks, Knicks fan. Appreciate it. We're doing the best that we can today. That's for sure. Tomorrow's going to be a lot more fun, and it's going to be quite, frankly, a little bit more sprint, recover, sprint.
They took two tight ends. What are the Packers doing?
They're Packers.
Did they forget that they drafted Luke Musgrave?
Evidently. That's really interesting. By the way, what we neglected to tell you is that Byron Young, Tennessee, went off the board.
Yes.
I do like him, and I do think that he has some explosive traits that can be harnessed. I kind of like the area that he was picked. I had him a little bit lower in case the Chiefs wanted to come back to him in the third round.
Yeah.
But it makes sense where they took him. But yeah, clearly this is 13 personnel coming at you. I wonder if they're going to look to run the ball a little bit more, protect Jordan from Jordan, and do as much as you possibly can in the structure of the offense, not putting it all on the quarterback.
So does this make Luke Musgrave a wide receiver?
That is a significant possibility.
Like
a big slot.
Big
I mean,
slot.
that's the trend right now. I mean, you guys have seen it before in the Reed system. You go back to Jason Avant in Philadelphia in particular, a little bit in Kansas City, but in Philadelphia, when you just leave him split out.
Yeah.
And Musgrave has that ability, especially if he can get fully recovered. I do think that they can do that with him. It allows them also to play games with whether you can press Watson or not, and that might turn him loose.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's possibility.
So I know I made a, I wouldn't have drafted two tight ends on day two. I'm sorry. That's just Packers.
The only thing worse for Packers fans have been two wide receivers, but it is what it
and
is.
Josh Downs goes.
And Dan is justified here. 79 of the Colts. Old friend Chris Ballard says, you know what, Dan, I'll listen to you. We'll put this guy on the roster and see what he can make happen. Now let's see. How off am I on Josh? Actually, I was higher on Josh than the Colts were, so I'm doing pretty good.
There you go.
The only guy that I seem to be out on left field is, and I couldn't care less. I'm happy to be out here, is A.T. Perry. I'm going to be right in the end. I feel very, very confident in that.
I think I'm going to end up being almost exactly right.
Are you? Oh, you are. Good Lord. Knock it off.
Honestly, if we end day two with all the receivers that I have in days one and two selected, I'm going to be extremely happy, and you guys will not be able to tell me anything about my wide receiver evaluations.
Well, Jaden, who's left? Because did Tyler Scott go?
It's just A.T. Perry.
Okay. So
he's the only one on my board for days 1, 2, and for days 1 and 2 that's left. That's
it's
it.
Not all about you. I'm trying to fix my board because I don't remember who got taken.
Okay, so let me see.
Scott didn't go, right?
No, he is not gone.
I still have him in the third, and I still have Perry. Those are the last two on my board for today at wide receiver.
I imagine Tyler Scott's going to get picked. I just have a feeling about it, even though I wouldn't have done it myself. But
I'm down.
Either way,
if A.T. Perry slips to the fourth and the Chiefs can pick him up late, I'm going to be ecstatic.
Yeah, honestly, if he's there in the fourth, they might even just take him anyway.
Yeah, could be.
Oh, it looks like the Panthers just traded with the Steelers. What are the Steelers doing? Does anybody know?
They're beating Steelers. Straightforward, nothing flashy, getting stuff done.
You're right.
Adebawari
is still on the board.
I see people talking about that. Now, Tommy, I know everybody got very, very serious about him very, very fast when Mobile happened. I, too, picked him out of day one. The only problem is when you go all season without making a splash and then you show up in Mobile and all of a sudden you're all world, there's an inconsistency there, and that's a strategic problem.
No.
Because if you're putting out a higher level of effort, or if you've all of a sudden put it together because these are guys who've never seen you before, and anyone who gets to game plan and watch film against you has the ability to knock you around, that's a problem.
It's really the Ohio State game. That was it. Like he upped his level of play from there on. I honestly don't know what it took, but you can kind of make the same argument for CJ Stroud in a different regard. Stroud was still delivering the football all over the field accurately everywhere. But at the Georgia game, he elevated himself, was making plays out of structure, doing everything you wanted him to do. Tommy was playing defensive end at Northwestern, and then we kind of see him be more utilized as a defensive end in the offseason process. And that's when everyone started to be like, hey, wait a second. This guy's really, really athletic. He's powerful. He's impactful. He's speedy. What was happening? And then you honestly, you turn on the Ohio State game and you're like, this guy is a first-round pick, no joke. Like, if it was just based on the Ohio State game, he would have been drafted already. But that's how good he was in that game. And again, that was just based off one game of his. You don't not much Northwestern defense out there in terms of tape.
A ton.
But the post-draft, the post-season process for him has been very kind. Right now, teams appear to be going back to that. Well, what did you do for me in the first 10 games of the season before all this happened? So somebody might be getting a steal. They also could be getting a bust. You don't really know. That's kind of how the range of outcomes level for him. I don't think he's going to get bust.
I don't think so either.
I don't think most of these guys that are being drafted are going to be busts. Like, I just don't think that's how that works.
But this is the same conversation we had about Kalijah Kancey, because when you're undersized and you have trouble and you have to be a penetrator and you get to the next level, that doesn't happen that easy.
I just saw so much more strength. Even for on his tape that I saw.
And he uses his length better.
Yeah. So
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Now, going back to the Pittsburgh Steelers, what have they done? They took my favorite tackle in Broderick Jones. They came back. They took Joey Porter.
I forgot they took Broderick
Yes.
Jones. Never mind.
They came back. They took Joey Porter, and then they took your defensive tackle in Keanu Benton. So Steelers have been busy.
Had a pretty good draft so far. My apologies, Pittsburgh. I didn't need to be reminded, but that's fine.
Brandon, thank you very much, and go Chiefs to you, buddy. We appreciate your support.
Yeah.
And fans since '93. That's about
awesome.
when I became one as well. So cheers to you.
I was born 1 year before that.
Shut up. I was working in bars by then.
I'm sorry.
Good Lord.
Nothing I can do about it. Interesting. This was
shocking.
This was the defensive end that the Chiefs had met with.
Yes.
That everyone kind of made bones about, but I don't think I had a day too great on him.
No, I had DJ, and DJ's playing it or has been playing at Oregon. A guy that I have been watching for quite a while, because I did go to high school, very up to date on the Pac-12 in particular. Did not think that he was anywhere close to a day 2 prospect. He's up and down. His effort, quite frankly, is more down than it is up. I don't think he uses the length that he has very well. He's not as explosive as he was in 21. I don't know if there's an injury involved that we never heard about, but quite frankly, this is a reach. This is not something that I would have done. I have him low in the 5th. I don't know exactly why they did this.
I don't know, but we're seeing 2 players from the Pac-12 defensive ends being drafted that we were a little bit lower on in Tuli. I can't pronounce his last name. Tuipulotu. Yes.
That guy.
that guy, and DJ Johnson actually had them right next to each other in the 5th round. So I'm interested to see where they end up doing in the NFL. But if we're talking about drafting developmental prospects, shouldn't you be doing that on day 3?
You should, especially when you got Brian Burns on board. Getting reps is going to be a little bit challenging, I think, for DJ Johnson here. I mean, it is an 80 pick, so it's low enough that if you can see it from here and you're thinking day 3, maybe you can talk yourself into it because you have the pick. It also depends on what just went off the board. Maybe they were waiting on Tucker Kraft. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. But I just feel like at this point, Isaiah McGuire is a better selection for a defensive end, just based off of his tape alone.
He certainly had better flashes against better competition, and that goes a long way. I agree with you there. I wouldn't say it was as sustained. That'll be the difference.
But again, we're seeing teams take shots on guys that flashed in the top 15, like flashes.
And by the way, when it comes to flashes, I'm going to give you guys a heads up before Mel Kiper beats me to it, or McShay or anybody. The name is Braylon Trice from Washington. If you want to watch next year's guy that's going to explode in the Pac-12, that's the guy to watch. I got you, Mel. It's about time. Apparently, Rice was with Mahomes in Dallas. Thoughts? I did not know that, Jay. Thank you for letting me know.
Nice.
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that Mahomes is obviously involved. Yes, and it's been really, really interesting the way that they've kind of skirted the process. I'm not sure if there's going to be fallout from that or not.
Yeah, I don't know. No, they've reported it. Like, this was reported widely among the league. They all knew about it. So they would have been handed down some kind of punishment if it was illegal by the standards at this point in the process. They're pretty quick to turn on that when you're doing something that they don't want you to do, tampering and that sort of thing.
Agreed.
So I would imagine that everything they did was by the book. And, Rice again.
I think it's kind of a gray area in the
It might
CBA,
be.
so I think
It
that might
might
be
be.
something to look to correct later. But there's nothing you can do about it right now.
It might be exactly it.
And by the way, I just want to shout out this user. Thank you. Love the name, Duncan Idaho. Just rewatched the newest one. I'm waiting for part 2. So Bosco's asking about Keely Ringo. Could be here. I don't know what's going on with
I don't know.
Jason McCourty right here. Making me a little bit nervous here for the Texans pick.
Titans.
Titans, Texans, whatever they are. I saw Oilers. It threw me off.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cute, McCourty. Take your butt off the stage, bro. He's not sorry.
What?
He's talking about
Is he trying to rewrite history? I don't understand what's going on right now.
I don't know. He's got a lot to say about a pick that should have taken about 3
Did he
seconds.
have a few drinks before he came up to his?
I mean, hey, it is a party town. We're all having a good time tonight, right, folks?
Absolutely.
Hit me in the chat if you think so.
Still 1,100 in here. I love you guys. You guys are doing a fantastic job supporting us all night long for the last 2 nights. Can't thank you guys enough. It's great.
Tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun, too. And Ryan's pointing out Avant was 6 foot and 210 pounds. Do you consider that a big slot? I thought he was much taller than that. I had him at 6'2" and a quarter is what I thought
he
I
was
had
shorter
him.
than that.
You did? Okay. Well,
Granted, I was watching. I was not evaluating.
Okay. I'm going to go find out. So, and eventually McCourty will be done making
What
this
is going?
selection.
Is this Jerry Jones over here?
I don't know what's going on here. Let us see.
There we go.
Okay. So there's been a rumor all through this pre-draft process about Derrick Henry's future and them trying to possibly move on.
Yep.
Tajay Spears is a much different back.
Yep.
Explosive, has the high gear. Compare with him for a year and be a 1-2 punch, and then he should be ready to take over here. I like his build. I know he's a little bit undersized, but at 202, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, you guys can see him accelerate here. What is he, 509 and a quarter or something like that?
5'10", I think.
Okay. By the way, Jason Avant was 6 foot and an eighth. So correct, Ryan. Thank you for keeping me on that. But at the time, yes, he was considered a big slot.
Okay.
Maybe not by today's standards. You know, we're all getting bigger, faster, stronger. It's the name of the game. But at the time, yes, he was a big slot.
So Tajay Spears, one of the best space movers in the entire draft, in my opinion. The knee concerns are there, but don't forget for Tennessee, they drafted Hassan Haskins last year. So this could be a Thunder Lightning duo punch to move on from Derrick Henry happening in Tennessee going forward. I think that's the best course of action to utilize Tajay Spears to keep those knees fresh so he doesn't take a ton of punishment, but also you have that power back in Hassan Haskins to finish the job.
Okay. Buccaneers are on the clock here. We're at 82, so we're roughly 13 picks from Kansas City.
Yeah.
And it's starting to narrow down for me a little bit. I do like that everybody's talking about Tommy Adewale. I'm not 100% there yet.
And there goes
Yaya. No, I was just going to come around to Yaya. Jason Light stealing my thunder. Yaya Diaby, the Louisville tackle / edge that I think is the quote unquote poor man's Keon White that I think is actually going to be better. Dang. Okay, that's disappointing. I wanted to see him in Kansas City. That makes me upset. Jay Sims wanted to come back to you. Thank you for your super chat. We very much appreciate it. If you guys are looking for some of this gear, either the Rogue Nation or the Mahomes or any of that's licensed.
My apologies, guys.
Chief in the North Albany, you head over to the store link is in this message right here. It's also in the description. It's bit.ly/RGR store as well. Someday I'm going to forget that, but for right now it's burned into my memory, and I'm still pissed about Yaya Diaby. Dang it. Pete, I hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. And we're trying to stay up to date. We're struggling a little bit with the streams just to make sure that we're getting as fast as everybody can. Seahawks are trading out or trading into pick 83.
They traded to the
Or they're
Broncos.
trading out to the Broncos. Okay. I can't read fast enough, especially if the ESPN doesn't put it up correctly. So hey, I'm doing what I can here. Dang it, I'm
He's just. It's not because not because he can't read. It's because he's flummoxed right now with Yaya going off.
I'm just angry.
I would have been on day 4, excuse me, day 3. God, good Lord, I can't speak now.
See,
I'm not even like flummoxed. I had him as an early round 4 player, so that's pretty much in line with where he's going. Late round 3, early round 4.
I had him at the very top of day 2. I thought he'd be one of the top 5.
Really,
picks.
you had him that high?
No, I'm sorry, of day 3.
Oh, good Lord, I was like, whoa.
No, I had him in the first 5 picks of day 3, and I'm just pissed that I was 20 picks too low on what just happened. Just remember his name. You guys will probably always remember because I wouldn't shut up about him, but I think Yaya Diaby has a future in this league. It's going to be fun. Clear the air with E. I like that. It must be a podcast or something. Good luck to you. Thanks for all you guys do. Watch every week. Where are we going at pick 95? Well, we're just going to start looking at that now because they just ruined my plan for where I was going to go. But thank you, Clear the Air. We appreciate you. And yes, if you would like to subscribe to this video, that would help. I think FLDB must be in the house now because we're getting some of these that are making sense to me. You guys, if you do want to ask a question, I'm having trouble getting through this particular chat. So hit the super chat if you want to get recognized really easily.
There's a ton of stuff in here. You guys are doing a great job keeping engaged and talking through it. So yeah, if you guys want a question answered, guaranteed, hit that super chat. We absolutely will get that done for you.
And please, would really like to see everybody hit the like if you would. There's a ton of folks in here. We would appreciate it very much. So I'm going to throw my board up on the screen first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there after I take the bot down. And I'm going to expand a little bit. So here's where we're going to look. Obviously, quarterback is off the table. Tyjae Spears goes, which, by the way, I have been 100% on my running back rankings so far. I actually find that quite entertaining.
No, you haven't.
I have not?
No.
Who else went that I missed?
Kendra Miller.
Oh, dang it. I've been 90% on my running back rankings here. So, obviously, with Rasheed coming in, I still have A.T. Perry. We've talked about him. Could the Chiefs go back-to-back wide receivers? It's unlikely, but it is a possibility. I'd be a little bit verklempt about it because I do like AT, but I don't think that's the way that I would go. Let's be real. If there's one team that like Demetrius Harris, that might like Darnell Washington,
it would be
Andy Reid seems to be the guy. So that could be a possibility. I have Darnell here higher than we are now. Kraft didn't go, right? So I didn't miss that one.
Yes, he did.
He did go? Okay.
Yes, he did.
All right, so I missed that. DeJuan Jones, he's here for the power teams as a second-round pick. I would not select him here. Blake Freeland is the next. Braden Daniels. Steen did go, I believe, yes?
Steen is gone.
So those two are guys that I do fit and could be possibilities here. Whippler, John Schmitz, I don't think those guys are going. I do think you can wait on Zavala and Bradford, and I do think the Chiefs like Bradford from what I understand on day 3. Riley Moss goes to the Denver Broncos. They're trying to combat the Kansas City Chiefs and bring in some DBs. I think that's a smart move. They have hit a little bit of a skid here recently.
Yeah.
And I do think they need to get that corrected.
just a little one. That's a smidge.
You know. Then we get to the interesting part, and it's Tommy Adewari, but you all know how I feel about Moro Ojomo. And I do think that he's viable at 95. I'd love to see him fall a little bit farther. If they could move back, I would do that. But did you get to do Moro's tape?
No, I never got to Moro's tape.
While as much as I love Yaya, Moro's a better, more complete player right now. So in terms of stepping in, taking rotations, helping let Turk recover from his injury, helping sub in for Derek Nottie, who at this point in his career I do think is a 2-down player. Yeah. Shouldn't be rushing the passer on 3rd down. I do like him there. Who else is left here? Not looking at a linebacker myself. The Chiefs have scared me with some other things. You never know. But this is the really interesting group here. Julius Brents did go, but Caillou Blue Kelly is here.
Yep.
He's my lowest day 2 grade. Cam Mitchell is here. If we're talking about nickels, it's Cam Mitchell and
Yeah.
Clark Phillips that are still here that I have grays on that are relevant here. And Darius Rush hasn't gone unless I missed something
no.
completely. So in terms of like having the fit, you could do that. And then someone asked earlier, it would be skipping a number of players, but JL Skinner is on my board in this range. And I know he's skinny. Maybe we need to get him calf transplants or something. I'm not sure. But he is a guy that I do think would be viable here. I like Skinner. I know safety's not a high priority, but it is something that they could do. What do you think? Do you want to go through your board or you just want to
let's
name
go
your
ahead.
guys?
Let's go ahead and pull it up if I can do that quickly.
Yeah, I was just on yours. Just go back to it.
Were you? No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. This is yours.
Nope.
Oh.
I don't do that.
Well, this was up. I was a little confused. Okay. All right. So I think the Chiefs could end up going in a couple of different ways. You know, Devin Achane from Texas A&M goes to the Dolphins there. It wouldn't – I think it would shock me if they went with DeJuan Jones. I know people are talking about getting him as he's falling, but I think he's about where he should go. Maybe I'm a little bit – no, I'm lying. I'm trying to do two things at once for no reason. Like my board is on here and not on my computer.
In front of you.
I'm like trying to do the two things at once here. So DeJuan Jones, I had as a early second round pick on tape. I think that's his tape. I think his tape is that good. But again, character concerns. I do think corner is starting to play more into what the Chiefs could end up doing. Not Cam Smith. Darius Rush would almost be exactly what they're looking for in terms of a man coverage corner with plays physical, has that speed. That's something that makes a lot of sense. This is one of the guys that I was extremely excited about.
Yeah.
A transfer wide receiver safety at Nevada. He plays linebacker at Nevada, then transfers to Washington State this last year, and he is a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun to watch. But back to the Chiefs really quickly. Sorry. When I see my guys jump up on the screen, I got to get it
That's
in.
Diane Henley out of Washington State, folks, because we weren't on screen when
my
that
apologies.
came up.
Yes, Diane Henley, linebacker. He's a lot of fun. You can see he was a safety at one point. He's just fun to watch. But defensive tackle really quickly here. I'm looking at Siaki Ika. I think that's a possibility at 95. I think that his tape is there. Maybe they would reach on a Kobe Turner, but tackle-wise, I'm not comfortable with Blake Freeland. Even though I have a grade here. In terms of fit for the Chiefs right now, if they're waiting this long, they feel their needs different. And if they want Juwan Taylor to play left tackle, Blake Freeland makes no sense as a developmental guy.
Right.
Because you're looking start. You think
and
he's
he is a
tackle.
left only.
Exactly.
as well.
He's not playing anywhere else. He doesn't have the strength to play right tackle. So that's an interesting dynamic that we're going to have to kind of see how that plays out going forward. But it comes down to, like you said, I don't think linebackers in play. I do, however, think that possibly Antonio Johnson, safety out of Texas A&M, would be somebody interesting to look at. Again, they have 3 safeties on 1-year contracts. 3 safeties.
That is a lot.
It's a lot. And you're going to be trying to get through that room and help the continuous flow of safety and corner play in Kansas City. So I could see them going somewhere like Antonio Johnson or Darius Rush to help solidify their back end.
Now, Antonio Johnson is our safety 4. He was 13th in production overall, only 19th in the matrix. That's my concern about him. Doesn't have the deep range to play single high, in my opinion. He's got to be in a split system.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Chiefs like to roll. You can roll to Cook. You can roll to Reed. Like that's possible for now.
Yeah.
Here's what he does. He's 6th in blitz percentage. He comes off the corner.
Yeah.
It allows you to not send the nickel, and I think that's smarter at times. Big thing is Eagle playmaker. He's number 2 in this class at the safety position. He makes plays in the field, behind the line of scrimmage, forcing fumbles. He does a little bit of it all. And I think that's maybe the missing link in the Chiefs defensive backfield right now is the takeaways, the big play ability.
You could argue that they've been looking to find ways to get more turnover production, more ball production. They do need it. So both him and Darius Rush would kind of offer that. I think he's got good ball skills as well. Darius Rush out of South Carolina. So yeah, there's some ability there for sure.
So we could see a tackle. We could even go see a safety. I think I'm a little bit more reluctant on the safety just because I don't
Yeah,
think
no,
the
I get
Chiefs
it.
want to do
I
that.
absolutely get it. I don't know if there's anything that's like off the board outside of linebacker and interior offensive line. I think they could almost do anything at this point.
I'm putting Yaya in red on my board, damn it. Sorry, I'm still hung up on that.
He is very hurt. He's very, very hurt. Oh, man.
Tariq Stevenson is a 4th round guy on my board. You mentioned Clark Phillips. Did you get a chance to look at Cam Mitchell from Northwestern?
No, I did not.
So I think he's a guy who can play inside as well.
Okay.
And so that's another option there. Darius Rush is the guy on the board with a day 2 grade that fits
Yes.
their bill
Yep.
in terms of length, speed, size. So keep that in mind. There's another option at 95. I am not liking the fact that my brain keeps coming back to Darnell Washington. I got to tell you, I have
know.
serious Demetri Harris hangover from watching him.
Okay. Here's an interesting dynamic.
Siri, Dan's not talking to you.
What? I am not talking to that. Here's an interesting dynamic because the outcomes of Darnell Washington are so far in between. If the idea, again, he did have teams coming out approach him about a move to tackle because he is that good of a blocker.
Mhm.
Let us put our tinfoil hats on very quickly.
There ain't enough tinfoil for that.
There is. The
No.
Chiefs draft Darnell Washington.
A Super Bowl champion
No.
is not taking a tight end and converting him
No,
to
no,
their
no.
left
Not
tackle.
initially, not left tackle. No. Initially, tight end. You see how it works if you place tight end, and you see how your in-house right tackle Lucas Niang plays this year. And if it doesn't work, hey, come on down. You can play right tackle for us.
Okay. Here comes Torrey Smith for the Baltimore Ravens. Interested to see what they do here. And it
Hey,
is Trenton
linebacker.
Simpson, speed backer, Dorian O'Daniel, part 3. And I hope that he's more successful than Dorian is because Dorian is one of the disappointments of my evaluation career because I thought he had the potential to not only stick but be a playmaker in this league. And I kept waiting for it to happen. And I was actually
I
wrong.
know. I think we all talked ourselves into Dorian O'Daniel being a thing. And that's not to say anything, bad about him. It's not easy to succeed in the NFL. It really isn't. And when you're that tweener body type, we're seeing it with Isaiah Simmons in Arizona. He's a tweener, and they had came out and said they were building and making him the star backer, creating a whole new position for him to play. That's not how you succeed in the NFL, unfortunately. You got to find a way to make them, be safety or a linebacker, but stop making them something that they're, that they can't do. It's impossible to do that. So it's unfortunate. I wish that Dorian O'Daniel would have been able to succeed, but it's not going to happen for everybody.
Well, at least Trenton's excited. I'm happy for him.
How big is Trenton, by the way? I didn't. I think he's got to be bigger than Dorian, right?
2 1/4, I want to say. They're actually pretty similarly sized. I'm going to double check that. And folks, this is just the way I stand when I'm at a bar anyway. So don't mind me at all.
It's the bar stool.
Trenton's 6'0", so he's 6'2" and 3/8.
Okay.
235. He's almost identical in size dimensions to Trenton. The difference is that he has, I think his deep range is matrix 1 at the linebacker level. Explosive is number 1. He's 2 overall matrix, 5 in power, 3 in change of direction, 3 in explosive range. Dramatically more athletic than Dorian was.
Yeah.
So, but played a similar role. Joe Staley's fired up. That's all I know.
Jair Brown.
There goes the safety from Penn State, Jair Brown, who I didn't have as high as Antonio Johnson. That's okay.
I didn't either. I mean, I had Antonio Johnson as a 2nd round grade, and I had Jair Brown as a 3rd. So,
Yeah. It's the difference. Jair, I had safety 4 on my board. Johnson, I still have a safety 2.
I just want to point out that there is a comment that needs to be put up here because
No, what am
I have a good point. That's
Okay,
why.
all right. Let me speed through some of these others so we give people in order. Dang.
I'm just saying.
What did the Chiefs give the Lions pick for Dwayne Bowe? I don't remember, Kevin.
That was what 2000.
Dan was 4.
That wasn't 4.
I
It was
know.
in like 2005 or 6, wasn't it?
So how old are you?
Do you really want to know?
No, I don't. Never mind. Forget I asked. Dang it. Sorry, Kevin. I'll have to go look
I
that
just
up.
joined high school in 2006. My freshman year in high school was 2006.
I was married and my wife was pregnant. In 2006. Doom Part 2. Love you guys. Thank you, Duncan.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Colson, hit the like button if you guys would, please. Hit them likes. We would appreciate it. It helps us. Darnell Washington at 95. We talked about that.
Yep.
Possibility. Why is Clark Phillips still on the board?
Okay.
He's small.
This is the same kind of impact of Josh Downs on the opposite side. I think he had in my opinion, top 4, top 5 tape, but he got pushed down because he was really small. Clark Phillips is going to need a lot of things to go right in his career to succeed, but the instincts, I believe he is one of the most instinctual corners in this entire draft class. He knows where the ball's going almost before the quarterback does at times. He has that ability to his game, and he doesn't care about his size. He will get down there and tackle. He will do what he has to do, but he is a slot-only player. Slot only, and that pushes corners down the board.
He's my number 4 in film in the corner class. He's my number 6 in Eagle takeaway, but he's 5'0", That is small. I mean, the only guy that's smaller than him in terms of size and height combination here is Emmanuel Forbes. And that's saying something. There goes Tank Bigsby, a guy that I do like him. I try not to get excited about running back picks because I've been burned, but I do like the way he plays.
Jacksonville, why? But I will say,
Scott Vansel, thank you. I'm getting your comment. Scott Vansel, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. Mark, where do you guys think Deuce Vaughn is going to go? I think he's going to be a 6th or 7th round pick.
I think he'll be 5th or 6th. But again, I think that's probably where he goes. Again, I believe that he's a much better vision and decision maker than most running backs his size. That's why I believe he can still succeed.
It's the catching.
Catching. I don't care so much.
I'd love to see him as a UDFA, and I'd love to see him come join Felix.
Granted, the Chiefs did that last year with Jerrion Ely.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll kind of see about that.
PK, thank you for the super chat. Our 3rd and next year's first for Buda Baker, yes or no?
No. Next year's first and
next
the
year's
and
first
the payday.
No.
And the payday.
Yeah, no.
You're gonna get paid.
I could give the 3rd. Buda's worth a 3rd. He's probably worth a 2nd.
Yeah.
If they wanted next year's 2nd and 4th or 5th this year, I could easily do that.
Yeah.
He's not a first at his age and his injury history, which is not significant injuries, but it's some of the nagging stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
Dude just plays through everything, and eventually he's going to hit a wall, and that's my concern. But I love Buda Baker's game, and I like the guy. I'd like to see him here, but the next year's first is off the table for me.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
Seriously, dudes, what do we do, Ryan? Oh, hit the like button. 1,000 of us, if you're here, surely you like the content. Yes, please. If you guys hit the like, super easy. Super chats are not required, but it does help us. Clicking the like is free. Scott, love listening to you both in the same setting together. Thanks. Yeah, I think we're having a pretty good time.
I think we're doing a good job. This is the first time that we've actually been more of this is like a live studio audience feel where we're addressing the camera like it's a live studio audience.
Our audience of one has left the room
yeah,
for the
right.
moment.
He was all done with us. But I'm glad you guys are still here because I think we're doing a pretty good job.
Washington must have old man knees. There are times his gait on film looks as though it's not that it's old man knees in terms of injury. It just isn't smooth. Yeah. It isn't the ability to accelerate and decelerate enough to make yourself open enough, even with his length.
Yeah.
That's why he said, hey, I want one more shot at the combine to go one-handed because he's got to do extraordinary things at times to make catches.
His route tree it's not good.
It's not a tree.
No, it is a tree.
It's
That's
a
how
post.
stiff it is. That's how stiff it is.
It's a post that goes one direction.
It's that trunk, man. He moves like that. He does not move very well running routes. So yeah.
Dan has a good point. Andrew Reed did that with Jason Peters in Philly. Peters tight end for the yeah, okay. Dan does have a good point. Don't let him hear that though.
We're all talking conspiracy theories, man. That's all I'm saying.
It's a bit odd watching a stream where Dan doesn't have to cover for Ryan's stream cutting out. Yeah, hey Sean, enjoy this. Here at RGR East, we have fiber.
We have fiber internet here, and it's really just a punch in the gut to Ryan and myself, who I live in the boonies in Missouri, where I don't get anything but wireless internet. I don't even get to wire my internet because I'm away from my wireless router. But either way, I mean, he's in Colorado. I ain't get fiber.
I live on top of a mountain, man. I don't get to do that stuff. That's the way that it goes. But I get the view. So hey, I'm winning in some aspects of my life here. Dave, thank you. Love the age differential. Keep up the good content. Good God.
Hey, I am 31 now, so I mean, I'm getting there.
So just to share with you folks at home, like I don't know that we've ever talked about what the age differential is.
Correct.
I am freaking old, but just to really highlight it, I helped deliver a baby once when I was doing an internship. I was right along EMT, right?
Okay.
I was in my early-ish 20s. I can't believe I'm going to say this. The year was 1997, and I helped deliver a kid. Could that have been you?
No.
Good.
1992 was when
Sweet.
I was born in Germany, so you wouldn't
Awesome.
have been there.
Awesome. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. It was the age thing. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you. Is Dawand Jones a good pick here for the Chiefs in the third round? No, Patrick. Dawand Jones is not a good pick for the Chiefs, period. He's a good pick for somebody. Clearly, the rumors that the league were big on him across the board is wrong. For a zone-based team, it is not the thing. The Rams even decided not to do it, and I don't know that they have tackles. Kobe Turner is off the board. Great story. Fairly decent sized. I used to think he was undersized, so I went and double checked the tape there. But I do like that Kobe Turner's off the board in the third round. Good for him.
Yeah.
Sooner than I had expected, I do believe. I'm double checking that.
I had an early fourth on him, so he's pretty close.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I had him in the fifth. I didn't see enough that made me say go get him.
Okay.
Patrick, Dawand is Orlando Brown reincarnated on the right-hand side. That's really the only reason for it. So
again, I think that there's more concern about his weight and character than there is about his film. His film is good. He's a solid day 2 pick on film for a power-based offense like Tennessee.
Yeah.
You think that would – they don't have tackles, by the way. They need tackles in Tennessee.
And tackle teams that are tackle need to keep passing on them.
Yeah,
that should tell you all you need to know.
Exactly. So, yeah.
Brenda Pike, thank you for your support. Appreciate you.
Brenda.
You guys are doing great, learning a lot. Help to console on Yaya. Appreciate it. That one's going to sting for a while. I have been the highest person I know of any analyst that I've talked to, and between the two of us, we've had hundreds of conversations about this draft class this season. And I am by far the highest guy on Yaya, and they beat me to him. And I'm just distraught. Oh, is this Drew? Hey, Drew Pearson's back on the mic, folks. This should be interesting.
Oh, DeVarian Overshawn.
Oh, so they stay in state. Shocking. Jerry Jones takes a Texas
DeMarvin
player.
Overshawn. He couldn't even pronounce his name. He didn't even say the M.
Yeah. When you get to that age.
No, but DeMarian, that's almost exactly where I had him on my board too. So yeah.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Long. I do agree. He underrated by most of the national media. He moves to the ball well. He can drop into coverage. When he sees it, he goes.
Yeah.
I liked his film. Clearly, we in the Big 12 get to see him a little bit more. But I think he played a role in the Alabama game, I want to say. The Bryce Young had to do all the theatrics to come back on. He had a nice game that game that I remember. And I remember that was the first note that I made that, hey, this guy can play in the league because he understands where to go. And I think he's got the athleticism that'll bring him along. I got to check what his numbers were and where he ranked in the matrix.
Yeah, his coverage skills were much better than his read and react in the run game. He was a little late, and it would get him in poor angles. That's what I did notice on the bad end. But you're going to have in the third round here, you're going to have some things where it's not necessarily always perfect and fine and dandy. But again, as a coverage player, a read and react in coverage, he did a really good job in that department and being able to. It's not like he was late all the time in the run game.
True.
He does. He's a very powerful guy. He's trying to come downhill, and he's trying to hurt somebody. So that's going to be somebody that can help facilitate the linebacker position for the Dallas Cowboys, who right now are kind of in a linebacker problem. Jabril Cox has not been what you and I thought he was going to be coming out.
I was big on Jabril Cox.
Yeah, there's I forget the big guy there now that they just brought back.
Leighton Vander Esch.
Leighton Vander Esch has no coverage skills. Essentially, he's basically been thrown out there because they don't have anybody else,
Right.
and Demarion can help solidify that a little bit.
Overshown third in bear rate, higher than Jack Campbell, Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders, Diana. Higher than anybody's been selected to this point. The guy makes plays at the line of scrimmage.
He's a physical dude too.
He is. Evidently, the Buffalo Bills are taking Dorian Williams, the Tulane linebacker. So, for those that were asking about the linebacker run, we're in the midst of it. Works well. Would have been a perfect time to take Yaya. I'm just saying.
At the end of the second and all the way to now. Like they've gotten at least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 linebackers have gone on since the end of the second. So, yeah, this has been effectively been Sugary that has been the linebacker run.
Totally disgusted is where I am at this point. Red Hood, Darnell Washington equal Jason Dunn on steroids. No.
I don't know if Jason Dunn would be too happy about that.
No. Jason was better at the point of attack than his blocking. Yes, Darnell can block, but Jason took on stout, formidable pass rushers and was able to deal with them. There was only one Jason Dunn. Let's be real.
Be real. That's right. Shout out to Jason Dunn, our friend over at Chief Concerns there.
And hey, we'll be working on our next collaboration with Jason and that show as well.
The Chiefs have traded up to 92.
Okay. Didn't have to come far. They're getting inklings that something's happening with the guy that they're targeting. Thoughts on Chris Smith at 95? Brad, I think it's a little early for him. I love the player. Even I think that he might have to go on day 3 just because of the size thing. He's not as speedy as I would like. He just makes plays. He's just one of those gritty football players that's going to be in position to do it. I love him on day 3. You have bigger fish to fry here.
Absolutely.
I'm concerned that this is going to be a tackle that somebody's not going to be happy with.
You think it's going to be Blake Freeland?
I don't know. I'm more worried about the hot name that I've been hearing the last week has been Saldivari from Old Dominion, and
I'm with you. I don't like that right here. I'm not a big fan there. We'll see.
So they avoid that. But Brad, thank you for asking about Chris, because I do think he's a ball player, and I think he's going to make an impact on the league for whatever team he plays for. Tracy, thank you. It's been an awesome show. Thank you too for doing this. I learned so much. Well, I'm very happy. We are going to have multiple streams tomorrow around the Chiefs picks. So we'll be watching when they trade in like this. We'll be jumping on. Yes, we're running out of power on that guy, but we're going to live. So be prepared. You guys will get notifications. If you're on this channel, make sure you turn the bell on, because that'll tell you when we're going. But just know, we're going to be on 3-ish picks before the Chiefs are scheduled to go. And if they trade around, we will jump on. We're going to have this pretty much just set up most of the day.
Yeah, I'll be on, I'll be at home, but we'll definitely be hopping on whenever they happen. So what do you think before the pick comes in? What do you think it's going to be?
I at this point, I'm willing to wait on the tackle, so I hope that it's not one.
Okay.
Tommy Adewale is an interesting pick. Yes, Morrow I could see going as well. There's fewer defensive tackle talents left right now than offensive tackle talents, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So even though I think it's one of the top 3 needs, I could see holding off until tomorrow because of the volume here. But let's see what the commish has to say and what the Chiefs are doing here. They came up 3 spots. I want to know what the compensation is, and I want to know whether it's worth it.
To help make the Kansas City Chiefs selection, we are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero Master Sergeant Bernard Dagon of the Kansas
Commissioner is at the podium right now,
Jacking up
for the Chiefs.
Some names of people, which Okay, so they gave up 217.
Beautiful.
To move up from 95 to 90.
I can live with that.
Yep. End of the 6th round pick, right?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Yeah.
Thank you to Dan Thompson for becoming our return member, I believe, Dan. Cheers to you, buddy. Thomas, thank you for your support, buddy.
Thank you, Thomas.
Just to jump on the Dan wagon, I graduated in 07, basic training in 06. Dang. Okay.
Yeah, my basic was 2011, so no, 2010, excuse me. I started in 2010.
Thank you, Thomas. We appreciate you,
Appreciate
and
it,
you've
Thomas.
always been very generous. Nice to have you here. Let's see what happens.
With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanye Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
Okay, that is your right tackle replacement. That's
Yep,
what that is.
That's exactly what it is. And so, as you guys heard me talk about last week, Freeland's a left. Braden Daniels can play left. Warren McClendon and Wanya Morris were the tier 4 right
Yeah.
tackles, the bookends. And I've talked about them most of this pre-draft series is because they're a little bit overshadowed. And they're both athletic. They have good feet. They're going to be able to drop back. They're going to let Juwan go over to the left-hand side. And now you have competition specifically for Lucas Niang. And more importantly, you have a backup plan if Lucas is not able to be healthy.
Exactly.
Now, Wanya came down to Mobile and had a nice week.
Yes, he did.
And I think that's probably what sealed it. This team has been heavily dependent on scouting the Senior Bowl for some of their like more, I won't say risky, but more out of left field type picks. Wanya was here. I actually had McClendon from Georgia just a touch ahead of him. But both of them were my targets for tomorrow at the top of the 4th. So I think this is perfectly fine. And they must have gotten word that somebody was digging on him too.
Yeah.
So good for them.
This makes a lot of sense. And, they got Lucas Niang at the end of the 3rd round when they drafted him. So this is the spot where they feel they can get some good developmental tackle play. I would imagine you're going to see a camp battle between Lucas Niang and Wanya Morris. I have Wanya Morris. You guys, there's about 10 of you on my board right now. You can see at the end of the 3rd, Wanya Morris's name is right there. So this lines up exactly with how the Chiefs have felt about this, moving up from 95 to 92 to go get him. Definitely, like you said, tells them that there was somebody here, probably Arizona, that was looking to get Wanya Morris. So they wanted to get in front of him. And Pittsburgh could also have done it as well if they, their tackle position is not great. So I'm outside of Broderick Jones, but yes. So
there's an opportunity to improve. Let's put it that
let's
way.
say that. So I think that this is a nice fit. And we know that the Chiefs like Oklahoma offensive linemen. And I would imagine there might have been a talk with the center in Kansas City about this player.
Have to think so. And I'll tell you this too. It might not have just been Arizona.
Yeah.
The Bengals are on the clock in 2 picks.
No, they traded with the Bengals.
Oh, they traded with the Bengals? Okay.
Yes, they did.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
The only guys trading around better tonight are the Pittsburgh Steelers, probably.
35 and a quarter and a 1/8 inch arm. So I'm Wanya Morris, by the way.
Yes.
Also, I think that there have been lots of talk about the Chiefs not needing a tackle because they have their guy. But the entire draft cycle, we have been very steadfast on the 3 needs: wide receiver, defensive end, tackle. Guess what their 3 first-round picks, their 3 first picks were? Defensive end, wide receiver, tackle. Shows you we might have a little bit of insight into what the Chiefs need and how they go about addressing it. So just wanted to pat ourselves on the back there a little bit because we both deserve it after this draft cycle.
Okay, it is getting late. We're clearly losing it a little bit.
Oh, I don't think so. We got 1,300 folks in here. Yeah?
If y'all would hit the like, we would very much appreciate it. I'm going to run down.
Smash that like button.
Smash it,
Smash it!
is what our producer is telling us. So we'd appreciate it if you'd follow through on that. Where is Wanya's numbers? I want to get back to it. And here we go. So clean pocket percentage, he's 19th in the class. At this tier, that's perfectly
In the 3rd
fine.
round, that's great.
Came in, and this is the big deal. He's going to get downfield when he gets out, right? They're going to let him run screens. 11th in explosive range at the offensive line position. Nice even distribution across the rest. 18th in power, 19th in explosion, 20th in short area quickness. Very comparable to what they've done in non-first round selections in the past at the tackle position. So perfectly fits their scheme. 6'5" and 3/8. And then did you have 35 and an 8th?
And an 8th. That this is a big dude and he can move. That's what the Chiefs love. Lucas Niang 6'7". They have now Wanya Morris 6'5", long and zone fit. Like out of Oklahoma, they play on the move a lot. They pull. They do a lot of movement with their tackles. And Anton Harrison was a fit. We said if the Chiefs could get Anton Harrison, the Jags ended up taking him. But still, like the offensive tackles in Oklahoma, offensive linemen in general, really do fit what the Chiefs need. And this just goes to show you that they really are comfortable taking him and letting him battle it out with Lucas Niang in camp to see who's going to be the starting right tackle.
And honestly, if it takes him a little bit to get there, I'm okay with that as long as Lucas is healthy. This is safety net material is what this is. And there goes Darnell Washington
That's
that
an
we were
interesting
talking
one.
about before. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. They can play power. You're going to be able to run the ball. You're going to protect Kenny Pickett, and you're going to give him an outlet. That's what Darnell Washington's going to do. I'd love to see Darnell actually come around, but you're going to see on these highlights here, depending on which stream you're watching, it's just not the smoothest route running here, and there's a physicality thing here. He's going to leap somebody. He always does. But it's just the transition in and out of routes. I don't think was a fit for Kansas City.
No, and the natural route running itself, he wasn't very good at transitioning the hip movement. It wasn't smooth. There was no smoothness to his movements. It was, I'm going to stop here, turn, and if you're tackling me, I'm probably going to throw you off as I hit the set over here.
Yeah. It's what happens. And production goes crazy.
Take it easy,
I'm
Dan.
trying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My arms are just so long. I don't know what to do with all this.
Travis, thank you for the comment. We appreciate that. We do both like Hall later. Like,
Yes.
I'm okay, probably not earlier than the 6th myself, but how do you feel?
Yeah. Actually, let me pull them up really quickly because I have Evan Hall as a 4th round prospect.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm a bit higher on Evan Hall than probably the majority of people, and it's because of I think his game is so well rounded that deserves a bump. He's going to play special teams too, and he can be a complement back to Isaiah Pacheco. He can pass block. He can go catch the football. He can do. I think he has better vision personally, but
Okay.
we'll see. I like him.
I'm gonna pull Hall up here. He's Matrix 4, I believe.
Yeah, he is.
He is Matrix 4.
Oh, there goes Michael Wilson.
There you go. Okay, so somewhere they basically split the difference. The Arizona Cardinals did between me and Jim Nagy. Jim had him in the 2nd. I had him a high 4th, right here at 94. That's a pretty good spot for him. I think they got value. Good for them. They're going to need it. Oh, did I say that out loud? Apologies.
A little bit.
Sorry there, folks. There's always challenges down in the desert. What are you going to do? There's going to be changes down there as well. But bandwagon Dallas fan, appreciate you. Definitely will have my notifications on. I'll be popping in and out tomorrow, like watching your reactions to the picks because I don't know much about all these players. Well, cheers and thank you for supporting us and doing this kind of
Appreciate it.
slapstick we get to at the end of these rounds. We only have 17,000 picks left to go, and we're going to be just fine.
No biggie.
Honestly, we are going into the comp picks here very quickly. The Bengals are on the clock now with the pick the Chiefs originally had at 95. Then we get into the comp picks.
Yep.
Now, these are still tradable. The Chiefs night
Yeah.
is not necessarily over. If they wanted to get back in right now
They
before the
absolutely
reset
could.
on day 3, they certainly could. I have seen stranger things happen, that's for sure.
They don't have 122 anymore though, so it would be a little bit further to go from 134. I think is what their pick is.
True. But as you were saying before, even as the Bengals are making the selection, big 3 positions that everyone's been asking about, are they really going to do that?
Yep.
Yeah, they
Okay.
really are going to do that. They're going to address their needs as they see them as soon as they can.
It might not be the flashiest draft, but I think that they have addressed their needs with players that will all play
Mhm.
this next season. And at the end of the day, that's exactly what you're looking for drafts at the back end of these rounds. Is what you're looking for. You're looking for players that will come in and play. You can't ask for more after winning a Super Bowl. You're not going to get the cream of the crop. That was never going to be a thing.
Right.
So you're looking for guys that can come in, they can contribute, and they can not only contribute, but vie to be starters. And that's, I don't think you can really ask for much more than what they have done so far.
Let us see what the Cincinnati Bengals are doing. And I'd love to tell you that I don't pay particularly attention to the Bengals, but I do. And I think this is a competition that's going to go on for the next few
absolutely.
years. At least until the Burrow contract has to get done. So we need to pay attention to these next couple of selections they make.
Your Instagram is blowing up there, Jason.
My IG is
You're on fire,
On
bro.
Fire.
I think that's how the kids say it.
I think so.
Yeah, that too. Sure.
Over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam.
Yes, we are just waiting on the Bengals selection. Don't worry, you haven't lost the feed. We're still here.
Yeah, we are. Just letting this veteran just speak right now.
And never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your
Oh,
freedom.
that's a good pull. That's a good pull from DC. Right there.
Yeah.
Right there for Wanya is a Duke Manyweather guy.
I did not know
I
that.
didn't know that. DC, that's a good pull right there.
Cheers. Thank you for that.
Now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana and the Houday fans out there.
To be fair, DC, Kennard has his feet. He just doesn't know how to move them.
They're attached as much to him as they are to the ground.
Jordan Battle.
Okay.
Safety.
Alabama safety goes off the line. I think the departure that they saw of Jesse Bates is problematic for them. So I don't necessarily think I would have gone with Battle myself, looking what they're looking for. But he does bring the heat. He will hit you.
The Cincinnati Bengals are directly attacking their team with players to stop the Kansas City Chiefs. They have now drafted 2 safeties the last year. They just drafted DJ Turner, corner out of Michigan. They have Jordan Battle now. They are trying to prevent Patrick Mahomes from beating them. That's exactly what these drafts are telling
And what
me.
fixes it? What fixes it?
We'll see.
Run the ball. I've been waiting all draft to say that. I've been watching you guys for years. I consider RGR the best place for analytical Chiefs information. Thank you for doing what you do. Don't often get to see you live, but so here's my thanks. Well, thank you, Mr. Uber Cross.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, and so does the production.
That may have scared me a little bit. I did not expect that, and you might see a reaction from when he did that on the stream. So
That's awesome. Thank you, sir. We do appreciate it, and glad
yes.
that you're here. As with all of you, would hit the like. We would very much appreciate it. We're going to keep on rolling here as the Lions are picking again. Broderick Martin. In the 3rd round. That's high for me. Chiefs brought him in from Western Kentucky. I do think that they liked him from what I understand. I didn't think that anyone had a grade on him this high. But goes back to what the Lions are doing. They're considering between the tackles all the way down the field in the hashes. They are trying to bolster the middle of their roster.
Roderick wasn't even on my board because I didn't get eyes
No.
on him. I got nothing on him. So if you guys are looking for him on my board, apologies. He's not there because I didn't get any eyes on him.
Well, I will be truthful. I don't recall where I put the man. So let's go have a look. Broderick came in. No, I swear I had him on here. And evidently, I removed him for some reason. So
There you go.
that may just be a typo.
It might be. It happens.
I did have several fields where I had white text on a white background. It didn't work out very well. Sometimes I do make those mistakes, folks.
It does happen.
Martin is a guy that I think can get off the ball pretty good. Obviously, level of competition needs to come up. Would have been an interesting get in Kansas City, but there are others. I would not have taken him until day 3. That's for certain. Tommy Adewale still on the board. I think that's a little bit
It's
surprising.
with the athletic profile he offers. It's a bit surprising to be certain.
Morrow's still out there. Carl Brooks is still out there. Another penetrating guy, but he does have size. I think he can play a couple of different positions. Zach Pickens, Kobe Turner are kind of bucking the system for the interior D line rankings. So
Interesting
far.
that Isaiah McGuire is still on the board. Personally,
Mm-hmm.
a little surprised about that. Let's talk about actually quickly before we get another pick about guys that we're surprised that are still on the board. I think that's a good place to start. I think you're surprised A.T. Perry is still there.
I am shocked.
I'm a little surprised as well. I have a mid-3rd grade on him, so I think that's a little surprising myself.
Who else? I'm going position by position here. Tyler Scott, I have a 3rd on. 3rd ain't over yet, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah.
Freeland and Daniels were tackles that I thought would go.
Yeah.
Because they're lefts
Me too.
and because they're athletic enough.
Yep. And granted, being number one in the athletic matrix,
Mhm.
I would imagine teams would have been looking at that. But
Agreed.
when you are as tall as he is, and sometimes you play tall, actually not sometimes, a lot, you do play tall. And I think people are a little skittish of the BYU offense. And
That's fair.
That's fair in terms of everything that happens that they, Jaron Hall is going to be a day 3 guy. Puka Nacua is going to be a day 3 guy. It looks like Blake Freeland might be a day 3 guy.
Yeah.
They just might not have as much stock in BYU's offense than a lot of draft Twitter seems to have.
And hey, that is not going to be the first time that happens. I can guarantee you that. Now, where in the world?
Oh, you guys, Taylor, yeah, you missed Ryan's reaction. You remember you're gonna want to go back like maybe an hour in the stream to find him lose his mind about Yaya getting
I'm not going to forget it for a while.
He's
I'm
not
still.
going
I gotta
to.
say, I'm still pretty bitter. I'm just going to tell you guys. I am disappointed.
I'll be honest. I'm surprised Nick Herbig is on the board.
Yeah, it's just
I'm-
a size issue.
I
That's
have
all it
him
is.
I have him as an off like a
Got to
3-4
play off ball.
outside
Mhm.
linebacker, but he's more of a pass rusher. He, in my opinion, is one of the top 4 pass rushers in this draft with his hand usage. I think he's a fantastic pass rusher.
The problem at his size and his
Yeah.
bulk, putting any kind of power, even though he converts speed to power pretty well, doing that at the NFL level is a
It's tough.
big step.
And that's that we talked about the tweener size for
Yeah.
safety and linebacker stuff. That's it's hard to find ways to utilize these tweener types effectively in the NFL.
Yes.
Maybe third down pass rush specialist, and that's why he's going in day 3. But then
Mhm.
Will McDonald goes day 1. So I don't know.
There is that too. There is that too. Who else is a surprise to me that's on here? Antonio Johnson went. Jared Brown went, right?
Antonio Johnson has not gone.
He has not gone. Okay, so that's a surprise to me. He was my number 2 safety in terms of grade. That's a bit of a surprise. I'm tickled to death that both JL Skinner and Chris Smith are still on the board.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can slip into day 3 and be available for Kansas City. I heard from several people in the process that Jamie Robinson was a guy that's going to go on day 2. And
Interesting.
I didn't see it on his film, but I didn't see anything that said there's no way he couldn't, so I was open to it. Ricky Stromberg goes, another interior offensive lineman. He can snap. I'm not sure if he's a center only, but he is on my board. So there could be teams that see him as a guard as well, but I did not.
Yeah. So I have Ricky Stromberg in the 5th.
So do I.
I'm not entirely sold. I think he's center only, right? I think that's what we would classify him as, a center only.
I think most do.
type
I think
player.
you can go to guard. But that's me.
Okay. Where are they going? Commanders. Okay. I guess I understand it. Again, they're going to be trying to let Sam Howell. They apparently are very comfortable with that. I think it's going to be Jacoby Brissett.
I think that's ridiculous, but that's
I think
me.
it's going to be Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I am.
I think he's going to beat out Sam Howell for the quarterback position in over there, especially considering. Wait,
Megan and Chris Collins are proud of you guys that you guys are making it this long.
cool. That's pretty cool. Granted, I'm not a fan of the Boys to Men, so I'm sure that there are some out there. But Wanya Morris is.
Do I need to
named.
explain that to you? Who
I
Boyz
know
II
who
Men
Boys
are?
to Men
Okay.
are. I do know who that is. Thank you.
Well, I
very
got
much.
one laugh out of the crowd. That's awesome.
There it is. Okay, that makes sense. They need run
They
defense.
do. Larry Ogunjobi's been gone how long? I don't know. Cody, thank you for your comment. Morris's profile, good pass setter. Yep. Experience at both tackle spots. Yes. Inconsistent hands, swing tackle. Easily swing tackle. I think he can compete. And quite
Yeah.
frankly, in Andy Reid's system, I do think the hands thing is going to be particularly a deal. Mitch Schwartz talks about how he actually was coached to leave his hands low at first, and I do believe it was Andy Heck that kind of got him to raise them up a little bit. And I think that the strike is inconsistent, particularly for me. I
Yeah.
think that can be improved upon, and if he can do that, I think that sets him up better in each rep, and then we can see if he can become a full-time starter.
Hand usage is something that can be taught. In the athletic ability, getting into your pass sets, and all those things on time, honestly, are what you can't really always teach as well. That natural instinct to be able to get there is he's got all of that. So the technical refinement can be taught, I think. So I think we're going to be looking at a guy who is starting for the Chiefs earlier rather than later.
Yeah, upper body can be taught. Lower body,
It's much
you're
harder.
born with it. You got to learn how to use it, but you're born with it or you're not. Dan Thompson, thank you, sir. I'm old. Yep, I definitely am.
Woo!
Hold my Weissenbeer. Thank you.
This is
Born in Germany. I was Mannheim in '86. Dan was stationed at. Okay, you might have me beat by a little bit, Dan.
oh, I don't have kickers on the board.
No, I don't do such a thing.
Well, they don't
Period.
usually go on day 2.
Well,
The 49ers just granted. I understand this pick.
so tell me who's driving this bus. That's what I want to know.
Jake Moody is going to be one of the top kickers in the
I
NFL.
don't
day
care.
one. It doesn't
At all. We hear over and over and over, Kyle Shanahan's really in charge. And John Lynch is trying to do the best to give him what he needs. Kyle Shanahan isn't taking a kicker?
No, Kyle Shanahan's not making these decisions. I'm telling you, this is all John Lynch.
That's crazy.
He is the
just,
one making
it's just
decisions.
plain crazy talk. Dave Lairley, thank you. Appreciate you, sir. Ryan, the t-shirt vendor is hooking me up. Love the stream. Both of you guys and your analysis. Keep
Thank
up the hard
you.
work. It's very much appreciated. Keep grinding. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
I
it,
hope
David.
that the vendor is working. If it doesn't,
Okay.
please let me know.
Yeah, right. We need that, and all that feedback is very helpful to making adjustments if need be. Kicker on the top 100, and that's the thing. That was a top 100 pick
You
on
guys-
a kicker.
The only thing worse than that is Yaya Diaby not being in KC. Dang it.
Last 3 picks, guys.
Scott, I am going a little bit hoarse, and I need to save myself for tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do you a favor, and I'm going to put ESPN's page up here because I'm a bit lazy and I'm starting to get a little bit hoarse. So bear with me just a second. Oh, but I can't share that because that's not my screen. Okay, hold on momentarily. It's Felix and Duike. Did I say that?
Anudike.
Anudike. Anudike. Okay, I don't get the ooh out there for some reason. Uzama. And then followed by Rasheed Rice tonight and Wanya Morris tonight as well. Went defense early, has gone back to bread and butter, taking care of Mahomes, taking
That's
care of
what
the
it's about.
offense after this. I do think it shifts back to defense tomorrow.
Yep. Absolutely.
Um,
They are double dipping.
Unless
at
they do
defensive
something
end, I think.
crazy here the next couple of picks and come back in.
There's 3 more picks left. Anything can happen, guys.
It ain't over till it's over. That's for sure. So hope that helps with your question there, Scott. Very much appreciate you. And Duncan, yes, Tommy is still available. Not sure I understand why, but he is. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. You're getting guys like Broderick Martin getting taken over him, Zach Pickens over him. I'm confused too, but I wonder what the league thinks.
It's like an overreaction. Like he got too hyped, and now it seems that it's dropping a little bit too far overall.
Maybe they think he's a tweener that doesn't fit. I don't
He
know.
is a tweener.
No, maybe but
You got to have a vision for a guy like that. You got to understand what you're going to take him to before you try to
I
do
just
it.
feel like his power is evident.
It is. His length is there too. Like
He's long.
he is, and he uses it okay. I think he can learn to use it as an ultimate weapon. Like he could be very, very, very good with it. DeAndre Hopkins is not coming. Let's get to work. I agree with you. He's not coming in a trade.
Nope.
Clearly, nobody's trading for him, or it would have been done by now. So I don't think it's a day 3 trade that gets that done. I do think DeAndre Hopkins is destined to part ways from the Arizona Cardinals. The question becomes, at his age, he should want to go to a contender. We hear that he wants to go to a contender in case he's one of those.
Yeah.
What happens then? If he takes an incentive contract, Chiefs could get it done. They don't have a whole lot of cap space.
Correct.
It would have to be incentive laden, or it would have to be, hey, Chris, we're going to need some of that money back. You know what I mean? Let's get this thing done. That is certainly a possibility. But yeah, I do think D-Hop is not all the way out, but it is a long shot at this point, Iron. I appreciate you bringing him up, though. And folks, if you're new into the chat or you're coming back or whatever, you would please do me a favor. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you get subbed to the channel. We're past the 4-hour mark now, so we're doing this. We're getting a little bit quicker. I think the league's doing pretty good, moving along tonight. I'm pretty happy with that. But you want to get on board here. If you want to get into Rogue Nation, that is our Discord. You can get here by becoming a member here on the channel. Just go ahead and sign up at rookie level and above and connect your YouTube account to your Discord account and your inline clan. No problem. You can also support the channel with super chats like Iron did. You can support us by grabbing the gear over in the store, whether you like the MVP logo, whether you like the nation. There's plenty of other stuff in there. This is one of our biggest events of the year. We have hours and hours and hours. I mean, we probably
We've
have
already put 8 hours in just these 2 nights.
right. We probably have over 400 hours,
Easy.
500 hours
Easy.
combined in this draft. So it's the efforts there. If you want to support that, we appreciate it in any way, shape, or form that you can. Certainly, there are good things coming in NFL 33. We've done our draft pieces, our high impact stuff there. You can join and sub over there as well. It's been growing really, really fast this cycle, and I'm pretty happy with that. We're also adding some content creators over there. The plan's coming together. We're going to get there. It's not going to get the makeover that Union Station did, but it's going to get there. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. Good night. Yes. Assistant producer now whispering at me as though you can all hear, so it's okay. Sean Taft, do the Chiefs do the fullback thing? Derek Parrish, day 3. Oh, well. Oh.
Do you?
I'm not going to touch that one. So Trey Tucker becomes a Raider.
I'm confused.
I got to say,
He wasn't even on my board.
like, you removed him completely?
Yeah, I don't have him on my
I'm
board.
going to have to double check whether I did the same. But please tell me what you know about him, sir.
What?
Tell me what you know about him.
I don't know anything about him.
Okay, well, there went that idea.
I'm sorry. Like I know nothing about Trey Tucker.
I am driving down.
I'm very
here.
confused because you figure what I just watched on the TV reminds me a lot of his counterpart.
Trey Tucker has top 10 change of direction scores in the Matrix.
Okay.
I do believe he had a very limited workout. Did run 4.41 in his 40, but he
wasn't invited to the combine, was he?
no.
No, yeah. This is
I do not believe. No, he was. He was
Okay.
wide receiver 48.
Okay.
But he scored in the 40s and the 30s in every statistical category other than short area quickness.
Okay. So that makes sense. The Raiders are doing what the Raiders do, right?
Sometimes it does
Hey, look,
happen. That
Your
way.
boy has been drafted.
Hey!
Well,
Kudos to the working man tight end. All these other tight ends have been, hey, he can get away. He's a big wide receiver. Cameron Linto is not a big wide receiver.
No.
He is a working tight end. He might as well have a hard hat on. Good for him. I had him optimistically, highest person I know. I
Yeah.
had him at the top of the 5th.
I actually had him
Kudos
higher
to the
than
San
you
Francisco 49ers. Did you
did.
really?
I did. I had him in the 4th round.
Dang.
I like Cameron Late too. Again, when it goes back to watching Bryce Young. When
Uh-huh.
Bryce Young was in trouble, where'd he go?
He's there. Exactly.
He went to him,
Yeah.
and that was that.
He's
trust.
not overly explosive.
Nope.
He's not overly quick. He can block well.
Yep.
He's more of a leverage blocker. He's not
No,
super
correct.
strong.
He's not gonna like get into you and just like
Right.
use that core.
But he understands his own defense. And he understands how to make, especially a linebacker, sometimes a safety, make a decision. And that helps his quarterback out. And at the end of the day, if he knows where he's going and
Yeah.
the defender doesn't, he's generally going to be able to get enough of an edge to help Bryce or whoever it's going to be. Apparently now it's going to be Brock Purdy.
Apparently now.
Viking selection is in. It is 102 on the board here. Dang, I hate it when a guy that I like and I'm low on him. Bugs me. Thank you, Robert Smith. Good Lord, I remember Robert Smith was 12.
Hard to believe it's been 5 years. Freddie Zamboletti, trainer for the Minnesota Vikings, starting in 1961 when the organization.
Okay, as we're getting here, folks, to this selection, we're going to get back to the questions. Sorry for my delay there. Come on. My scroll's getting slow here. Gold Towel, thank you for your support, buddy. Good to see you. Rojo from Texas or Chase Brown from Illinois, the running backs. Rojo for me all the way. It's not close.
Yeah, I don't like Chase Brown. I don't really like Roshan, but I would take Roshan over Chase Brown.
And I do think if it comes down to the 5th-ish there, I think he and Kenny McIntosh are the guys that are going to be on my radar because I like the backs. Again, I know Kenny didn't test well, not as explosive in
Yeah.
testing as he is on film. But I do think he's somebody that can help. And quite frankly, this is the only place I'd start to take running backs.
Yeah.
Is starting tomorrow. Mekhi Blackman, I'm one of the few people that had him as a solid grade.
You are.
I have him in the 5th though.
Oh, I have him in the 5th as well.
Okay. I know most people that I've spoken to about him have him off the board.
Interesting. I wonder why.
I don't know either because the guy does make plays, and clearly he's going to do that for the Minnesota Vikings
Yeah.
now.
They need corners, but I mean, I would have thought they would have been looking at a little bit higher at corner, considering their need for corner. I know that they drafted one of the first round last year, Andrew Booth, and he got hurt. There's a corner out of Mississippi State that they drafted a few years ago that the name is escaping me, that I was a fan of, but the speed was something that people were questioning, and he's been really up and down in Minnesota. So I would have figured they'd look to adjust a little bit more and take corn a little bit higher, but it is what it is.
Yeah, hey, I mean, take it for what it's worth. Darius Rush still on the board.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that,
I
honestly.
kind of am too. I mean, that's the kind of thing that, if my guess is the Chiefs board has Darius Rush either in this range or early on day 4, where that might be
Could be a
worth making a
L'Jarius
more.
Sneed kind of
Yeah,
thing.
it could be. Let's see what happens. A lot going on in this draft that I don't think we necessarily thought was coming, but
Cam Dantzler, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that.
Dantzler, okay. Sorry, I was half texting the family here and half listening to what you were talking about. I wasn't sure exactly
Yeah,
who
I
that
understand.
was. All right. It does look like we have reached the conclusion, correct?
I think so. Yeah, round 3 has officially
Oh,
closed. Everybody.
all
And
right.
hey, we're still here.
We are. And we're thankful that you guys are still here. I know we're going to wrap it up for today. Again, tomorrow we are going to have multiple streams around when the Chiefs are picking, no matter when that is. So be prepared. Chiefs just tweeted a picture, eh?
Oh yeah,
I'm
is that
interested-
right, Ocean?
I'm interested to see what that means.
Can
Okay.
you enlighten me?
What this picture is referring to is that Wanya Morris was a transfer to Oklahoma and previously played at Tennessee.
Next to our
One
buddy,
Trey Smith.
one Trey Smith. All right. Well, that's I like that.
Yes, I completely forgot that until they tweeted it out. So well done, Chiefs
So
PR.
that's 2 players on the Chiefs' current offensive line that Wanya played with. Interesting.
Mm. Okay. I think the dots are connecting like a. Never mind. Okay, so folks, we're going to have some fun tomorrow. I hope that you'll join us. We're going to be in and out and back and forth. We're going to have a lot of input. When the Chiefs are coming up on the board, roughly around 3 to 5 selections beforehand, you can expect to see a stream. Make sure you hit the like and the sub and hit that bell so you know when we do start broadcasting. I hope that you guys will join us. It's been a fun ride tonight.
Hit that notification.
Hit the notification, he says.
Do
He's
it.
absolutely correct. I try not to say that out loud to him too often, but hey, sometimes it happens. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Awesome. This was fantastic.
Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you, Jason.
Midwest
Digital
digital capture. I'll try to get it right. I got the NBC right. I just didn't know what it meant.
Midwest Digital
Um,
Capture.
so-
There it is.
Oh my Lord. And there's a song. You guys are going to see a commercial coming up eventually, as well as a newly launched food channel that we're going to announce here in the coming
At some
time.
point.
I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you for spending your time with us. We appreciate you guys tonight. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great one. We'll talk to you then.